me when they get back on.
What you say, bro?
I said most haters gonna hate me when they get back on.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm gonna brag about it.
Is Most Hit on right now?
We on their
Nah,
ass,
they not
man.
on, bro, because I shot their mans and they
No,
did
they
not
might
know
get
that was me.
disbanded, though. Because that shit they did, they ain't never supposed to do that, especially when you tell them, number one, it was a four-star peak. Number two, I told them when they came in, first thing I said out my mouth was, bro, I'm doing the bleeding. I
Then they
get
was
back
like,
to
hurry up.
y'all in a minute. Oh, what that mean? What that mean? Dude, I'm doing the bleeding. Like I said, we'll be to see y'all niggas in a minute. We ain't finna wait for shit. Alright, man. They was supposed to leave, bro. Soon as I told them other shit going on, they supposed to leave, bro. That forcing you to deal with them and type shit like that. A lot of motherfuckers do that. And motherfuckers don't be knowing the rules. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told them, follow the rules, nigga, move around. And I ain't got no flag on me.
That's true.
So
I seen it
move
too. That's why I
around.
didn't say nothing. You see that, Leroy?
What?
I didn't say shit, nigga. I seen that. I was
Wait,
like,
who
yup,
Leroy? Who
I'm
Leroy?
Leroy.
it's right there.
Wait, that's your GTA RP name too?
No, that's just my Discord.
What's your GTA RP name?
In city name?
Yeah, you're in city name.
Yeah, Leroy Lucas.
Of that.
Why?
So yeah.
You said that like that it, or you seen me flipping out on the Discord.
No, I ain't stupid before I was asking because
I seen
when
that
I
shit.
kept,
I
when I
had your
kept,
back, nigga. You see me.
when I kept asking about, while I kept talking about you,
I'm
I ain't
talking
know
my
your
shit
name.
to them. I'm talking my shit in the Discord, bro. Fuck out of here. Now they bringing up 2K after I posted the most hated. I was like, yeah, the most hated thought they got me.
Mhm.
They thought they got the underboss. The underboss is right there, y'all here.
Yeah.
Y'all was holding me down.
I was
I,
punching the shit out of him in the thing.
no, I didn't see you, bro. I was in the movie
Bro, I was
theater and
beating the shit out them
YC
niggas. Wasn't
YC
our
ran
family.
into I
I
I
ran
didn't.
out there and
Yeah,
got the punching them niggas and shit the
He
hallway.
was
That's
with
why.
YC. This nigga was with
Yeah, I
YC.
was with what
Big,
YC. Yep.
yeah, y'all was with YC. I was by myself and I was behind the washing machine. I waited and the nigga ran right by me and I popped him in the head.
I ain't even get this. I ain't
That's
even get
hey,
this
that's why
shit.
I ain't say shit. I'm like another one of my slickers already. But see, when we get deeper, fam, and they try that shit, they gonna get fucked up.
For real, I could have had both of them actually. Bro,
Somebody must
yo,
have knew
Big
about
Ray.
this.
Yo, Big Ray, what happened? I could have had both, right? I could have had both of
Yeah,
them. I could have had one at the door, and I could have had another one on the floor that was about to what's it called, tripping butt naked. But I did it mad late, bro. I did it mad late while he was shooting at me. He was spamming that switch at me.
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. He was
He
just
was spamming.
literally shooting, like not waiting until he see your
And
head.
after
He was
that,
just shooting.
yo, Leroy. After I died, I had his clothes on. So they was like, "What the fuck? You killed
Hmm.
your own people?" I heard them, and they kept trying. I was
Yep.
not talking. I was not talking. You can hear them in the video I sent you. They were
Yep.
trying to talk to me.
I know that shit.
I was like, nah, nigga, I stayed still. I shut up, nigga. I
I
shut
ain't
up.
even do none of them. They just randomly shot me.
Yeah, they robbed you. They
And they
robbed
wasn't supposed
what?
to
They
rob you.
robbed Leroy. They robbed Leroy right in front of me. I watched it, and he was like, yeah, rob Leroy, and that's when they took Leroy in that corner and
That
robbed him.
time though, that time they didn't rob me because they knew
Yeah, they
that
robbed
they
that
I
nigga.
was going to get them banned. This time they didn't rob me. They
But
just
it's
that's
alright
why I
though.
still had the gun.
I know the nigga who robbed Leroy though, cause they didn't know that I was in their hands.
Max robbed me.
I know. I got Mac's number.
Yeah, I told his ass, man, I'm mad as hell at him because he's
That's
like,
cool
man,
though.
you forced my hand. I'm like, nigga, but you heard me say I was doing the bleeding, bro. You supposed to tell them niggas, man, we got to ride. But he ain't got no juice in that game.
And I didn't see with them either.
Corey ain't gonna say that. Corey TOS.
Oh yeah, that's right. You over.
Yeah, TOS ain't gonna fuck with us. Cause Corey the boss of TOS.
This is crazy, bro.
But Mos Hated, yeah, them niggas gonna fuck with us. Cause that's what's his name? What that pussy ass nigga. That's how they knew about the underground.
Ooh.
You know who with them, right?
Ooh.
What's his name? Fuck.
Jay?
Yep.
For real?
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Who Reach?
No,
Nah,
Jay. Jay.
Bitch ass Jay.
Oh, I don't know who Jay is.
No, you don't know him. He was here before you.
He's a rat.
Yeah, a rat, a snitch, a turncoat, a bitch, a hoe, a
For
fag,
real.
anything
He's
else
mad.
you wanna
He's
call
mad.
it.
He's mad because I stole mad over his girls, and now
So
yeah,
he
someone's
mad
calling
over.
me on Discord.
Who?
Yeah,
That's
someone's
not
calling me
me.
on Discord.
So he mad over a girl.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
mad over
man,
his
these
girl.
niggas be getting mad over dumb shit, man.
Because of me, bro.
Oh,
Big Red, bro. I be telling them, don't leave your girl around me. Fuck you mean, nigga? Leroy sees it. I could get girls' number just by saying, can I have your number? And they give it to me. Fuck you
Is
mean?
he capping or is he telling the truth?
Bro, Leroy. Leroy.
Yeah, he keeping it real, fam.
Bro, Leroy will tell you what he be calling me.
Yeah.
Leroy, tell him what you be calling me. And I'm
niggas-
not even capping. Mel and Zay would say it too.
And they crazy
I be
as
around
fuck.
bitches a lot, bro.
Yeah,
I
he be
be
around bitches all day.
Bro, I spent 4.5 mil in the strip club.
Oh
Yeah,
no, I
that's
couldn't
crazy.
do it.
He
love
said
me.
I couldn't do it.
See? Come on now, nigga. They call me Big Red for a reason. Fuck you
Yeah,
mean?
I couldn't do that.
No,
And I
nigga,
still got my 4.5 mil right back. I finesse a bitch. Come on now.
Yeah, no.
I'm like that.
4.5
I'm like that.
mil in the strip club.
I
is
spent
crazy.
4.5 mil in the strip club and I got it right back.
Yeah.
And that's not even a cap.
So we mean
He told
got
me
it back like
loaded.
you robbed them back for it?
Huh?
I ain't robbed them. They just give it to me, bro. What do you mean?
You gotta be camping about that one.
I'm not
So-
capping.
No,
I'm dead
bro,
ass.
he not capping. He
dead
dead ass.
I'm dead
So-
ass. Bro.
That's
Who
why I
would
don't
give
worry
back?
about bro. I don't worry about bro
Bro,
when he in here by
Bro,
himself because he
ask
gonna
this nigga.
get.
He gave me
gonna get
500k.
nasty.
He
Yeah.
gave me 500k one time, right? And that one day I made it right back.
Yeah.
And this nigga told me to hold it down. He
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, never mind, you good." For real, he would tell you. I'm
Yeah.
nothing, bro. I get these bitches giving me money, bro.
Yeah.
One of my bitches work at EMS and she got her own business.
Bro, every time we pull up, this nigga hop out on a bitch.
So they get
money.
Told you. Leroy tell you.
Every time I get online, hey, where you at? I'm at the strip club. All right, bro. I'm at this day, bro.
Yep.
I'm not coming. Come on, Leroy. Come on, that man. I'm not coming in there, bro. I ain't gonna spend my money. You gotta be fucked up. Them bitches ain't
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
get me.
We get the VIP room, nigga. They don't want to see the underboss and the boss in that bitch. We
Hell
take
yeah.
over that bitch. It's like, yeah, we love Leroy and Red. I said, yep. We go crazy. We get the VIP room. But nah, I stopped
You
though.
gonna
I
have
stopped.
to turn my hand to get me in that bitch.
Nah, you good, bro. I stopped going in that bitch though.
I'm glad you did. Hey, is that the hard times thing up there?
Where? Where?
Oh no. I was tripping.
That was a good body I had today. Good body.
Might
Good
as well
strip.
get in these streets and get some bread.
Alright,
That's
bro.
what I was about to say. 'Cause
Thank you
I
for
don't
doing
think-
that, bro. I don't need my blick out anymore, bro. I got my body on this shit. I kept my blick
Them
for the
niggas
first
ain't coming
time.
back. They know they fucked up.
For real. I got body, bro. I
Hey,
got
bro,
my-
who else you said was trying to get plugged in?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Wing got a couple people. I need to wait for him to come back on.
Okay, but
He's waiting for all of us to get back on. The wing is waiting for all of us because he wants to slide.
Okay.
He's a crash out, bro. When you meet him,
Well,
bro,
it is
you
Okay.
think I'm a crash out, bro? Wing is a crash out. He's a crash out dummy,
it
bro.
is two people
This
who
dude,
wanted to join, but I ain't gonna lie, they can't fit in this game. They pick working hours on the pizza job. They're just getting paid 250K for material.
Oh, fam, tell them come fuck with us.
I was trying to tell them, like, I'm trying to put them on. They talk about they do the pizza, they think about it. Like, it shouldn't be you
Bro,
thinking about it.
tell
That's
them we
why
got jobs for them. Bro,
I'm
tell them
trying to
we
tell
got a
them.
food spot, we got a weed spot, and bro, they get all that for free instead of them paying. All right, man, just tell them come fuck with us one time.
Bet
Just
I'm gonna
tell
let
them
them
come
know,
fuck
but
with
I
us.
can't guarantee it because I'm not really friends with them. I just met them at the gun store. They talk about they looking for a gun for 15K.
bro, I got
Yeah,
them.
they got
I
guns for
sell them.
15K.
I sell them for 50.
No,
I
it
sell them
wasn't no
for.
gun for 15K up there. He
Oh,
said that.
no, they be having them. They be having them. We got a bunch of them bitches. We got like 20 of them bitches.
What?
15,000 joints.
Yeah, that's what they were looking for. So I told them like this was before I joined the game. I told
What
them
they
like,
number? I sell them my gun right now. I got a body on it.
I'm about to see.
I get this shit
Hey,
off
bro,
my
you know
hand.
you could go
Hold
to
on.
the pool
Does this
and wash
count?
your gun. Let
wanna
me show
see.
y'all, bro. This how
I
we
had
wash
this.
our guns.
Bro, how
I
can
had
I
this.
see? Hold on, let me check my
Oh wait.
stats.
Hold up. Do the mod of a gun got a body on it? Remember the bald head guy?
Yeah, if
Yo,
you
you think I
shot,
need to wash it?
yeah, just do this, bro. Watch what I'm finna do.
Oh, they reset my shit, bro. This is crazy.
Is it this one? Yeah, it should be in here. It should pop up with an E. Huh?
Talk about clean GSR, right?
Yep.
Yeah. You can't be in the water. You got get up here.
Oh, okay. Yep. Why I can't see the shit? Oh, because I ain't got nobody. My shit
No,
playing.
if you shoot, GSR gonna be on you.
But I ain't got the same gun.
Oh yeah, then you don't need to do. Yeah, you don't need to wash it. I got this AP pistol off of me. I showed it to Reach.
Mm-hmm.
It had a body on it.
Yeah.
It had like 2 bodies on it. I had to get it off.
Oh yeah, sell that bitch.
I ain't tell him that it had a body on it. So
You don't never tell a motherfucker it got a body on it.
he talked about how he up, so he wasn't care if it got a body on it. It's not happened at the trap house. I mean, at the cocaine spot. They started tripping. They started following me out the door.
Oh yeah,
And I
here,
just,
bro.
yeah,
I gotta get some more bricks.
they were trying to like push up on me. See, I don't like that. Like they was telling me I was leaving so soon and all that. Then they gonna follow me out the door. And when they did that, that gave me this beat like kill them.
Mm-hmm.
Cause why you following me out the door? You ain't even getting your bricks. So apparently they was trying to rob me. So I just waited till they came out the door. And I just killed all of them with the AP pistol. Well, one ran away, and he almost killed me. So I ain't gonna lie, I got in cover, and I faded. And they
Come
was
over here,
about to
bro.
rob me. So I got in cover and I faded.
All
They
right,
gonna
hurry
see
up
my
and put your
ID.
shit up. Did you put your bricks up?
Yeah, I put my bricks up. Appreciate it. I'm about to put these up. Wait, no. We about to go trap these, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep these on me now. I feel like I should still keep this switch on me though. I'm gonna just keep this switch for
bro.
protection.
Bro, take the tap. It don't matter what we out there with. We
Wait,
protect
you
our
got the
home
tap
with
tap?
that. Yeah.
Where the
Oh,
tap tap?
I ain't give you the tap.
Nah, you ain't give me no tap tap. You gave me 2 switches.
Oh shit. You got luck.
Yeah, you gave me yeah, you gave me the The gray Glock 17, is that a
Oh
switch?
yeah. I do. Great gloves.
Yeah, I ain't get the tap tap. You gotta go on YouTube, right?
Yeah, I got a gun on me.
Right, yeah, cause I ain't gonna lie, wait. We already got the Bristol, so we don't need to go all the way to the transfer spot or back. Yep, I got it.
Yeah, carry that motherfucker, bro. It don't matter if we, you know what I'm saying, as long as you got something on you to protect you, shit.
Which bullets this take?
Four foes.
Oh, 44. Oh yeah, 44. It's keep. Damn, I barely got 440. Well, I got them at my apartment.
Yeah, I got something for you.
I got them at my apartment, dog. What the candy corns do?
That candy corn is good for you.
I appreciate it, cause I'm about to win some from the
Yeah,
better
take a couple more of these bricks, man. Cause I got a
Alright,
bunch
bet.
on me. How many you got on you now?
30. Well, plus the other 20, 40, 50,
50.
50. Yeah.
Alright, you can hold that.
You want me to just bring 20?
Yeah, just bring 25. Put the
25
other
back.
25 up. And then that's your bread, man.
Bet. Let me put the other one out.
What's up, bro?
Alright, sure.
Oh, my bad.
Shit. Hey,
I'm
y'all
trying
gonna
to-
get tired of hitting the boss, man. I'm gonna start shooting y'all ass in the leg.
No,
You see what I did with your YC?
no, I press R to reload. I press R to reload and then hit. I forgot R is to hit too. See?
Hey, you got some bricks on you?
My bad. I slipped. My,
Don't trip, bro. Don't trip.
I tried.
I sold my shit. I got it all at the pharmacy.
Alright, let's go to the pharmacy. Let me pull out what I'm gonna pull out.
I had to bring out my tap top.
Wait, hold
bro,
up. We
yeah,
might not
calm
be
down.
able to sell drugs.
Yeah, the police is done. We can make drugs.
Alright,
Yeah,
let's
we
go.
gotta make them. Cause the
Yeah,
police
we can
are-
make
Alright,
them.
let's go make some then. Shit, fuck it.
We gotta put ourselves up. We gotta put them up. What time you gonna be on? Actually, how long you gonna be on?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm on this bitch for a little bit. So I'm gonna be on here for a couple of hours.
Me too.
That's what's up. Alright, I got the drying agent.
Well, I don't got no right now, but in my apartment, I think I got like 50 some 70. I got a line on a little bit. So you got the drying agent, but
Yep, I got
we
the
might.
drying agent and I got the we gotta go to my other spot because I got the
I mean, if we could slide by the apartments real quick,
I don't know how many supplies I got, so I need to go to the pharmacy.
we could slide to the apartments real quick. I can pick up some of my material. I think I got the cocaine leaves. Had like 70.
oh, alright,
But
that's
I-
right.
I don't got no coat leaves.
Yeah, so we gotta go to the coke leaf spot anyway.
Yeah, bet. So I ain't need no point.
Yeah, it ain't even no point.
I'm just gonna bring out my tap top. I wanna go to a pharmacy quick.
Alright.
Wait, is this the block?
Yeah.
Oh, so wait, so y'all
Yeah.
blocking the mansion?
Yep. What you mean our block? Nigga, this your block too.
Oh yeah, our blocking the mansion. My bad.
No, it's only two. Fuck. Fucking, I'll take out this one.
They be tripping at the track. I mean, at the cocaine spot though. So we definitely gonna have to be on point up there.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's why I'm bringing out my top top. 'Cause if I bring out this, you already see why I did Leroy to that girl.
And I ain't gonna lie,
I
anybody
need to bring this
start
shit up,
acting
bro.
funny up there, son, acting like they counting 30 seconds or something like that, I already know what they are.
Yeah. Oh, we 30
Yo,
seconds regardless. As soon as a motherfucker say something smart, your timer go off.
yeah.
That's why I always tell YC. I always tell YC to have his
Oh
timer
shit,
off.
we ain't taking this one nowhere.
No, that's the same thing that happened to me. Every time I come up
Oh,
on
we
there,
gonna
I
have to,
keep
yeah,
pressing.
just go ahead and jump out, y'all. Bro can't get out.
Here you go, though.
The car you gave me, I died, fell out the car with a seatbelt on. I was going too fast.
Yep.
I had to buy a car for this nigga. He didn't give me a car. Oh shit.
Cause I know you a hustler, bro. If I give you something, you gonna be like, Leroy, I'm gonna give it back to you.
For real.
So I just gave it to you for cheap as hell. I know my niggas. Hey, click the pharmacy, bro.
489. Just I know where to go. You going the right way? Just going straight.
No, I know I'm going the right way.
Yeah. So why you need to click the pharmacy?
Sometimes I be forgetting when I get in city.
I got you. I think the purple gang is down the block too, so be careful.
Down the block from where?
From my pharmacy.
Oh, straight up.
Yeah, I think purple and green.
But we ain't got no beef with them, so.
Yeah, but yeah, just have to be careful still. They be
Yeah, our
on some
first two
shit.
innings have to be melees anyway. So if it's our first interaction, we gotta fight. Or hit their ass with something. But shit, them other things cost too much money. I don't be bringing my shit out. Them battle axes and shit.
Uh huh.
Yeah, those is made. So
I'm
that
bringing out my
stab you
fucking what's
or,
it called? My fucking slurp, my slurpy, bro. My slurp axe, bro. Hit that nigga with that shit. I did good today though.
Yeah, you did, bro. You handle business.
No
Let
more,
them
no,
niggas know.
no more mad. I don't need to get mad anymore today. I got my shit. I took my anger out on them.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's
was
who
ready
you wanted
too,
to
bro.
get into it with anyway, so shit.
Fact.
But I just wish we would have had mail.
Fact, bro.
But everybody did their job. My man's over here, you know
I
what I'm
could have,
saying? Held
bro.
me
If I
down,
had
all that
it,
shit.
if I had it, bro. No cap, bro. I could have saved you from not getting robbed, bro. Cause I could have shot that nigga in the head.
Yeah, yeah.
You
But
feel
then
me?
that would have gave your position away, so that's why
Yeah,
I
I
wasn't
don't
tripping.
care. I'll switch. I'll switch. I switch.
That shit was
Other
cold
fuck.
as hell. I was like, yeah, y'all niggas want to strip me, alright. Your homeboy got stripped. Y'all didn't even. And y'all ain't even know my mans was standing right there with y'all. Like,
For real. The whole time listening. I'm like, these niggas is dumb. I'm like, alright. I just stay quiet though.
yeah.
Learn from the best. Uh, tap away, man. Put this freaking gun away, man.
Oh my bad. Ain't nobody in here though. Do you know like how they changed the way you pull out your gun to make you pull out your gun faster?
Uh, nope.
And they took my gun, bruh.
You
I
just
heard
They
it
gotta.
was
took
like
my.
So
something.
it's best to just run away from it, run away from the scene,
Damn,
and
they
pull
took my
your
tap
gun
tap.
out. Huh?
Yeah, that's
They
what
took
I'm
my
like.
tap tap from my fucking being my Bugatti. They
Wait, so
damn.
Emmett did that?
Nah, the most hated did that when they had it out there at the smoke
Oh,
shop.
yup,
They
they
took
took
it.
everything out the cars.
Fuck, bro.
Hey, what's your number again, bro?
I don't
Me,
got no gun on
Yeah.
me.
right now it's five.
Bro, do you got a tap tap in
What's
the
your
safe,
number
bro?
now? Your ID.
Five.
5.
Yeah.
Fuck, bro. I need a tap tap, bro.
Bro, we just left the spot.
Yeah, bro. I thought I had one, but these niggas stole my shit. Niggas stole that shit in the car, bro. They took
Alright,
my
we'll go
shit.
to
With
my other
with
crib.
200 plastic gear. Cause I'm looking at all my battle passes. Like, I'm about to get 200 plastic. I'm about to get the beginning cars. I don't know what they do. Like they give you armor.
Yep. They give you armor, all that shit.
Took my tap tap.
I got you, bro.
Fuck, man. That's alright, though.
Hold on. Where my other whip at?
So why they don't got like no cops that be on for like in the morning and cops that be on like no.
Different time zone. They're in a different time zone.
Like, cause ain't no cops, ain't EMS cops on none of them.
There's no
There's
EMS
only
on.
there's one thing open right now.
Fucking loud, bro. I'm gonna rob one of them, bro. They really took my tap tap, bro. I'ma find out who did it, bro.
I don't
Yeah,
think they
bro.
on right now though.
I know they're
Dang.
not, but it's alright, bro. They know I be on every day.
Nah, you probably. I don't think. I mean, the tip tap
No, I
is
be
not.
on
It's
every day, bro.
okay, right?
Yo, I'm right there. I forgot
Oh, I thought you said you seen one right there.
It's alright, though.
So I ain't gonna lie to you. Can you really get banned for like unplugging the Wi-Fi if it be a situation?
if you if they can
Cause see, the
prove you
enemy, I don't
F8,
think they think
if
like
they can
that.
prove you F8, if your computer shut down, they can't
So what if you cut your computer off?
they can't
Is
prove
that
it. All you can say is my computer crashed. But then they gonna whine and shit. Like, no, he F8.
That's what they did to me, bro.
Yeah.
But I have faded though. They rolled on me on Galaxy. 5D.
I just say, goddamn it, man, take your L's, man. That's why we get money.
I F8 it before too,
Nah,
like a couple
I
times.
had to, nah, I had to FA. After they said they're gonna burn the flag and piss on it, I said, yeah, I'm FAing
Yeah.
it. Not doing
One
that.
time though, it was
Sorry.
I was about to get robbed, and I was thinking like,
I told him, I was like, yo, I take the bid. Y'all not disrespectful. Y'all hurt my feelings.
There you go, bro.
I'm gonna say something that, you know, I'm gonna go crazy about. You feel me? I'm sorry, bro. I
I
had
be
to talk
trying not
that.
to F8, but sometimes you be having F8.
No, I don't really
I ain't
FA
gonna
that. I
lie.
only FA once, and that was at
Nah,
Galaxy.
I ain't gonna lie. I F8 it once in the series. One time
Most
though,
hated fucking 5 6 deep. So be careful, bro, when you by yourself.
Yeah.
Most hated be sliding with 6 people, bro.
yeah, I know. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, if I catch most hated,
It's
I ain't
hard.
even really gonna try to have a 30-second erection.
It's really hard to catch somebody. So we almost did, but this dude Leroy didn't hit the car.
I don't get why they gotta be 6 deep every day.
Bro, they wasn't, bro. Leroy, bro, we could have had an easy lick if Leroy could have hit that car, bro, and he wanted end up wanting to go on the side of it. We could have easily flipped the car over and just asked this nigga, "What's up? Where you from?"
I ain't gonna lie. If I start seeing most hated, I'm about to start making them have to see the light.
See, I make niggas mad with shit like this. That's why niggas get mad at me, bro.
Oh my god. What dude? They got a switch on it.
Yeah, it's a switch.
It looks
It's
like a
a iced
built-in
out.
switch.
It's an iced out 100 rounds.
Oh, that's 100.
No,
It
that's
got
50,
got-
50, 50, 50, 50. My fault.
They got diamonds on
Hold
there
on,
too,
let me
right?
tell you. I can tell you right now how many shells it is.
So where you be getting them kind of guns from?
What you say?
Where you be getting them kind of guns from?
Tell them.
Like, you
I
gotta
be
pay,
getting
bro,
shit
like-
from everywhere. I'm plugged.
Oh, like,
I'm plugged.
So-
I got niggas. I got certain niggas in the city. Why you think I got 30 switches? That's why
So,
niggas is on our ass. Cause
cause
they
I'm
think,
going to get my money up real soon. I'm going to get to like a couple million. You think I can buy like a crazy gun from you?
hell yeah, I got you, bro.
That,
You don't even gotta come with that much. A meal will get you a bomb ass gun.
I got you.
He still owe me a diamond gun. He been giving Mel and fucking Zed diamond gun. He still didn't give me a diamond gun.
Bro, I gave you a BB Diamond Glock, bro, and you
Oh yeah.
got it robbed, nigga. Don't lie on me
I didn't
like
get
that.
robbed, bro.
Oh.
I gave it to Reese, bro.
Oh, that's your fault then.
Oh yeah, you gave it to
Nigga, that was a
Reese.
switch, nigga. Why would you do that? Nigga, I gave
I
that
ain't
to
gonna
you.
lie.
I gave them they shit.
I let him hold it down.
Oh,
Do you
alright.
be like sliding with the switches and all that?
Yeah, that's what you use the switches for.
Yeah, I let him hold it down. I really want an AR, gold, a diamond AR, so I can show off at the fucking turf.
The
I got you.
cop told me he'd sell me a diamond.
How much is that, bro? I'm fucking buy that dude.
Oh, I
Shit,
think
them
that's
is
going
at
for like,
least- Yeah, that's at least a meal.
yeah.
I can get that easy. I got meth at the spot.
Man, what we doing?
And I'm selling my Bugatti too, so I can get that back.
Shit, we ride. See who we can
I don't
pull
know,
up
bro.
on.
I might sell 2 of my cars, bro, just to get like 2 point
Oh shit, let me put this thing in here too.
2 point mil, bro. I might have to get my 4 point mil back.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely buy that shit. I definitely give you 1 million. I'm probably just get me a whole brand new car.
Alright,
You
put
got
on y'all
Dracos?
seatbelts, man.
My boy got Draco. My boy got like 4 Dracos.
What kind of Draco is it though?
He got a regular one, and he got some other shit. I don't know. I don't have to call him.
So it's not like no Draco in here that takes 762.
Yeah, I got it. It's the Galaxy Draco.
Oh man.
Yeah, I got that. I got a bunch of exclusive shit. Then they stopped, goddamn it, having items. I was killing them. I was killing them on the items. Like, I had all kind of guns. Now they trying to let this shit out. They ain't trying to let niggas unless you buying the packs and shit.
But where we going right now?
Shit, ain't we supposed to be where the Coco was at?
I think
Huh?
049. I think it's 049.
Yeah,
049.
Yeah.
I hit that shit. I gotta get to a gas station though. There's one up here. I thought it was a gas station over there. It ain't no gas station over there? Oh, there you go. I see it, I see it. I hope a motherfucker, man. If I go to
Everybody's
another
gonna
gas
hate me,
station that
bro.
ain't got no gas, I'm buying a bitch.
Everybody's gonna hate me, bro. Niggas gonna wake up like, oh, Red was talking so much on Birdie. He say, yep, I was, nigga. What you mean, nigga? I was sleeping like fucking kids, nigga.
I ain't gonna lie.
Hey,
When
on
you
my
drop
mama,
off,
I'm
this
looking for that
motherfucker ain't got no
187, bro.
gas in it, bro. On my mama. That's some
Looking
bullshit.
for that 187.
I like the way
nigga,
you
bro.
be on point, bro.
as soon as I do this, every time I go to the gas station, I grab the gas pump and just drive off so it could blow up. I don't know that I might get the car this time. You think it might get the car?
It might.
Yeah, I probably shouldn't do that.
Nah. We don't need to blow up today, bro. We ain't been. We spend at least, goddamn it, 100,000 that pill. We gotta stop
I
doing
ain't-
that
Yeah,
shit.
I'm gonna have to
Seatbelts.
see the light because ain't no EMS
I
on.
got my seatbelt.
Our
Ain't
gas
no,
station right
ain't really
over
no store open right now.
there. Oh, our shit open? Oh shit, I need some food too. We gonna be passing our shit right there too.
I ain't gonna lie. The only thing that takes a little long is the cocaine. They take a little
Yeah,
long.
that shit, I hate that shit.
Yeah, you get one at a time. That's why when I first started, I was getting like flakes or somebody, but they was giving me like one in 100 flakes, giving me like 40K. But the flakes take way too long. I don't know what you do with them though. What you do with them?
But the what you mean?
You know the flakes?
Oh, you take them and you turn them to paste to get them, turn them to bricks. That's what you need the drying agent for. And then we got the other
Oh
agent too.
yeah, cause that's what they was. But the flakes take so long. I ain't gonna lie.
This our gas station right here, bro.
Oh, this your gas station?
Yeah, bro. I own this bitch.
So you gotta pay for gas still?
I pay for it, but shit, I really don't. It's free gas. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Cause all the
Yeah, I
money go
do.
back to the game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but
Sure,
this
y'all
our gas
own a
station
lot
right
of
here.
stores.
Hell yeah.
Oh, so we could carry our guns out, right? Ain't really.
Yeah,
I
we
like
on our
carrying
gas station. This our gas station.
I like I like carrying my gun out though, even though they could just randomly
Yeah,
kill
but
you
if
because you got
motherfuckers
the gun
come
out.
up on us, they can pull their shit out and shoot us.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot them before they pull their gun out.
Yo,
No, they
that's
Just
gotta
to
pull
watch
their
it.
gun out first,
Yep.
and then
And
they
when I
gonna
see that
wind.
clutch, and when I see that clutch, and I'm shooting them. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's what I like. Fam did to dude, cause dude had a banger on him in his drawers. And
see that's
Fam
why I
seen
said
him and popped the shit out his ass.
that's why I said can you make the clutch faster because the clutch for Hummer to sit there and clutch right in our face, like that was
Yeah,
stupid.
that was dumb as hell. You see
So
that shit
like
and popped that nigga like, ah! I
if
said,
he
what the
would have
fuck?
if
But
he
I
would have went
seen it
behind
too
the
though.
wall,
I got the clip, so if they say something about that, no, that nigga gun came out. We seen that little bitty ass gun.
I don't know what gun he had.
He had a little bitty ass gun.
I seen the gun a little bit though, but he didn't get a
Yeah,
chance
he
to
was
pull it
trying to pull
fully
it
out.
out. And then that's when I said, rob his bitch ass. He told his boys, they finna rob me, they finna rob me.
And then he caught him up there on
Yeah.
video.
Damn, she's at cookie. Told you, bro. That girl's always at cookies, bro. She stays on the game all night.
Cause she know how that paper go.
I ain't gonna lie. I be on the game mostly all night too.
You don't got
Especially
no
when you got
suit.
that battle pass too. That shit help you. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying?
why
But
I
I'm
be.
finna put y'all on what's gonna really put some bread in your pocket. I'm waiting for motherfuckers to tell me they got, you know what I'm saying, the trucking system. I guess the Bitcoin shit, if you ain't had nothing, they shut down the warehouse or so.
I'm trying to wait till I
Y'all
think
about to
about
go by my house.
level 15 and I could get like a shotgun from the battle pass.
This is my house right here. Right here.
Straight up?
Yeah, right here.
Bro,
For
why
real?
you ain't never
Yeah.
bring me to your crib, nigga?
This is my house right there.
You pay
Yeah,
IRL money for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so these houses you're getting.
Yeah,
Y'all pay
yeah,
IRL
hell
money.
no. You
It's,
can't.
I gave the keys. I gave one key to a stripper. XO. So I get free. I get free stripper. I get free stripper every time I go to a spot. Yeah.
That's why
So
I
show me
told
that.
niggas, man, all my niggas is rich.
Yeah, bro.
We all
Yeah,
rich.
y'all got
nigga.
Crazy
Don't say
out
nothing
there.
though. Don't say nothing though.
Yeah, don't say nothing, man.
Yeah.
Them be
But-
our little dipping ways.
That's.
And we got
That's
an
my
island too, bro.
Oh yeah.
We gonna have to take them to the island, let them see the
Hell
island.
yeah.
What you how do it show the time for your battle pass? Cause they don't show the time, it just shows levels. They
Damn,
only
that
show
card.
levels.
that's weird.
Where the fuck is my lighter one, bro?
Oh, I see somebody with like a Chris Vector. I was wondering where they got it from. They got it from the battle pass at the top. You know where you buy the pass at? They got it from the. It's like at the end.
Oh, straight up?
Yeah, if you buy the pass, you gonna get a Chris Vector. It's gonna take a little minute though. It's gonna take depends on how much hours you playing. But yeah, they got it. I ain't never seen a Chris Vector. You got Chris Vector?
I got nothing to cook with coke, bro. I
I
don't
a
got
bunch
my
of shit,
giant
bro.
agent. Or
I
my
got some
buying-
drying agent. I got
Or I don't even got. I don't got Chemsol either. That's all at the. That's all at the what's called motel.
Well, right now I got nothing on me, but
Yeah, I don't got nothing on me. That shit's
I
at the
got
motel.
I got some in my apartment.
some. Well, shit, that's
I got
what we
like,
going out here for. And we're gonna go get some drying agent. And, goddamn it.
I don't need
promote
to
them
get it. I just need
area.
to go get. I just need to get. I need to just go to the motel and I got everything.
Alright, we'll stop by there.
Well, we can do this real quick.
So
We
how
can.
much bricks you about to make though? Cause I don't think I don't right now. We might need to get some material because I
I
don't think
don't
I
know,
got like
bro.
enough for 200K.
Yeah,
Damn, 200K.
that's 200 bricks.
That's 200 bricks, bro.
Wait, 200K is 200 bricks.
Yep. No, 200K is 20 bricks. My
Yeah,
fault, bro.
see, 200K 20 bricks. That's
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's fine. That's like
You can't really make. You can get near fucking what's it called? Near a mill.
Yep.
You can be near a mill
I
if
forgot.
you get 100 bricks.
Where you get
Hey, they
the
say I'm missing a troll. What the fuck is a troll?
it's the thing to dig up with. It's the thing to like pick with. This day
Oh,
I'm missing it too. I forgot about it. You get it from the TV you met.
oh shit. This some bullshit.
Yeah, but y'all really forget, but
I forgot about it.
Nigga, I got synthetic cocaine. Come on.
y'all got the report.
How much you got handcuffs on you?
Uh-uh.
Cause I
Not
was about
on
to
me
say,
right
let's
now.
just see who at the traffic fine robber. Or we in the game, I forgot.
Yeah. No, we could rob motherfucker at the coke spot. If you see a sieve, you could rob him.
We can rob a safe.
Yeah, at the coke spots. We could
Cause I
rob them
thought
here at the coke spots.
I
Cause they
thought you
sieves.
can't rob a safe.
Yeah,
They
we
said
could rob
gangs can't
sieves
rob safes.
unless you in a coke spot.
Oh, bet.
That's why
It's
everybody.
somebody,
That's why everybody
That's
sitting
why
there
we need
by
to go
the.
get zip tied. That's why we need to go get zip tied.
yeah, cause I ain't gonna lie, we could get so much money from there and it take much time. We go up there, do 30-second records and all that, and then
Mhm.
keep taking what they got. It's gonna take way faster than picking all of it.
Okay.
But they do it like, cause I know they method. They do it like, go in they keep it in their car. So if you just wait till,
Mhm.
they like, go to their car and then you go out there with them, and as soon as they open their trunk, you just kill them and go in their trunk as fast as you can. But they can lock it while they did.
Let's go.
Uh,
That's the point, cause they can lock their trunk while they did. I forgot.
Y'all can go ahead and y'all can go ahead and make y'all bricks. I don't got nothing right now.
No, he gonna have to make his bricks. I ain't got nothing on me right now. I got something important.
shit.
I
You wanna
watch
get
it.
the other brick shit. Sell them bitches.
We can't even sell them bitches right now. No cops on.
Oh shit.
Yeah, cause if the cops
Alright,
was
let's
on
go
right
to the
now.
coke spot.
Hold on though, people getting on. People getting on though.
Oh, they is?
Yeah, probably
Yeah.
187 niggas. Let's watch out.
Somebody getting
187
on.
niggas.
Couple people getting on. Cause a couple stores just opened up, showing like probably like I don't know, another 30 minutes or an hour the cops should be on. I just feel like they should do like shifts, like afternoon shifts, morning shifts. I don't know why they just
I'll
sit
tell
there and
you
have
right
no
now
cops
if the
in the
police
city.
on.
You think they undercover?
Nah. Them bitches don't be undercover. They be in they full uniform, riding down on your ass. Hey, open this motherfucker for me, bro.
Unable to unlock doors. What the?
Hit F4. Cause you got multiple
Oh,
jobs. I'm finna take you to the
uh,
food spot too. Hey, bro, you got food?
Yeah, I got food.
Alright. I was finna stop by Pop so I could hire him.
But back in the center, according to some accounts, Hannibal's line did eventually end up caving to the massive weight of the Romans, and they began to flee. The Romans pushed deeper, and organization within the army likely broke down as they became a giant mass, trying to massacre the fleeing.
Oh shit, what am I in here for? That ain't where I was trying to come.
That they were playing right into Hannibal's hands. At that moment, Hannibal's elite units, having done
Right
their
here, my
fighting
dad's.
and their threshes and things
I wish the cops got on. Like I ain't gonna lie, I'm trying to sell it. Like, you know the bricks.
Hell yeah.
after previous battles.
Alright, come this way.
These Romans may not even realize they
Like, it's kind of crazy saying you wish the cops on, but you can't sell bricks without the cops being on.
Mm-hmm.
back into the fight. The Carthaginian cavalry swooped in from behind and looked.
I ain't gonna lie, but I was selling bricks. I was selling like, cause I made like 16 bricks. I bring like 10 of each material. I make like 16. I get like 100K. I could, if I sell it correctly, I could get like 150K. If I don't let nobody run off, and I do like the high prices, but our level's low, so we always run away from it.
Their own immense power and push themselves into an insurgent position. This was the genius of Canada.
So I could really get caught selling because, well, this one I didn't really have a gun, and I ain't really want to spend no bullets on the NPC. So I sit there and like just be punching the NPCs, and that's doing it. The cops time to trick. If you selling drugs and they can't find you in the park, they send like a helicopter.
And by the time the butchery came to an end, the grim toll spoke
Yep.
for itself.
You can do that.
Several thousand lost, the Romans suffered
Cause I was selling drugs, and then apparently I just feel like a foot top
yet another
at the top of me.
wiped out by Hannibal.
I got scared, and as soon as I heard them say it, I ain't gonna lie, I got scared. I thought I was going to jail. Cause I went to jail, cause I had like 132K on me. If it wasn't for the cops right now, I have like
Hey, bro.
400K on me. If
For
it
your
wasn't for the
switch.
cops. What happened?
Some shells on the floor for your switch.
Oh, bad people. But if it wasn't for the cops,
Damn, I ain't
I-
grabbed them damn things to see. Shit.
I would have like 400K on me right now. But I went to jail. The cops took all my money. And I said, why y'all taking my money? He said, you need my money.
Yeah, them
Like, the
motherfuckers
cops is crazy.
asshole. Yeah, fam, they straight assholes. If you get
Yeah,
caught with
he
any
said-
drugs on you, they taking all your shit.
Yeah. They ain't find no drugs on me.
Then they shouldn't have took your money.
They took me to jail for punching the officer.
Oh yeah. But they still
They-
shouldn't have took your money.
They denied my bail and took all my money.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and it ain't even that. Like, they took all my money and ain't give me no bail.
Yeah, you should have called a lawyer and filed a lawsuit against their ass.
That's why I said I was suing them.
Yeah, that
I don't
shit
think I
bogus.
get much from suing them, though.
Yeah, you gonna get some. Oh,
No,
that's
I
what I
probably
meant.
would have, because them cops be having money. Because all they do is take it off the player.
No, them cops be having money. Don't think them motherfuckers crooked as hell.
All they do is wait to arrest somebody, take all their money.
What are you?
Yeah, it still ain't enough police on.
Yeah, it's zero police on right now. They gonna be on soon though. There's so many police though. I can't get how it's not one on.
I've been on this motherfucker all night. I'm gonna take y'all to the spot. Or do y'all want to go back to the weed spot? I gotta go do something real quick.
Well, I can't go back to the leaf spot because I ain't got no thing to get the leaves.
I got some zip ties for y'all too. I mean, I got
Good.
3 of them bitches. Y'all can
Dude,
do
if
what
you
y'all
got some
do.
zip ties,
Yeah,
then
I
we
got
just
3
go to the trap spot and rob some people.
I'm gonna look at the spot and see if I got some more in there, 'cause I think I got some in there. Motherfucker. Y'all put on y'all seatbelts? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put on
Cause
my
didn't nobody
seatbelt.
fly out.
I flew out the car with my seatbelt on last time. Oh, the car
Nah,
you
that's
gave
cause
me?
that was
Yeah,
that weak ass seatbelt.
yeah. I thought I said I need the seatbelt you got. How much is that seatbelt?
The harness.
I ain't gonna lie though, I was going fancy
Yeah,
on
them
them.
motherfuckers is 100,000. Damn,
I mean,
somebody
it's
been
just
here. Somebody been here, bro.
nah. That's our
Yeah.
car.
Cause
Nah,
that
someone
truck
been there.
wasn't like that. Somebody
Been
moved
here.
that truck.
Yup, somebody been here. Let's see. I'm about to search it. You went outside, Kimmy.
Hell yeah, I ain't playing no more.
Yeah, you carrying that on you is crazy.
I ain't playing no more. Damn.
You died?
Hell yeah. No, I ain't dead yet. I just think we need to. Fuck.
Pick it up.
Alright. Damn. My
Well, let me
ass
pick you
just
up.
died. I ain't even dead. I'm finna pop out anyway, bro.
Back.
Ah.
This tragic situation with Reggie Carroll is causing a lot of drama for Cat Williams, and it even got him banned from ever doing a comedy show in Baltimore about some movies. So Reggie Carroll is a comedian that was currently on tour with Cat Williams. However, a couple of days ago, we woke up to the tragic news. We learned that Reggie Carroll was shot and killed, but it's where he was shot and killed and who he was shot and killed by that's leading to a lot of drama and a lot of accusations being thrown around, and Cat Williams' name being brought to the dirt. So the Baltimore comedian was shot and killed in Sunday.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself,
if what you're doing in your life right now?
Bergen Lane on August 20th. So he died at the hospital in Bedford. Now the person who apparently got arrested for his murder is a man by the name of Trinell Marquise Williams, 38. Now Trinell is about 6'8". His last name is Williams. It's unclear if he's directly related to Cat Williams. But what we now know is that Trinell actually worked security for Cat Williams extensively. Now the house that the shooting took place at apparently was connected to this company that was owned by Cat Williams. So, Fox 13 reported that Monday that a Vernon Lane-based company that billed itself as the official site for merchandise of the comedian Michael Cat Williams was evicted from his rented address in the wake of the shooting. A letter left at the company's address and addressed to multiple occupants, including Trendell Williams, cited criminal activity that occurred on or about the premises in violation of its peace. Fox 13 said the letter went on to mention a shooting as well as an arrest by South End. Also reported that Carol Cat Williams hasn't spoken out about this. Cat Williams hasn't sent his condolences to Reggie. He hasn't made a tribute post yet at all. Grant Cat Williams, right in there, so he was also silent for a while. And that pissed off a lot of people because people is already looking for answers and searching for answers. They want to know what exactly happened. Cat Williams be quiet and automatically assign a blame to Cat Williams. They're automatically thinking some foul play took place. Cat Williams ain't going to speak. So this frustration and Cat Williams' silence led a lot of people who love Reggie to lash out on him.
Even on Facebook, some of Reggie's friends are questioning what took place, including the comedian named Andrew Jones. While we sharing a photo of him and Carol together, Jones would go on to caption, had to repost this after finding out accurate info on my bro, Reggie Carroll passed. It is just effed up. This city needs answers quick, and until we get them, it's a no-fly zone in Baltimore for Red Grant and Cat Williams. Yeah, I got that kind of power, boy. Now, despite being accused of possibly being involved in the incident, Red Grant will break the silence on Monday morning while remembering Carol on the show. Red Grant, good morning.
A lot of you guys know my partner, my brother, Reggie Carroll, passed away on Wednesday night. And we're going to miss you, brother, on the tour. We're going to miss you, Red Grant, good morning. We love you. I'm going to dedicate this show to your brothers. Condolences to your family, your moms, your brother Rick, all the people who love Reggie Carroll, your Baltimore, the whole entertainment business. This show's being dedicated. We love you.
Poor Red Grant, bruh, because Red Grant has nothing to do with this. I don't believe he was present. He's not Cat Williams' family member. He's just one of Cat Williams' really close friends. He don't own a business. He don't own a home it was at. He probably has nothing to do with the situation. But because he's closely aligned with Cat Williams and he's Cat Williams, everywhere Cat Williams go, he's now getting the pressure. They're now calling him out. Cat Williams still hasn't responded back. Even though Grant Williams did a tribute, Cat Williams hasn't done a tribute, hasn't spoken on the situation, hasn't addressed it publicly. I think Cat Williams understood maybe there are legal ramifications. He was killed at my premises, at a building that I was probably operating from, doing business at, that's my company. If somebody dies on my premises, probably, not like, I'm probably getting sued. So maybe he has to be quiet for legal reasons. But the more he's quiet, the more he's not saying anything, you now have, the comedian's family members, the goons, his friends. Now, they're taking to social media. And they're not just taking to social media, but they're putting their face on camera and they're asking people to tag the law because they want this to go viral. They want to accuse Cat Williams publicly and bring Cat Williams to the public altar and have Cat Williams answer for what happened in TMZ history.
Yeah, y'all might be gonna start tagging the law. So here's what we not gonna do. Okay? What we not gonna do is we're not gonna act like not gonna do is act like Rick Grant, you know,
They did shows together. There's no way Cat Williams can pretend as if he didn't know that. And I don't feel like that's the angle that Cat Williams would take if he was to take the angle. You can't say, man, I never met this guy. I don't know who he is. They was on tour together.
what we not gonna do is sit up here, Monique, and act like we downplay who fuck Richard Carroll. What we not gonna do, oh no, what's up?
That's some trouble. Really got started.
This is leroy. You'll write for any publications that are humorous conspiracies.
He's really a bad guy.
He's rough around the edges.
Yeah, get home there. You want to drive?
Now and again, he gets in over his head.
Things. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. Thought it could be great fortune. It's a great crime.
Is that your family? As far as that Oklahoma Illuminati.
Illuminati. You're naughty.
What I've uncovered is insane. Random tunnels, some freaky stuff, stolen art.
You're sniffing at the wrong hole. Oh, I'm sniffing at the right hole, and it stinks.
What brought you to Sonata today? Man's trying to kill me. This is all a game to you.
My family was threatened. It's not a game.
This town is about to explode.
That's just sort of, there's blood on it. Is this blood money?
I've been with NFI 5 years. It's a great place to work. Love my bosses. I mean, they're great people. Everybody works with you. Anybody who comes over here, I think they'd like it. I really do. Hey, this ain't gonna be a long way. Just real simple. Can we? You the truth teller. You the Lord of knowing so much truth. You the master of being able to tell everybody else this shit. You the God of war. You ready for anything. Right? You the God. You said my team versus whoever else. Well, Red, I called you. Nick texted you. I know you love Reggie. We all do. Reggie was a solid nigga, bro. He didn't pick sides. He let Nick be Reggie. So, can we tell me why Reggie Carroll died out your house?
I'm not trying to sit here and defend Cat Williams because I don't know what happened, but that wasn't Cat Williams' house per se. Like, Cat Williams wasn't a resident there. Like, he wasn't sleeping at that crib in Memphis every night. No, like, that was a place for the merchandise. That was where business was being conducted to handle the merchandise. So, if that's, let's say, like a place where people just coming in and out, there's various employees there working on merchandise and something, and like something tragic happens, can that really be attributed to Cat Williams? Is that really Cat Williams' fault? Now, again, this is just complete assumption because we could find out tomorrow that apparently Cat Williams was being protected by his security guard, and security guard killed, Reggie on behalf of Cat Williams. We could hear this tomorrow, but as of now, like what? Somebody was killed at a place of business that Cat Williams owns, or Cat Williams has merchandise being made out of. Is that right there enough for you to say that Cat Williams is directly involved? Or how do you know that Cat Williams got the answer? Maybe Cat Williams is finding out at the same time that we find out, and he's still trying to piece together what happened. But you're publicly shaming him and forcing him, or trying to force him to speak. What if he just not trying to speak? What if he just don't have the answers you're looking for at this particular moment? But it feels like you're not even asking him, like when you ask him, tell the people why he was still outside your house, it's as if you were making the accusation, or as if you already know what happened, and you're trying to publicly shame him. You don't feel like you're generally asking, hey, Cat, give me answers. You feel like, we know what happened, we know you're guilty, tell the people.
Tell us what happened to Reggie Carroll. Tell us what happened to Reggie Carroll. Sorry. Tell us what happened. Tell us what happened. Yeah, go tag the law. Don't sit there and be quiet now. Travell Williams got court on Wednesday. A 6'8", 225-pound. Y'all know what size Reggie was. Reggie was hit more than 5 times. Why y'all let Reggie out there on the curb by your crib? Riddle me that. Everybody got so much to say. Tag 7 p.m. in Brooklyn. Everybody wanted to talk about sucking dick and all this other bullshit. Tell us why my nigga did. Cat, tell us why. Tell us why Reggie Carroll died at your house. You got so much to tell about everybody. Tell us that. Let's not wait. You're so far in the future and no one ever can be. Why can't you just tell us what's happening on your street? Don't try and change quick and say it ain't your crib. Don't do that. Don't do that. That man Reggie, rest in peace, got pronounced dead in the hospital. Hey, tell us what happened. You know nigga that got so much truth. Why you quiet? When you get a, hey man, R.I.P. Huh? Why you so quiet? Tell me. You said this to your truth. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Don't wait. We gotta wait. Yeah, go on tag TMZ. Let's go and run the shit up tonight. Nah, go on tag. Go on tag. We got so much exposing to do. Let's get to it. Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, go on and tag. Go on get TMZ, get the shade room. Yeah, let's get some attention for him. Cause we all about truth. How you think the nigga out on the curb? How? Why you putting right there? Baltimore was good. Yeah, they got the murder. Anybody want to take a guess what the murderer's last name is? Oh, I do. Here you go. Let me help you out. Let me help you niggas out real quick. There you go. There you go. No pun. There you go. No pun. Let's get to that. No. Let's get to that. Yeah, tag the venue, tag Live Nation, tag all of them. But we not gonna sit up here. Nah, this ain't happening no more. Put that nigga free.
People grieve differently. I'm not really gonna judge the intentions behind him telling people to attack the shade room and say, "Oh, we going up tonight." It kind of feels like you're also using this situation for your own personal gain or to do numbers yourself, but to also say, "Yo, tag Rock Nation, yo, tag these venues or tag these partners of Cat Williams to shut down whatever Cat Williams got going on." I think that's a tad bit premature. I feel like we do have to wait to see what Cat Williams' role is in this. As of now, Cat Williams don't even have a role in this towards the police. As of now, there's been nothing that has came forward to make us think that Cat Williams is someone responsible. This could very well be just two grown men who got into an altercation or a conflict, and things happen. Gunshots like erupted. But to go to the extent of tag the shade, hey, yo, tag Rock Nation, yo. Tag Live Nation, so they can why? You're able to shut down how this man makes his money, or you're able to shut down his businesses or his tour without fully knowing 100% of the details. And you're doing this because he's not speaking. I don't know, man. This may be a tad bit too much, but y'all let me know in the comment section. What do you guys think? Do you guys feel like he's doing a tad bit too much, or You know, is he doing just enough? Let me know in the comment section, man. If you're still watching, click on this video right here to find out how they just did Drake absolutely dirty Drake, man. Click on this video right here to find out how they did him dirty. I will see you guys in this video somewhere on my screen. Out of here, folks. Peace.
These products are on shelves around the country, but there's nowhere in the world like the place that they're made.
Look closer and you'll see an extraordinary story behind these everyday products.
Visit madebynehemiah.com to learn more.
Looking for the perfect blend of style, comfort, and performance? Look no further than the all-new Chevy Equinox and versatile tracks here at Vivian Chevrolet. Totally redesigned with a spacious interior and cutting-edge technology, the 2025 Equinox is built for those who demand more from their vehicle. And the best part, Lupian makes it easy with their transparent, upfront pricing and great selection. Test drive the 2025 Chevy Equinox or Trax today at Lupian Chevrolet in Bloomington.
If you put all of us in the room, you know, Magic, Jordan, myself, and Bird, Bird probably be the guy who walks out of the room at the end of the day.
He'll give it to you any way he wants to. Puts it on the floor. Throws it up.
He was the most smarter player I ever saw.
Larry Bird would probably beat LeBron on that.
Larry Bird is one of the biggest trash talkers ever.
Larry Bird wasn't just a basketball genius. He was a verbal assassin with an arsenal of trash talk so sharp it could leave Hall of Famers questioning their careers. Bird didn't just play the game, he owned it. Whether you were a rookie, a legend, or someone who dared to think you could hang with him, Bird would dismantle you with words, then back it up with buckets.
Here's Bird going for the win when he has it.
Pat Riley once said he'd trust Michael Jordan to take a shot to save the game, but if his life was on the line, he'd take Larry Bird. That's because Bird was terrifyingly, stoically unstoppable. And today, we're diving into the stories that made Bird a legend in ways stats never could. The one-liners, the psychological warfare, and the moments that left even the greatest players speechless. These are the moments that didn't just make him a legend, they made him Larry freaking Bird. Let's start with the glove, Gary Payton. A man known for his own trash-talking brilliance, Payton didn't hand out compliments lightly. But even he had to admit Larry Bird was on another level. Payton recalled Bird strolling out the court, locking eyes with him, and delivering this legendary line.
Bird used to tell me, look here, man. I'm gonna shoot this motherfucker jump in your face right there in that corner. And it's gonna be your Christmas present. I'm gonna wrap it up and bust your head open. All that shit. He was the coldest dude I ever seen with that shit, man. Everybody talking about these great greats, and we always mention him. He was the shit. Yeah, shit, man. He'll give it to you any way he wanted to. Any way he wanted to. Larry Bird was cold. Cold dude, man. Real cold.
If Bird could crush trash talkers like Payton, you can imagine what he did to the rest of the league. Take Charles Barkley, for example. Barkley's favorite Bird story happened during an All-Star game, and it's the perfect example of Bird's confidence.
It's an all-star game. I forget what set it's in. And I'm sitting there with one of my teammates, Leon Wood. It was a great three-point shooter. Larry Bird comes in last. He says, hey, which one of you guys gonna come in second? And it was just like y'all did right there. It was so quiet. And after that, I said, oh, man, these guys ain't got no chance.
Give me your best Larry Bird. I wasn't around long because he was hurt when I was playing that first year or second year. But I just remember one quick thing. We were playing against him, I think I stole the ball from him. And I just remember him turning around saying, you little piece of and I was like, that, to me, that was Larry Bird. And I was so happy because I'm like, that Larry Bird told me you a little piece of because I idolized Larry Bird.
And the next time I can, I thought they now they're down the nitty gritty. Who's coming in second? We already know who's going to win this. And I got lucky because I almost got beat the first round.
But what was the reaction after you said that? Like, oh, that's just Larry Legend, or did it get dead silence in there?
It was silent. I think they were a little nervous.
I like
I
it.
think they were nervous.
And then the walk off with your hand up. I mean, come on, Coach. Come on.
Well, I was struggling in that final round of Chicago. I know that. And I just got hot there the last 2.5 racks. You know, when you're shooting them, you don't know what the score is.
Right.
But I had a feeling by when the crowd was going, I had to make the last one. And when I let it go, I felt it. You know, sometimes you shoot them, you think they're going in, they don't. But that one there looked perfect all the way. So if it would have bounced out, I would have felt like an idiot.
Well,
but it went in, I got lucky, got the check, and went home.
Byron Scott's first encounter with Larry Bird wasn't just a game. It was a psychological masterclass. It's one of those moments that sounds too good to be true, except it really happened.
So we playing them in the last play. He says to James Worth, he said, "You guys don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go right over there in that corner." He said, "They're gonna set a screen for me. You're taking the ball out." He said, "I'm gonna curl right over." And he's telling us to play. He's telling us to play before they even take it out. He said, "I'm gonna go right over to that corner and I'm gonna catch it, I'm gonna shoot it, and I'm gonna tie the game or win the game, whatever the case may be." They take the ball out, and I think it was either Danny or that late great DJ. Take the ball out, right to the corner, shot a three. It's like, are you effing kidding me? It's not Larry Bird's story.
Larry didn't just tell you what he was going to do, he made sure you watched him do it. Isaiah Thomas learned real quick that Larry Bird wasn't just a trash talker, he was an equal opportunity offender. On the All the Smoke podcast, Isaiah shared a moment that had him completely floored.
Larry's always called me cheesy, right? Like, cheesy, who guarded me? And like, you know, I got Kelly, I got Lim, I got Benson. He's like, you ain't got no brothers? like you? He's like, you
Disrespecting me.
that's what he said.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he said. He said, "Hey man, you can't put no white dude on me." Hey. That is straight disrespect. Right? He said, "Don't put no white dude on me."
For Kenny Smith, he recounted a story from Brad Daugherty that takes Larry's confidence to another level, right into absurd territory.
Brad Daugherty told me a story when he was like second year in the league and they went in playoffs against the Celtics. Down one, Larry Bird catches the ball in the deep corner and he steps back for a three. And before he takes a three, he's like, "Oh wow, he's going for the win. He's not going for the top." And so Brad Daugherty runs out and he head fakes him. And as he head fakes him, now it's 3-2. He hits him on the butt with the ball, and then he shoots it at the buzzer. And the confidence hit him on the butt as he flew by him, trying to block a shot.
Larry Bird catches the ball in the corner. And I take off running out of Larry Bird. And right when he's getting ready to shoot, I jump. And as I go by him, he tells me, he says, "Fly, Bird." And I go right by him, he shoots the ball, it's nothing but now.
But for James Worthy, guarding Larry Bird wasn't just a physical challenge, it was a mental marathon.
Much rather guard Michael Jordan than Larry Bird because you have to play the game as a thinker when you're playing him. You have to get inside his mind. Larry wasn't quick, could jump really high, but there was just some sleepless nights.
Larry's IQ and trash talk combined to make him a nightmare matchup. Worthy didn't just have to guard Bird's shot, he had to guard his frame. And then there's Dominic Wilkins, who got a very Larry Bird welcome to the NBA.
Now, I'm a rookie, and I go up against, we small forwards because guys guarded each other back, right? We couldn't duck each other. And so I go shake his hand and put both hands behind his back. And I'm saying, okay, we get this head ready to play. And first play of the game, he says, "I don't know where they got you guarding me, Holmes." And he shoots a three. I was pissed. I said, I went mad and hit the three. But this called me Holmes. And so it set up for a really interesting game. I remember one time I came down and I dunked it on him. He landed on the ground and fouled me, and I'm pointing.
And the foul, we got Larry.
And he said, "Hey, look." I said, "What?" He said, "What you?" He said, "I like you. You got, you got balls, but I'm still gonna get 30 on your ass." He got about 38, but I had to pay my dues. I wasn't upset about that because back then, as a rookie, you know, you gotta pay your dues. Simple as that.
Terrell Brandon had his own unforgettable encounters with Larry Legend, and for him, the experience was as mentally taxing as it was physical.
How can a person jump this high and out rebound? How can a person just move you that way and make you a deficiency? How can a person jump and just, I mean, when we practice, he would be running around Boston Garden while we was practicing. That was psychological. And we was watching him running around in the Boston Garden. And it was like, why are you running?
One game against the Cleveland Cavaliers still gives Brandon chills. Bird was in the zone, draining shots with such precision it felt unfair. Brandon described it perfectly.
It was 92, 91-92 season, and we was playing the Boston Celtics. It was Bird, McHale, Parrish, the great three, Ainge, and we was up one. Okay? He said, who's guarding? We come out of timeout. Now remember, I'm a rookie because Price is out because he hurt. He says, who's guarding? I says, Craig Elo. He said, why you got that white boy on me? Don't put no white boy on me. He said that was supposed to. Now remember, Larry Bird is white. Right. He said, I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna in the corner. Darren Johnson gonna pass it to me and I'm gonna hit the last shot. And so, come on, man. So I'm like, I told Joe Wood, I said, hey man, listen, the ball's going to right. Everybody wants the ball going right. Right. Just do whatever you can. Craig. Gerald, just cover him. Right. All Bird did was go like this. See, it's leverage. It's not how strong you are sometimes. It's leverage. Yeah. He said, now look how hard that is. Yeah. Now somebody strong go. Right. Right. You said your demeanor went? That's all I need, TB. Right. No space against the ball. Yeah. Yeah, you know, his fingers was all broke. Right. He hit the shot. All his Kevin Kale, all of them, he was getting them off of like this. He walked off and said, legend.
That's the thing about Larry. He didn't just want to win. He wanted to make sure you remembered how he beat you. Even the nicest guys weren't safe from Larry's trash-talking wrath. Just ask Clark Kellogg.
Well, you were too nice. I'm sure Larry Bird didn't trash talk you because you're a nice guy.
He was non-discriminatory in regards to
Wait, what would he say to you? You're one of the nicest guys on the planet. What can I...
Well, I didn't get the brunt of it, as I've heard over the years. You know, get your hands off of me. It's going to be a long night. You know, that kind of stuff. You can't guard me. You know, and he would do it like a ventriloquist because you couldn't see his mouth move.
Was that because of the mustache?
That may have been part of it.
Whatever it was, Bird's trash talk was as subtle as it was devastating. For all the fire and competitiveness in their rivalry, Magic Johnson and Larry Bird always kept their trash talk lighthearted, but still razor sharp. Speaking at a conference, Magic shared one of his favorite Larry Bird moments.
New DJ coming down, right, with the ball. Oh, great DJ, that's good. So pass it to Larry, he's in that corner. So as you pass to Larry, my first shot was to stop you first, right? Now I gotta go out and close Larry Bird up. So as I'm running out to Larry Bird, he's talking trash to me. I don't know why you running out here. Who says that in the middle of the game? He said, I'm gonna wait till you get one step away from me and I'm gonna shoot it right in your face. No, true story. So I got one step away. He shoots it all net. 3-pointer. Good. Then he turned to me and said, you did all that running for nothing.
alongside him for his entire career. But one of his favorite Bird stories came from a game where things weren't exactly going Larry's way.
We were playing in Phoenix, and we were way up. We were like 15, and we have the worst fourth quarter in the history. We just were terrible. And Larry's bad. Larry's making shots, throwing to the other team, throwing in the third row, and they come back and somehow, they go up two. So we have a play, out of bounds play. I'm taking it out. Larry's I'm going to bust off the play, and I'm just going to come out and I'm going to shoot a three. And I'm like, we're down two. I'm like, no, don't do that. I'm like, let's shoot a two, please. Go to the hole and try to get fouled. Let's get to overtime if we can't win this game. Larry said, no, I'm just going to bust a three on him. And I'm like, oh my God. So he tells the Phoenix bench, he tells the coaches, yeah, I'm just fixing to bust a three on you guys. Just go home. I'm tired of it. And he gets the ball, jumps out, busts the play, jumps out, gets the ball to the slot, shoots the ball. As the ball's in the air, he tries to turn towards the team and it went in. And I just started laughing. I was like, oh man. It's just one of those ones where you just kind of, he has supreme confidence, and it was just, but that's the one when you're back in, and Larry went in and said, well, I won the game in the first three quarters, and I lost it in the third quarter, or fourth quarter, excuse me. Then I won it at the end. He goes, my record tonight is 2-1. We all just kind of laughed about it.
I still love what he says to Xavier McDaniel. X, I'm going to get the ball right here, and I'm going to take a jumper right in the face. I'm going to make it. And then he gets the ball, takes the shot right in front of Xavier McDaniel, and makes the shot. And X tells the story. He's like, he did exactly what he was telling me he was going to do.
Yeah, the other thing I laughed about too is, remember Anthony Mason, just kind of the point forward, power guy, just big, strong guy. We're playing, he's in New Jersey now, they call him up from the D-League or the CBA or whatever it was called back then. And he's sitting out there, man, that guy's like, he's got, muscles everywhere. So before the game, Larry looked at us, he goes, hey, Kevin, I said, look at this guy, man. He's standing, he goes, look at all those muscles. And Anthony Mason is just standing there kind of posing, and then Larry looked at him and goes, yeah, all those muscles aren't going to help you tonight. I'm going to punch you up. And Larry would shoot the ball and yell muscles when he was shooting it. And I just kind of laughed about it. He was a beat. That's why I tell people. Larry is a funny guy. He makes fun of himself. He's self-deprecating. Larry is a lot different than you see the button-down Larry that he is in public. Is a lot different than the Larry that we saw all the time. And
even on an off night, Larry Bird can control the game with his words just as much as his play. Patrick Ewing grew up hearing all the usual cliches about Larry Bird. He can't jump, and he's not athletic. But when Ewing faced Bird on the court, he realized just how wrong those narratives were.
Bird, little up fake. It's going to count. Wow, what a shot. Just took Patrick Ewing right out of the play, made him back up to win.
Ewing, laughing about his first encounter with Bird, recalled calling his friends back home.
I remember, like I was saying, growing up in Boston, people used to always talk about that he can't jump, he can't do this, he can't do that. And, a lot of my friends was like that, So, I got to the league, I called all my friends back up. I said, all that trash that you talking, you need to squash all that. This man is great. He can, whatever you were saying for a man who can't jump, he's demolishing everybody.
So your guys are saying, how can you let this guy?
Oh, he's doing it on everybody. He's doing it on everybody. He's doing it on the best defensive players in the league.
What Bird lacked in athleticism, he more than made up for with his IQ, skill, and unrelenting drive. Ewing learned quickly that Bird was an unstoppable force. Even Karl Malone, one of the most physically dominant players in NBA history, has his own Larry Bird tale to tell. And trust me, it's a classic. Malone recently shared a story that perfectly captured Bird's legendary mix of skill and swagger.
I remember sitting on the beach watching Kevin McHale and Larry Bird. And Larry Bird did something, to me, I'm still marveling at this. And he got so many people. It was a timeout. And one of our teammates, Bart Hofo, had a camera.
Right.
He's taking pictures. So Larry Bird came around and looked at our bench. And he said, 3-point. Come right over here. So I'm sitting over there looking like, Babe Ruth, calling your shot already, Wayne, right? Yeah. So I'm sitting there looking. He looked down at the floor. Hell, everybody looked down at the floor. He like,
Lysol kills 99.9% of germs and leaves a scent you'll love.
You must kind of like kayak. Kayak compared to some travel sites you can find great deals on flights, cars, and hotel. Kayak, search one and done.
Thanks to Purdue Global, I got my literal dream job.
Getting a degree, backed by the power of his
But going to class from wherever.
whatever.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
We don't really identify mental health as the energy that it deserves. And I think I can speak for a lot of men in my community or culture. You know, when we talk about mental health, it's always been associated or tied to weakness. It's always been aligned with something negative. But for me, mental health, as I grow into a man, a friend, a brother, has been something that it really has to give the awareness to it that it definitely deserves. I think healthy masculinity is awareness. Awareness to the degree when you are aware of your emotions, emotionally intelligent to you and others.
I think the biggest thing with men, when you're able to open up and use your words to articulate how you feel emotionally, I think that's healthy masculinity to me, is just being able to control the you and everything else will flourish from you being disciplined and controlling your emotions and being controlling yourself. So.
like he threw something, and he hit the 3. Oh, can you believe that? And I remember Kevin kind of looking over at the bench like this is going to be a long night.
Brian Shaw came into the NBA hearing the usual Bird stereotypes. He's just a white guy who can't jump, not athletic, not that good. Like so many others, though, it didn't take long for Larry to change his mind. Shaw's wake-up call came during one of his first practices with the Celtics.
I was like, man, they letting this white boy who can't jump, who's not athletic, kill him like that. He ain't that damn good until I got there. Yeah. And I remember one of the first practices, he told me and Reggie Lewis, he said, I want to play you guys 1-on-2. up to second, right? And so, like, come on, man. He was like, the only catch is I get the ball first. So, me and Reggie look at each other, be like, yeah, all right, man, whatever. So the next thing you know, it's 6-0. Yeah. Right? We ain't even touched the ball yet. He gets his first 6 shots. Yeah. So when it got to be 6-0, we go into 7. We like, because it would be like one of us would guard him, and another one would be ready to try to get the rebound. So we like, fuck that, we double team him. He finally missed. We got the ball, and then we just kind of played keep away from him. We ended up coming back and winning 7-6. Yeah. And I was like, and that was one of my early experiences with him. I was like, okay, all right, he got a little bit more than what I thought he had. Then when we started playing, he was cooking everybody, but talking shit and telling them about it.
Even Gary Payton, one of the NBA's all-time great defenders, couldn't escape Larry Bird's mind games. Payton remembered a moment where Bird gave him a lesson he'd never forget.
We're playing, and he told me, young fella, let me tell you something. I can jumping anywhere I want to. And he said, you're supposed to be a great defender, right? He said, I'm going to make sure I tell you where I'm going to shoot the ball at. And I was like, man, come on now, you're not going to shoot the ball. And so he said, I'm going to take you over in that corner right there. You sit over there by my bench, right? And I'm going to give you something, and it's going to be this jump. Right? And I said, watch this. So all of a sudden, we playing, and I'm getting him up, and he slow balled it. That's why I got the slow ball, put your back to your back like this, and his back bad during this time. So he went right to the corner, and I'm up on him, I'm hungry. And he said, young fella, what did I tell you I was going to do? And he turned around, raised up, looked around, his all drawn. That's it, shit. I ain't gonna mess with you no more.
And then there's the time college star Rodney Rogers decided to test Larry Bird's patience with some trash talk. Jamal Mashburn remembers it vividly, and let's just say it didn't end well for Rogers.
When we got an invitation, it was 8 of us. It was myself, Bobby Hurley, Allen Houston, Chris Webber, Rodney Rogers, Eric Montrose.
Shout out Rodney Rogers, man. Shout out OG.
Yeah. And Grant Hill was on that squad. So we get to La Jolla, San Diego, and we check into the Marriott. We go up to our floor, and we're walking in the corridor, and we see this tall white guy coming down the hall. And I'm like, damn, that looked like Larry Bird. So Larry Bird coming down the hall with me and Chris Webber, and Larry Bird, you don't realize how big Larry Bird is until you stand in the ball of Larry Bird. Larry Bird is legit 6'10".
Nah, real talk. When I first met him, when he was coaching the Knicks, I was like, damn.
So he walked by us, he says, y'all those college guys? And we was like, yeah, we college guys. And he looked at us and he said, get some fucking rest, it's gonna be a long week. And walked off. And we was like, what the hell?
That's how they got us into.
Yeah, I'm like, okay. You know, like, all right, what's going on?
I wanted to say what's up, and he just said it like that.
Yeah. So the next morning, we get up and we go to practice, and Roy Williams is our coach. But we only got 8. So I'm like, how are we practicing? And what are we practicing for? So we spent, I want to say, an hour doing a 3-man weave. And I'm like, what's going on here? Then they bus us to another location where the dream team is practicing. And these about 400 people standing outside waiting for the dream team to come out. They take us up to a top floor, and the dream team is practicing. They're finishing up their practice. And then they say, all right, get loose and stretch out. Like, okay, we playing? They're like, yeah, we're going to play next. So we get out the gate. Like the first 15 minutes, we kicking their ass. we running them all up, Bobby Hurley in the lane, killing John Stockton. So they stopped the game and turned off the score. I think we were up like 72, 66 or something, 64 or something like that. They just stopped the game. So we like, all right, this is halftime or some shit. They like, nah, the press coming in. So I'm like, oh wow. So that's when the thing came out that Chuck Daly let us win. Because they were like, they didn't want to hold a complete game because they knew it was going to be downhill from there. Because we were trying to prove that we could run the country. So we lit their ass up. And then something happened. We're sitting there and we get back to the hotel. Rodney Rogers says something to, it's a group of them. It's Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and everybody shooting the shit. And Rodney Rogers said, hey Larry, you ain't hit a jumper since '84. Magic heard that shit. And we ain't think none of it. The next day we came in, and I never seen this, and this one I was like, this is a different breed. Magic Johnson fed Larry Bird the ball promptly about 8 times in a row down court. Larry Bird got the ball on Rodney Rogers, and every time he was about to make a move, he told him what he was going to do. One dribble, pull up, going left, off glass. One dribble, going right, spin, shot, bucket. He scored 9 times or 8 times in a row. Left the court to go lay down because he couldn't sit on a bench. He had to lay down because of the back. And said, young fella, look like 84, huh?
Last time he made.
Every move, every bucket became a statement. With all these legendary accounts, one thing becomes crystal clear. Larry Bird wasn't just respected, he was revered. Brazilian Brazilian basketball legend Oscar Schmidt summed it up perfectly.
It's too easy to have Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant as an idol. The guy flies around and do whatever he wants. It's too easy. My guy doesn't run, doesn't jump, and play the best of everybody else. He's here. This is my idol, the best player ever, in my opinion.
For Nolan Richardson, his introduction to Larry Bird didn't come from a highlight reel or a game-winning shot. It was quieter, but just as unforgettable.
Going back, I'll never forget driving and I'm listening to a game. It's New Mexico State playing Indiana State. I don't really care about the game, but New Mexico State is right up the street from El Paso, and I went to UTEP. And we're big rivals, so I'm hoping that Indiana State beat New Mexico State. And I'm listening to the radio, and I have no clue of the players on either team. All of a sudden, this name keeps coming. Bird. He's goes to the right. Bird. He makes the strike. Bird. I said, God damn, who is Bird? Bird. You know, here's Bird. And Bird this. And Bird. Oh, did you see the pass that Bird made? I can't see it, but I just trying to imagine it. And when the time I got to the end, I said, damn, that brother can play. Hey, let me tell you something. When I got the newspaper the next morning and saw Larry's picture, I said, damn.
However, Sean Kemp's story is more about survival than competition, because when Larry Bird stepped onto the court, he wasn't there to play, he was there to hunt. Kemp was a fresh-faced rookie when he got his first real taste of Bird's genius.
Who was the first person to bust your ass?
Man, I'm gonna keep this real with y'all, man. My ass got busted real early, man. I came into the league, man. I was fighting you know how some of the vets, man, they played each other deep, man. I got played down in Boston one night. We was playing Boston Celtics. So the great Larry Bird, I didn't really know much. I'm from Indiana. Larry's from Indiana. I knew about the history of Larry, but I didn't realize how he really got down. When we got to Boston that morning, I knew something wasn't right. I saw an X-Man, and he was limping around the court a little bit like he was sore. I figured he'd be all right, you know. David McDaniel. I figured he'd be all right. I go to the game on the early bus. I get there. They come out on the court. They say, hey, Sean, we're starting tonight against Larry. And I was like, I'm all for it, though. You know? So, the X-Man, he didn't play. He had a sore knee. But my point to you is this: Larry gave me 50 free quarters.
There's the white flag right now. Bird on the 20-year-old Kemp takes a ball away. Oh, he's got 40.
He was hitting everything, and he talked to me the whole entire game. What did he say? Well, first of all, he asked me if you jump ball. He said, you got the broke all my records in high school, right? And I was like, yeah, that's me. He goes, yeah, you know what? He said, my brother too, right? Like Eddie. And I was like, yeah, that's me. He said, I got really nice. So every shot he was calling, at the defensive end, he would tell me, he'd be like, I get down to the other end, I'm gonna pump this. He did an animal on me. Look at you, pull off the buttons. That's how cold Larry hurt.
But if you think that's bad, imagine the time Bird dropped a 40-point triple-double on Kemp, fueled by nothing more than a grudge over something the media wrote. Bird didn't just play the game, he used every slight, real or imagined, as fuel to destroy his opponents.
X-Man told a story on sometimes the Snoop Beats podcast about Larry Bird talking shit to you. He said, I'm the best motherfucker in Indiana. Put a 3 in the my ball. That's true?
It is very true. Larry, hey man, first of all, we got to Boston that night. Excellent. He had some knee pain. I was like, that's tough. He all right going tonight. You got want to see that. Yeah, that's all right. I looked at the board outside there. Nobody. So, I looked at the board. I'm like, shit, I'm going to get this motherfucking fits out here. So I was, before the game, I was up there rubbing my hands looking at it. Like, I'm not getting my ass.
What year was this for you?
This was my first year.
Okay.
And that day, they came out with that morning they came out with a USA Today article. They said that Larry didn't have it. So he came out that night to make the statement. I was just the broadcast.
Yeah.
Before the game, he told me, he was like, he just shook his head and he said, man, you fucked up like me.
So what did he put up?
I think he gave me 40.
Oh. What'd you do?
Well, I haven't found out. I was on the path. I'm gonna tell you this way. He was actually calling out bank shots. He would say, bank shot left side. Caught fake. You know that's gonna go for it. Okay.
He would tell you that in the athlete.
I said, first of all, I won't be so close to you if you shoot the ball next to me, try to rip your fucking arm off your shot. What you think he did, man? They couldn't pump fake dog, and he go for that shit here. Man, come on, man. Larry was.
How cold was I don't think.
But I guarded his ass so tough. That after the game, he came. He sent a little letter over there to me. He was like, I've had nobody play defense that hard on me. I appreciate you playing out here. He was like, I got an all-star game. Why don't you come work out with the all-star game, man? When we said that summer, I think shit, that meant everything to me.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
To this day?
Absolutely. So it went from him whooping my ass to him teaching me a few things. So I should appreciate it. And that's the old NBA. That's how it used to be.
That's how it's supposed to be.
If Larry Bird's trash talk was a weapon, it was a sniper rifle, precise and devastating. No Larry Bird trash talk compilation would be complete without Xavier McDaniel's legendary story. Xavier McDaniel found that out the hard way during a game that came down to the wire.
One time out, I was going for a play, and about that time, Larry steps in and says, Coach, I want you to give me the ball and tell everybody to get out of the way. This Larry. And you wants the ball, he wants the ball. After the timeout, we walked back on the court, and then Xavier was guarding. So he tells Xavier, he says, I'm getting the ball.
I said, I know I'm gonna be waiting. And he said, I'm gonna get right here, I'm gonna shoot it right in your face.
Why the Bird has the basketball. Larry Bird just phenomenal the way
The shot right in my face. And he was like, I didn't need to leave 2 seconds on the clock. He wanted to shoot with 0 seconds on the clock. And I walked back to the sideline like, damn. We sit back out and have a beer out in a locker room. We was talking, we maybe talking, it's like, like when it lit you up. And I used to always say that, like to my friends, it's like, yo, is Larry really that good? I used to say like, yeah, that's the baddest white boy I ever played against. Another time it was when we was playing, he had like 42. Kemp was a freshman. He told Sean Kemp that I'm the best player that ever come from Indiana and shot a 3-pointer in his face, all of that. We was like, Larry that.
Ruthless. That's Larry Bird in a nutshell. Not just winning the game, but calling his shot, executing it, and letting you know exactly what just happened. Even Clyde Drexler, one of the game's smoothest scorers, wasn't immune to Larry Bird's confidence or his quality.
I was guarding in my rookie year. He looked at me and he goes, you can't stop me. And I looked at him and I said, gosh, boy, you're so confident. He was confident. No, you're a rookie. You don't know anything. He proceeded to score like 10 straight points on him. The coach took me out the game. He walks by and he's laughing at him.
For Dan Marley, his first experience guarding Larry Bird was less about defense and more about starstruck awe.
If I said you could have LeBron for 10 years and Larry Bird for 10 years.
Larry,
that's just my era. I grew up idolizing Larry Bird. It was funny, the first time that I played my rookie year, I guarded Larry Bird, and it took me about 10 minutes to realize I should be probably guarding him instead of staring at him. And he came down, it was funny, he came down one time, and Mark West was the center on our team, and Larry looked at me, and then he looked at Mark and he said, Mark, I'm going to go down, I'm going to come off the screen. I'm going to come off the screen, I'm going to catch it right there, I'm going to turn around, I'm going to shoot it in the rookie's face, and then I'm going to run down the floor.
Now, where are you playing if that's a problem? Bird.
And that's exactly what we did. And I'm sitting there, that just happened. That's pretty cool.
Even when Bird embarrassed you, it was hard not to be impressed. Charles Barkley always had a Bird story locked and loaded, but this one might take the cake.
I remember him, he was cursing under his breath. And I asked him, I said, Larry, what's going on with you? He says, you guys are being disrespectful to me. And I says, what are you talking about? He says, you guys are putting a white guy on me. That's disrespectful.
Hey, who's the white guy?
I can't remember who it was. I just started laughing. I had no comeback. He says, it's disrespectful when y'all put a white guy on me. And I'm sitting there like, I'm laughing a game.
John Sally's first encounter with Larry Bird is the kind of story that's equal parts funny and humiliating. Imagine being 6'11", thinking you've got the size advantage, and then having Larry effortlessly dismantle you.
Man, too bad we didn't get you out. There you go. You gonna double me tonight when I get the ball in the wing? Nah, man, straight up. You go. You ain't double team? I said, John, I got you, dog. You don't like height. He goes, mouse in the house. And you 6'11". Yeah. Ball me down to the post. Got the ball. He said, but that's what double teams now.
Talking to the whole time. And he would move at his speed.
Yeah. Right. But that wasn't the end of Sally's Bird stories. In another moment, Larry continued to torment Sally, reminding him and everyone else why he was called Larry Legend.
But Larry was, he would talk and he would say, Sally, you better ask for a double team, bro. You know? And it's, I was like, when are you gonna let these people know you're a black guy? Yeah, when are you gonna stop this whiteness? What are you doing?
Yeah, but then he would have been just another black player, according to Dennis Rodman. Whoa! Callback or Isaiah.
Callback.
Yeah.
Callback.
Just another.
Was he so wrong? Was he so wrong?
So Bird would have been just another black player if he was black.
I remember when that happened, right?
I was there. And I was like, oh my God.
That's my girl.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks to Children's Claritin, she can play without allergies in the way.
I should try that for my son.
It's pediatrician recommended and provides 24-hour non-drowsy relief. Plus, the chewables are dye-free.
Claritin clears. Use as directed.
For years, we visited pitmasters and flavor masterminds, testing spices. All for this. A kick-ass combo of zest and zip. Flavor Town. It hits different.
It was best for the client.
I need your help. I love Henry with all my heart. This is all I have left. If my brothers lay eyes on him, they'll kill him.
I would defend now for you, Al McKenzie. It is not just any woman that I'm looking for. It is my wife.
Lydia, my name is Judy Beecham.
same thing.
The 1988 Eastern Conference semifinals between the Atlanta Hawks and Boston Celtics is the stuff of legend. While basketball is a team game, Game 7 turned into a one-on-one shootout between two icons, Dominic Wilkins and Larry Bird. Dominic vividly remembers the moment Bird shifted into overdrive.
I remember he only had 12 points in the fourth quarter. And Kevin was it was me and Larry. We run down the court and Kevin reached up and put his hands and Bird said, don't let this so-and-so score in one night. I'm like, what you doing? You don't wake up and sleep with that. His eyes got that big. And I remember they took me out for a blow and Kevin and Cliff Livingston came in the game and he got hot. And the coach said, Nick, boy, I can't stop. I'm like, stop him. He hot now. Forget that. That's the only thing I can do is try to match him bucket for bucket. And it was a shootout in the fourth quarter. It came down to long shots.
And it wasn't just the volume of Bird's story. It was the sheer variety of the shots he was hitting.
Man, he was doing a little bit of everything. I don't know really what he was doing in that fourth quarter, but the stuff that he was doing, it was unbelievable, man. I mean, he was showing left-hand shots, running hooks. His game was at another level. We was trying to match each other's will, and so it was just a game who was going to hit first.
But it wasn't just Bird's skill that stood out. It was his willpower. Dominic remembered Bird saying something that stuck with him.
I remember him saying that. He said, you know, we can both deserve to win, but somebody got to go home. And, man, to his credit, man, he took the Celtics and put them on his back. And pretty much that was it. I mean, that was one of the greatest performances I've seen from a guy in those circumstances. You're talking about 7 games in the playoffs.
Reggie Miller, one of the greatest sharpshooters the game has ever seen, didn't hold back when it came to Larry Bird. When asked who he'd choose in a hypothetical draft, Larry Bird in his prime or LeBron James, Miller didn't even hesitate.
Larry Bird at his best, LeBron James at his best.
And do we have to put teams too, or just individual players?
If there's a draft,
oh my God,
you can take Bird or LeBron. So let's say I take Larry at this age when I think he averaged 30, 10, and 7, something like that, and LeBron right now. So you got Larry Legend.
Okay, now what rules are we playing to?
We're playing today's rules.
Oh, we gotta go with Larry Joe. I gotta go with Larry Joe. In today's rules, you can't touch him.
Yeah.
And Larry, so this is 27, 28-year-old Larry and 27, 28-year-old LeBron, right? Or he's 30, right? 30.
Yeah.
So 30-year-old Larry, 30-year-old LeBron.
Okay, give me Bird's stats at 30.
At 30.
Because that was an MVP season, I think.
Yeah. Wow. 30 points a game, 9 rebounds, 6 assists, 2 steals, and a block.
Can I answer that question now? Larry Joe.
Yeah. So
Larry
if he averaged
Joe.
30 back then, you take Larry Joe.
Larry Joe for the win.
But Reggie isn't the only one who feels this way.
Larry Bird would probably beat LeBron on it.
Really? Larry Bird beat LeBron
One-on-ones. Because one-on-one, it takes away from everything LeBron has, right? His physical strength, his speed, right? And, you know, all that power he has going. Well, in one-on-one, you're talking about 1-2 dribbles. That's not his. That's not his game. That's Larry's whole game. LeBron needs to back up, and then I'm going to use all my physical attributes to come at you. So now, if the game started at the three-point line, now you're talking about a whole different. I mean, if you're talking about half court, if it started at the half court, and we have as many dribbles as we want, then it changes. Then LeBron just excels to probably, you know, number one one-on-one player of all time, but it's usually, you know, spots, 1 dribble, 2 dribble pull up, 2 dribble get to the rim. That's not his game.
Miller emphasized Bird's versatility, unmatched basketball IQ, and relentless competitive fire. Coming from a guy who thrived in clutch moments himself, that's as high as praise gets. But Miller's respect for Bird wasn't just based on what he saw from the sidelines. He experienced it firsthand. He painted a vivid picture of what it looked like to face Bird at his peak, recalling one unforgettable moment.
And here comes Larry.
Reggie Miller painted the scene perfectly.
46, I remember it to this day, of the third quarter. It felt like a train in the middle of old Boston. That's how loud it was. The crowd was so loud that I remember looking at Chuck, and we said to ourselves, "You're in trouble."
When Bird got going, it wasn't just about his shot making. It was the way he electrified an entire arena. That presence, that aura, was something you felt before he even scored a point. Danny Ainge had the rare privilege of being Larry Bird's teammate, and he got to witness Larry's greatness and his trash-talking mastery up close. Bird wasn't just a phenomenal player, he was also a teammate who held everyone to a high standard.
Great teammate. You know, he told me, like when he didn't think I was taking a good shot, I tell people all the time, when they start complaining, oh, the coach doesn't believe in me, or that the star player on our team doesn't believe in me, bro, when I play with Bird, he'd pass it, he'd get double teamed, he'd throw in the ball, but if I miss three, I'm not coming back to you. You gotta earn those shots, dude. You gotta earn the respect of your coach and your star players all the time. You gotta earn that respect. You know, every game you gotta be reliable and dependable. And that's what I love about Bird.
On Trash Talking, Ainge revealed another layer of Bird's personality.
Larry was a quiet guy, and he wasn't like a loud and obnoxious personality. But he had a great sense of humor, and he was a character. And most of the time, his trash talking, it seemed like it was for motivation. It wasn't like he was just always trash talking to everybody. It was spotty, but when he did it, it was big.
Right.
You know, like his Xavier McDaniel story where, you know, I'm gonna shoot it fake here, shoot it there.
And Larry said, I'm gonna get it back here and I'm gonna shoot it in your face. You hear me? Look at me. Damn. I didn't even leave nothing on the clock.
And he did exactly, and it had nothing to do with the play call.
Right.
Like a coach would call timeout, and you can do this, and like we walk on the court, and Bird just looks at me and goes, "No, give me the ball right there." And then he does what he told me Daniel he was gonna do.
And Bird's subtle trash talk, it didn't just target players, it reached everyone, even legends like Dr. J.
You guys know Dr. J. I mean, he's the nicest guy in the world. But Larry had scored like 35 on him like halfway through the third quarter, and he's just jogging back down the court and said, "Man, you need to retire." And it was just like Dr. J lost his mind.
Oh, and a fight between Jay and Bird has broken out on the court. And Moses Malone takes Bird down. He's got him in a headlock.
And that's where that story had started. But my favorite trash talking by Larry, and Kevin was a pretty good trash talker too, but Larry was when they trash talk coaches, like when they trash talk Hubie Brown, and you know they're sitting there and playing in Madison Square Garden, and he's just going like taking the ball out of bounds in front of the bench, so the whole bench can hear him.
Right.
And go like, Hubie, this is all you got from me tonight. Like you got no one else that can guard me. This is getting ridiculous, you know. And then Hubie would put in like Johnny Newman would be running in the game and goes, "Wait, are you serious? That's the guy you're putting on me?" But it was those subtle things that he said that were just, I mean, they're so funny, but we loved it. But even the other bench, you know, even Hubie's team in New York was like laughing.
Bird's trash talk wasn't just cutting, it was comedy gold.
Chuck works for me in the summer. He mows my yard. I see him every day.
It wasn't just Bird's teammates or opponents from his era who were in awe of him. Even Kobe Bryant, a student of the game and one of the most relentless learners in NBA history, was left scratching his head trying to figure out Bird's greatness. In an interview, Kobe admitted how mind-boggling it was to watch Bird dominate.
Because I asked him a lot of questions. When playing with Byron Scott, I asked him a lot of questions. Eddie Jones was great at chasing guards off the screens, and I didn't understand how to do that. I would sit with him before practice, after practice. Magic, James Worthy, Kurt Rambis, Kareem Abdul, all the Laker greats, I would always sit down and just ask them questions about certain games that I studied growing up. What actually happened there? What did you feel there? Why? You know, Bird tough to defend. Why? Because he looks slow as shit to me. So like, I'm missing something. So like, tell me what I'm missing. You know what I mean? And so I would always ask questions and try to learn as much as I could. Right. No? That's a different generation. You guys might never seen Larry Bird play.
Just
how
like
many have seen Larry Bird play?
Everybody's seen Larry Bird play.
That's not a high enough percentage. We got some work.
To the untrained eye, it didn't make sense how this slow guy could dominate an entire league. But to Kobe and anyone who played against him, it was clear. Bird's skill, IQ, and competitive fire were unmatched. Then there's the legendary 1985 game against the Atlanta Hawks, where Bird delivered a career high 60 points. This wasn't just another great performance, it was a masterpiece. Bird went 22 for 36 from the field, hit 15 of 16 free throws, and even dished out 7 assists for good measure. The Hawks bench couldn't hide their reactions. They were literally laughing and shaking their heads at how unstoppable Bird was. Even LeBron James, decades later, couldn't ignore it. LeBron shared a clip from the game on social media, captioning it.
Dennis Johnson, a lead for Bird. They want him to keep scoring, too. Bird takes the jumper and hits it again. Bird has 54. Outright. There's Bird. Bird, 14 seconds, he got fouled. He hit the shot. They're not going to count it. And Bird falls into Joe O'Toole.
When you've got the king piping your game years after the fact, you know you've done something extraordinary. But for all the trash talk and mental warfare, Larry Bird was also the ultimate teammate. According to Celtics legend Robert Parrish, Bird pushed everyone around him to be better. Parrish described Bird as the perfect combination of support and accountability. But there was one thing Bird never turned off: his trash talk. Whether it was aimed at opponents, coaches, or even his own teammates in practice, Bird's sharp tongue was always in full effect.
Gentlemen, you just talked about Larry Bird.
Oh, that's the main. He's like Joe Magic, Joe Kareem, you know, that once in a lifetime player, franchise changing player. That category that Larry would be. And not to mention, I like the way he led us as a team. He wasn't in your face, you know, that talking trash to you. He led by example. No matter how poorly you played the group, he never got on you. All that he would say to you, you know, try to pick it up in the game. You know, you had one of them nights and just not going your way. He always spoke, you know, with encouragement. He never tried to put players down. I always respected him about that.
You have no trash talking?
Oh, for the Bears.
Okay.
Oh, my. Oh,
Yeah.
my.
Wow, there's a couple of stories of him talking
I was
trash.
gonna say.
Oh, my goodness. One thing you got to give Larry Bird, he could be red hot or ice cold. He never stopped talking trash. Ever.
We got one.
Great story. That big song. And then their main man, Tom Chambers. Chambers was his parents. So if you jump off from there, walk through myself and Chambers, and then came back to Chambers. I know you guarded me. And I want you to know something. There's only one man that can guard me, and that's God. Now think about that for a second. Think about the confidence and the arrogance it takes to make that statement. Think about that for a second.
Hey, Rob, let me ask you this one. There's a story going around where Casey Jones was drawing up a play, and you guys were all in a huddle, and I guess he was having a hard time saying it. Larry told him, hey, give me the ball, and the rest of you guys get the hell out of the way. Is that true?
The story behind that, Kevin was the one that had the hot hand. But as we all know, Larry's man, That's Larry's key. So Larry should take the first shot. So KC was torn between drawing himself for Kevin because he had the hot hand and not offending Larry. So Larry just chucked the up on him. Draw, up the plate for me, give me the ball, get out of my way. And that was the end of the X and O's.
But that's what made Bird so great. He didn't just talk the talk. He backed it up every single time. When a legend like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar tips his hat to you, you know you've left your mark. Kareem, a fierce Lakers competitor and one of the greatest of all time, recalled a game during Bird's first championship season that was so unforgettable, the sportscaster ended the broadcast with the Superman theme song.
I remember the game he played against the Lakers, the first year that the Celtics won the World Championship with him on the team, and our sportscaster played the Superman theme when he was talking about it that night after the game, because he did everything, points, rebounds, assists, just steals, you name it. Larry has such a great mind for the game, and a great touch. I had a lot of respect for him as a competitor.
And then there's this gem from Michael Jordan himself. Larry Bird is the greatest trash talker and mind game player of all time. He taught me everything I know about getting in folks' heads. Coming from MJ, the ultimate competitor, that's about as high a compliment as it gets. Bird wasn't just out there scoring and rebounding, he was living rent-free in everyone's minds. Larry's legendary aura extended far beyond his playing days. Just ask Reggie Miller, who had the surreal experience of playing for Bird when Larry coached the Pacers. Reggie shared a wild story that captures Bird's unfiltered personality.
Playing for Larry Bird was incredible. One of the all-time greats, one of our heroes that we watched and competed against, and brilliant basketball mind. But remember the story? For some reason, we were in the layup line, and Reg and I, as the captains of the team, I don't remember what we had to go back.
People are not going to believe this.
I don't remember what we had to go back and talk to Larry Bird about before the game. 20 seconds on the clock, we get layups. Reg and I jog off the court, go into the bathroom. And what do we? You take it from there.
So Jack and I, we go back into the locker room. We're like, where's Coach? Where's Coach Bird? And they're like, oh, he's in his office. We go to his office. He's out in his office. We're like, the trainers are back there. We're like, hurry up, we gotta get back out to the court. Like, where is he? And then, you know what? He might have been, God rest his soul, Slim. Looks at us like, go check the shower. So we head back to the shower because we had to ask him this question. Before we got out there, go around the corner. Larry Legend sitting in a chair. He's got a pack of Newports. Just smoking away. Oh, what you guys need? We're like, we're good, Coach. Don't worry about it, right? We're good. We're good. He's like, all right, I'll see you guys out there in a few minutes. I'm like, Jack looks at me like, what is he in there smoking a Newport? Right? We're like, this is Larry Legend. Did y'all ever bring it up to him? No.
And it's documented the worst first half that it started back then.
Oh my God. I couldn't make a shot.
It makes it gone. Out here, what we just witnessed affected us.
Y'all might remember now.
Larry Bird wasn't just a player. He was a walking, talking, trash-talking masterpiece. Whether it was Kareem hearing the Superman theme, Jordan learning mind games from the best, or Reggie Miller still recovering from Bird's Newport-fueled coolness, Larry didn't just play the game, he owned it. And here's the wild part. These stories are just the tip of the iceberg. Bird's impact runs so deep that every player, coach, and rival has a story about the man who could outthink, outtalk, and outplay anyone who dared to challenge him. But here's the kicker. These are just some of the stories. There's an entire treasure chest of moments that prove Larry Legend wasn't just a name, it was a warning. If you think this was wild, wait until you hear the stories of NBA legends facing Bird for the very first time. Trust me, it's even crazier. So go ahead, hit play on this next video. NBA legends share the first time they faced Larry Bird. Go ahead, hit play, and let Larry Legend take you to school one more time. See you. on the other side.
I'm not expecting $40 on drive-thru, but I can feed all of us for 10. Tonight's a hamburger overnight. I looked at the clock and realized by the time I got the kids in the car, waited in line, and came back, I could have already made dinner. So I grabbed helper, tossed it on the stove, and boom, dinner in under 20 minutes. I spent $10 instead of $40. One pan, no stress, and I even stuck in some veggies. The best part, my kids actually asked me for something. Let's go.
Crazy day, huh?
Yeah.
Easy, easy. Let's get into the fourth year of the loss. It's June 19th, 2016. Here in Oakland, California, the Cleveland Cavaliers stand just seconds away from winning Game 7 of the NBA Finals against the Golden State Warriors. This would be the Cavs' first championship in 46 years of existence, an achievement that looked impossible by the end of the Ted Stepien era. Nobody in 1983 expected the Cleveland Cavaliers to keep existing, let alone win a title. A lot has changed, and the line between then and now swerves in every direction. Before we witness this special Cavs moment, we need to recall the second chapter in franchise history, its rescue and rebirth under new leadership, and its second death at the hands of those notorious Reavers. Bad moves, bad luck, and one very bad one. We need to rewind. Less than a minute ago, the wizardly point guard Cleveland drafted in 2011 made the biggest play of his career. Kyrie Irving's heroic three-pointer bought the Cavs a late three-point lead with a title on it. But the Warriors immediately came the other way with a chance to pull even. This screen set up a threatening mismatch. Scary moment for Cavs fans, and we'll see how it went. But first, let's talk about how these men got here. Stories that connect to the second era of Cavaliers history. Starting with Kevin Love. Go back a bit, and you'll see that the Cavs acquired Love in the 2014 trade. It was a welcome change for the big man. Love was an outstanding power forward in college at UCLA, even if he hadn't quite figured out his facial humor. His reward for collegiate excellence was getting picked 5th in the 2008 draft, and signed to begin his pro career with the lowly Minnesota Timberwolves. For his first 6 seasons, Love played elite ball, often at an all-star or all-NBA level. But the Wolves didn't surround him with talent and never made the postseason. They wasted the charity of high draft position, the opportunity to choose players. Love grew frustrated after 6 seasons stuck losing in Minnesota, but he feared penalty if he demanded a trade. Thankfully for Kevin, the Cavaliers desired a ready-made star and dealt the Wolves some promising young players so they could have him. In a way, this trade resembled those of the old bad Cavs from Chapter 1. Cleveland punted on tomorrow's potential to summon veteran talent today. But in this case, the modern-day Cavaliers traded with sound purpose at the right moment. In Love, Cleveland acquired a leading rebounder, a knockdown shooter, the kind of potent third option a great team needs. And a couple years later, here was Love defending a pivotal possession with a title on the line. Good trade. That is an important development in Cavaliers history. Trades allow a franchise to transfer players and assets from another team, but only by offering the same in return. That means sacrifice, and it means disruption, so you gotta deal at the right time for the right reasons. We know how ill-considered trades soured the first chapter of Cavaliers history. We left our last rewind in 1983 with a barren,
hopeless roster all but packed up for a move to Toronto. Let's remember how the Cavs survived Ted Stepien, then met whole new forms of devastation. It's gonna get black and white for a sec, don't be alarmed. During World War I, the United States passed the Trading with the Enemy Act, which authorized the seizure of German assets in the U.S. This is how Bayer lost its American patent for aspirin. After Prohibition, an American brewer named George Gund Jr. capitalized heavily on the purchase and sale of this so-called alien property, like the decaf coffee brand now known as Senko. Decades later, two of Gund's sons, George III and Gordon, invested that wealth in pro sports, hockey in particular. By the early 1980s, the Gunds owned Richfield Coliseum, which served as the suburban Ohio home of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Although not for long. After stripping the team bare, obliterating future draft rights, and infuriating the fan base, Cavs owner Ted Stepien was 99.9% set on moving the franchise to Toronto. The team had a new name and everything. The brothers Gund had tried to stop the move. Ted insisted he heard their offer in good faith, they just couldn't work things out. But, in a surprise turn late in the '83 season, Stepien relented. Gordon and George Gund put up $20 million or so to not only keep the Cavs at their arena, but also take over Stepien's advertising business. The Cleveland Cavaliers were saved. Ted Stepien was gone. But as we've established, Stepien had not only damaged the existing team, but hampered its future by selling off first-round draft picks in the years to come. Stepien's lasting NBA legacy is a bylaw that forbids teams from trading future first-round selections in consecutive drafts. It persists to this day. The more immediate effects of his mismanagement needed a more immediate remedy, so NBA lawyer David Stern made an unusual arrangement. The Cavs didn't receive their original picks back, but the Gunds were allowed to pay $500,000 to add a bonus Cavaliers pick to each of the next 4 drafts. This was an unprecedented act of pity, and some owners didn't like it, but everyone knew the post-Stepien Cavs were embarking on a unique rescue mission. While George III carried on with the family's hockey investments, his brother Gordon became the face and principal decision-maker for that Cavs rescue. Gordon Gund is an interesting guy. Accomplished, gregarious, philanthropic beyond measure, and by the time he took over the Cavs, completely unable to see because of a genetic condition called retinitis pigmentosa. Even without sight, Gund became famous among reporters for his ability to connect with people and to command a room with incredible hearing and the ability to memorize the positions of people around him. For everything else, there was Joe Tate. In the summer of '83, Gund rehired the beloved announcer Stepien had driven out of Cleveland for being too critical. The voice of the Cavaliers stuck around until his retirement just a few years ago, as it was meant to be. Gund entrusted Tate's voice with matters of friendship, like mapping out the food on his dinner plate. And when it came to business, the owner knew he could count on Tate's radio call for an honest, vivid assessment of the on-court product. That product was kind of rough at the outset. World B. Free was the top performer in those early days, a scoring star too cool to worry about his hair. Free did his best to put on a show during the mid-'80s transition period. Another post-Stepien holdover was executive Harry Weltman, who stayed on as GM and gave George Karl his first NBA coaching job with the '84-'85 Cavaliers. Those Cavs finished 36-46 and actually made the postseason. Free led his younger teammates in a shockingly competitive series against Larry Bird's Celtics, but Cleveland fell in Game 4 against the eventual Eastern champions. To keep improving, the Cavs needed to nail the draft selections they bought from the NBA. As you know, that is how losing, unappealing teams fix themselves, by choosing new players who probably wouldn't have chosen them. But the front office led by Weltman wasted those first 3 bonus picks. Future All-Star Doc Rivers sat on the board when the Cavs picked 24th in 1983, but they passed on him. The Cavs famously lacked their 4th pick in the loaded 1984 draft and thus couldn't claim Charles Barkley, but they still could have snagged John Stockton at 12 and chose not to. In 1985, the Cavaliers had the chance to pick Karl Malone 9th. Instead, they selected Cleveland's own Charles Oakley, a fine enough pick, until they dealt him to the Chicago Bulls in an inexplicable trade. By the end of the 85-86 season, the Cavs were a normal basketball team, but not a good one. So they started from scratch. Weltman fired Coach Karl, and then he got fired himself. Gordon Gunn had new leadership in mind.
Talenti salted caramel truffle layers with cream. Talenti, raise the jar.
The eau de parfum and the eau de parfum intense, Yves Saint Laurent.
Wayne Embry was once an Ohio hoop slug, high school, college, and pro. He went on to win a title with the 1968 Celtics, and soon after retirement became the NBA's first black general manager with the excellent Milwaukee Bucks in the early 70s. When the Cavs job opened up in 1986, Embry was working for the Indiana Pacers. Despite his superior resume, Embry got passed over for a promotion to Indiana's open GM job, which instead went to Don Walsh. So when Gunn came calling, Embry took an interview. It went poorly. A Cavs board member asked him a ridiculous question, albeit far from the worst racism Embry dealt with in his career before or after. Gunn kept pressing though, and Embry eventually assented, agreeing to take over as Cavs general manager right after the 86 draft. Cleveland needed him sooner than that though. It was a really big draft. The Cavs still owed their 7th pick to Dallas, but the post-Stepien recovery scheme allowed them to purchase the pick right after, number 8. They'd also heard the Philadelphia 76ers were willing to trade away the number 1 pick. So, with permission from the Pacers, Embry helped run 2 draft nights at once from his office in Indiana. For Cleveland, he approved a trade to get that number 1 pick, sending young cavalry Roy Hinson to Philly and the opportunity to draft the best center in college basketball, UNC's Brad Daugherty. The 8th pick was a no-brainer. Versatile swingman Ron Harper was born and raised in Dayton, then broke some Embry scoring records at Miami of Ohio. Perfect fit. With his remote work complete, Embry spent the rest of the night on Pacers business. He set up a trade to acquire the Dallas Mavericks' 25th pick, so Indiana could grab Georgia Tech point guard Mark Price. Just one thing. While Embry was on the phone conducting Pacers business, the Cavs were speaking to a different Mavericks executive, and they finalized a trade first. So, without his input, Mark Price ended up with Embry's new team. That was kind of awkward for our friend Wayne, who got reamed out on his last day with the Pacers and waited a while for absolution. Oh well, Dallas kinda owed the Cavs for all that study nonsense anyway. Once Embry officially moved to Cleveland, there sat the bounty of young talent he'd helped assemble. Daugherty, Harper, and Price. And the Cavs finally signed their 1985 draft pick, John Hot Rod Williams, who'd been away for a year dealing with the legal fallout of the college point shooting scandal. These 4 players, all recruited through the draft, would play a huge role in the Cavs' return to excellence. Daugherty was the centerpiece with refined skills down low. Hot Rod his perfect complement at forward. Harper provided scoring from the wing, and Price would soon prove his brilliance at point. To lead them, Embry hired Lenny Wilkins, once an All-Star and early Cavs player who had since become a title-winning head coach. And yes, a black person. Eat shit, guy from the job interview. Eat shit, racist hate mail. In year one, the Cavs lost games while the youngsters got their feet wet, but they still played some of the NBA's stingiest defense. In year two, Embry accelerated progress by trading future for present, like the Cavs of yesteryear, but with actual purpose. Cleveland sacrificed some young players, including sharp rookie Kevin Johnson, to acquire established veteran contributors. Larry Nance and Mike Sanders fleshed out an imposing front court rotation, one that allowed Coach Wilkins the flexibility to bring Hot Rod off the bench if he wanted. That did the trick. The '88 Cavs secured the franchise's first winning record since the '70s and returned to the playoffs. At long last, Cleveland was ready to compete. But with whom? Well, during the same years the Cavs pieced together a playoff-ready roster, their divisional neighbors rode a one-man skyrocket to the same point. The Chicago Bulls chose Michael Jordan with the third selection in the 1984 NBA draft. By 1988, Jordan had become, the best player in the NBA, a phenom and an artist, the clear-cut league MVP, and Defensive Player of the Year at age 25. Draft picks are the gift that keeps on giving, as long as you don't give away the gifts, Ted. In contrast to the balanced Cavs attack, the '87-'88 Bulls watched Jordan average 35 points a night for the second straight season, just an astounding portion of scoring for one person. He hung 52 on the shorthanded Cavs during a regular season win in December. In a closer March contest, the Cavs swarmed Jordan's last shot, but Charles Oakley, the burly garbage collector originally drafted by Cleveland, tipped home the game winner. MJ did have some help. But Jordan's Bulls had been swiftly eliminated from the prior 3 postseasons. MJ had just one playoff game victory to his name, let alone a whole series. So the MVP still had a lot to prove. He didn't want to be remembered as just the scorer for an also-ran team. To level up his reputation, Jordan would have to thwart these 6th-seeded Cavaliers, who were embarking on their moon-making playoff revenge. And good Lord could that man thwart. Ron Harper was Cleveland's MJ specialist, but Harper had to sit game 1 with a nagging ankle injury. Jordan hung 50 points on the second string of Craig. Easy Bulls win. Harper returned for game 2, but look at him trying to fight over a screen. He wasn't himself. Before that game, MJ suggested he'd rather face Harper than Elo, which felt a little like trolling, but Jordan dropped 55 in another Bulls win, so we might disagree. And while MJ's excellence headlined the 2 wins in Chicago, the former Cleveland draft pick, Oakley, pitched in as a rebounder and second scorer. Back in Cleveland for Game 3, Mark Price broke out for 31 points to command a home win in his first career home playoff game. In Game 4, Harper took over. That was the beauty of these Cavs. Anyone could take the reins. Jordan put up his usual absurd numbers, but didn't get enough help from people like Charles Oakley. In the closing seconds of Game 4, Harper poached Scottie Pippen's inbound pass to Dave Corsi, some typical Cavs defense to secure the series tie. After a dormant decade, the playoff atmosphere crackled to life at Richfield Coliseum. It was palpable in the broadcast. Imagine you were Gordon Gunn hearing this ecstatic Joe Tate call in the roar of the crowd.
Jordan goes with 7 seconds remaining. Harper goes to the line, and they're going to Chicago on Sunday.
But Chicago hosted the final winner-go-home Game 5, and that decisive contest foreshadowed some of the dynasty to come. Jordan performed masterfully as usual, and Pippen, Chicago's unsung rookie, justified a surprise last-second starting leading a comeback with the best performance of his young career. Cleveland had life in the final minute. Harper picked Jordan's pocket to feed a clean Price pull-up that cut Chicago's lead to 3. But next time down, Jordan and Oakley busted ass on the boards to ensure Game 5 would not come down to the last possession. 2 icy Jordan free throws clinched his first series victory, denying Wayne Embry's Cavs the same. But more opportunities ahead. Embry's roster had playoff experience now, and they were well positioned to run it back immediately. Only one rotation player departed, although given the nascent rivalry with MJ and the Bulls, it is notable that it was a 2-guard, young shooter Del Curry. Cleveland left Curry unprotected in the expansion draft, and the brand new Charlotte Hornets snagged him. Cleveland stayed otherwise intact during the campaign. The Kings improved, recently acquired vets got a full training camp, and the Cavs found sweet harmony. Wilkins commanded the second most efficient defense in the whole NBA. Nance's skyscraping blocks highlighted Cleveland's impenetrable interior. By February, the team once known as the Cleveland Cadavers held the league's best record. Wilkins thus got to coach the '89 Eastern All-Stars, which included a chunk of his own squad. Cleveland's keystone, Doherty, made his second straight appearance. Nance joined in for the first time since '85. And the third Cavalier All-Star really joined us, Mark Price. The little guy whose '86 trade acquisition got Wayne Embry in trouble with the Pacers burst out as one of the best point guards in the NBA. Dead-eye shooting the ball, shifty handling and dishing it among the well-balanced Cavalier attack. No less than Isaiah Thomas, fellow All-Star point guard from the despised Detroit Pistons, was floored by Price's performance. Isaiah saw a guard quicker than himself, who'd risen from second-round pick to star incredibly fast. That little shit could flat out play. With all this going for them, the Cavs were the team on the rise. Magic Johnson had dubbed Cleveland the team of the '90s, but some experts were impressed right now, even predicting a title in '89. Isaiah's defending Eastern champion Pistons didn't love that, and made a point to not only beat the Cavs, but beat them up. In late February, Detroit big guy Rick Mahorn concussed Price with a deliberate-looking elbow, and Price wasn't quite himself the rest of the year. Before season's end, Detroit pulled ahead of Cleveland in the standings. But the playoffs mattered most, and before any potential Pistons matchup, the Cavs had to face a familiar first-round opponent in unfamiliar circumstances.
Yes.
Emma, how do you stay so cool under pressure?
It's my secret.
Well, what is it?
It's Talenti. Talenti. Raise the jar.
These were different Bulls. Oakley was gone, MJ was at odds with Coach Doug Collins, and Chicago had regressed to just 47 wins. Unlike in '88, Cleveland entered with a superior record, a convincing win streak against the Bulls, and home court advantage at Richmond. Some expected a Cavs sweep, but not for long. Price missed Game 1 of the 5-game series with an injured groin. Fred Elo started in place of Cleveland's leading scorer, and the Cavs just weren't the same team. Chicago stole Game 1 against an opponent Pippen described as dead without Price. But Harper broke out in Game 2 to secure a split at home, and after losing Game 3, the Cavs pulled off the unexpected in Game 4 at Chicago Stadium. Jordan dropped 50 on the Cavs yet again, but looked furious at himself for missing 2 of 4 crucial free throws in the last minute of regulation. In the midst of a disappointing offensive series, Doherty at least outshot Jordan from the free throw line in Game 4, including these 2 even-keeled makes that sent the game to overtime. In OT, Jordan fouled out, and the combined scoring of Nance, Price, and Harper carried the day. So, Cleveland set up another do-or-die Game 5, at home this time, in a major 4-game. Wilkins had by this point committed to a taller lineup, one that forced Pippen to guard Larry Nance. But Game 5 was still an off night for Cleveland's bigs, who carried a variety of injuries. The guards kept the Cavs in, gritty performances from Harper and Price, and heroic scoring from the sixth man, Craig Elo. Chicago took a lead into the final minute after Jordan found Pippen for a corner three to just beat the shot clock. But Elo responded with a three of his own, and then got payback for this painful Jordan dunk. Wilkins drew up a gorgeous inbound give and go to spring Elo for the double clutch finish that put the Cavs up one with just seconds left. One stop would earn this Cleveland squad their first playoff series win. Wilkins stuck Elo on Jordan to get that stop, and he didn't. MJ hung in the air seemingly forever to cap a 44-point win, this series deciding goal. It's so close, they just call it a shot. 1 year after failing to upset the Bulls, Cleveland got upset by the Bulls and couldn't believe it. Said Ron Harper, "It is not over. I refuse to believe it is over." At least for him, it was over. Harper had always stood out a bit from the splendid 86 draft class that formed this team's foundation. Ron was a local guy with a newly minted local agent, Mark Turini, who fought hard for one of his first clients. Harper actually held out for a couple weeks of his first Cavs training camp until Turini and Wayne Embry could reach terms on a rookie contract. And playing where you grew up has its downsides. Embry and the Cavs heard rumors about Harper's friends and irritated him by fussing over the company he kept. Now 25 years old, Harper opened the 89-90 season on the verge of a breakout, Cleveland's best hope of rebounding from that brutal playoff defeat. Sparkling early numbers put Ron on pace to become an NBA All-Star in the same state where he won high school and college honors. But the voices whispering to Cavs management grew louder. League security got word that the DEA was poking around Harper's friends, that he might actually get subpoenaed as part of the investigation. Sports executives at the time were particularly sensitive to drug scandals. The NBA was still reeling from Ben Bias's tragic death in 1996. In Cleveland, Don Rogers of the Browns died from an overdose the same month as Bias. Another Brown, Kevin Mack, got an obscene prison sentence for the cocaine bust that very summer. Some former Cavaliers had been part of the sprawling Phoenix Suns drug scandal in '97. So when he was apprised of a potential investigation, Gordon Gunn made up his mind instantly. Embry differed and Wilkins pleaded, but Gunn wanted Harper gone, now. Embry was compelled to trade a celebrated local talent at the top of his game. The decision made everyone miserable, Coach Wilkins especially. And the eventual trade was grim in basketball terms too. This is not the name you want invoked after a Cleveland transaction. The desperate Cavs found their taker in the mediocre Los Angeles Clippers, who also milked some draft picks out. Harper, who had no say in his move, played some excellent years in LA, even after tearing his ACL. Later on, when he gained free agency, Harper chose a new role alongside this old friend of the Cavs. The drug stuff never amounted to much. The agent, Mark Turini, would never let the Cavs forget. Harper maintains to this day that the Cavs could have won titles in the 90s if they only kept him. Let's see what actually happened. Cleveland's return package in the '89 trade centered around an important figure in our story, Danny Ferry. LA had picked the Duke Stars second in the 1989 draft, but Ferry bailed on them to play in Eddie, and he would not return in the season. Embry predicted, or perhaps prayed, that Ferry would be worth the delay, like some others who didn't join the NBA immediately. While they waited, the sullen, depleted 1990 Cavaliers struggled. They hadn't exactly planned for Harper's departure, having lost utility forward Mike Sanders and backfilled with young guys meant for the bench, like Steve Kerr and Chucky Brown. And to make matters worse, health betrayed our protagonists. Doherty and Nance endured difficult recoveries from off-season surgery, and Price opened the season hurt as well. Cleveland ended up losing 40 games, including all 5 of their meetings with the Bulls. As if to jab his thumb in the hole vacated by Ron Harper, Jordan scored a career-high 69 points against Craig Lowe and friends at Richfield in March. The Cavaliers made the playoffs, but the Sixers took care of them in the first round. Chicago and Detroit battled for the East, while the Cavs covered the March. The 91 season was worse. It took a substantial salary to retrieve fairly from him. That deal, plus a generous new contract to prevent restricted put the Cavaliers well over the top. Too bad, because while Ferry played an adequate enough career in Cleveland, his knees were in bad shape, and his performance never came close to justifying the Harper trade. Hot Rod injured his foot early in the 91 season and ended up playing just 43 games. Price's year was cut short by a torn ACL. Lenny Wilkins' once elite defense fell below the league average, and the Cavs finished just 33-49. The team of the 90s missed the 1991 playoffs. Jordan and company planted their flag in the decade by winning the title, and then, 5 more. No matter what the Cavaliers did, the Bulls never let them any closer than they got in 1989. And it's not like Cleveland stayed bad. Lottery-picked point guard Joel Brandon brought some extra burst in 1992, and that was just icing on the cake of a bounce-back year for the vets. Price in particular looked shockingly great after ACL surgery, picking and rolling with a healthy front court.
Yes. Emma, how do you stay so cool under pressure?
It's my secret.
Well, what is it?
It's Talenti. Talenti. Raise the jar.
The 92 Cavs won a regular season game by the largest margin in NBA history. Cleveland racked up 148 points without a single individual cracking 20, a perfect encapsulation of the ensemble effort that made them great. Those revitalized Cavs went on to win their first playoff series under Wilkins, with Doherty playing some of his best ball to outgun Drazen Petrovic and the Nets. Then came a grueling second-round win against the fading Larry Bird Celtics. A bit later than expected, the Cavs had arrived. Unfortunately, the Bulls never left. 1992 Eastern Conference Finals. Cleveland actually snatched an early road win against Chicago, but squandered. They got an uneven MJ outing in Game 6, but squandered. Nance dominated Game 6 and Price gutted through a bum ankle, but the point guard dribbled off his foot on a crucial play in the final minute. Yet another Cavaliers season ended against Chicago, at home, in defeat. The Harper trade haunted the Cavs, not just because they lacked a star wing to battle MJ in that conference final loss, but because they felt stuck in place. Even though the 91-92 roster finally punched through to the conference finals and earned every executive of the year, it still wasn't enough to match Chicago, and high salary left little room to improve. Adding Gerald Wilkins wasn't going to change Cleveland's fortune in the 1993 playoffs. This time, the Bulls swept the Cavs in the second round. Despite a sprained wrist, Jordan ended that series on yet another contested dagger of a jump shot in front of 21,000 heartbroken Cleveland fans again.
This crowd is stunned!
By the end of its life, Richfield Coliseum belonged to MJ. Even during Jordan's baseball days, the Bulls prevailed. The Cavs got a new coach in Mike Fratello and some new young contributors, but the front court injuries resurfaced. Chicago swept Cleveland again in the 1994 playoffs. Because of those injuries, '94 marked the final career games for both Lance and the much younger Darby. Price and Hot Rod were the only members of that late '80s board to join the Cavs in their move to Gund Arena in downtown Cleveland and to wear these jerseys, which I gotta say have grown on me over the years. Coach Vitello leaned on younger lineups, but filled that new arena with the slowest, muddiest basketball you'll ever see. The Cavs settled into middling seasons that ended with either a first-round exit or, in the case of 1997, defeat in a do-or-die Game 82 of the regular season, which could have clinched the 8th seed. Stung by the unfulfilled promise of the 90s, Cavs ownership felt the itch to just go get a superstar, an MJ of their own. It wasn't yet obvious, but Cleveland had royally whiffed a prime opportunity to get that guy in the 1996 draft. That night, the Cavs selected Vitaly Potapenko 12th overall. Kobe Bryant was still on the board, and Peja Stojakovic, and Steve Nash, which was bad in retrospect. When you fail to choose the superstar that fell in your lap, and you can't persuade a superstar to choose you, you gotta force the issue. Gordon Gunn was done waiting, done settling for Plan B. He wanted the guy, or as close to that as possible. The reluctant Emery thus swung the 1997 trade for disgruntled Sonics forward Sean Kemp, who Cleveland convinced to stick around with a huge new contract. The move earned Emery another Executive of the Year award, but while the Cavs' pricey new star kept them above water, he didn't take them anywhere new. Injuries and Kemp's declining condition prevented any more cohesion between youth and experience. The Cavs missed the playoffs of the 1999 lockout season, and soon thereafter, Gunn cleaned house again. He fired Fratello and pushed Emery to resign the same year he entered the Hall of Fame. The Cavaliers crossed into the new millennium with new management, new coaching, and a roster in flux around the founder and Kemp. Ohio guy Jim Paxson took over and emptied the tank in order to, tank. Cleveland re-earned their old nickname with a squad comprising grumpy cast-offs and youngsters learning on the fly. There was promise, but not nearly enough. By 2003, the Cleveland Cavaliers owned, for the first time since the Stepien years, the worst record in the league. Gordon Gunn had saved them. Wayne Emery had rebuilt them with flash, and Lenny Wilkins had led them. But injuries, desperate trades, and one bad man in red had snuffed their promise to become the team of the 90s. The Cavs exited the century hollow, barren, dead, again. And yet here we are. The 2016 Cavs are full of talent, enough to win a championship if the next few seconds pass without missing. Just seconds ago, Kevin Love, a player Cleveland acquired by trade, faced a tough matchup in the critical possession following Kyrie Irving's three-pointer. Actually, this scene surfaces a long thread of Cavaliers history. Tug that thread with me for just a second. Remember Dick Snyder, hero of the 1976 Miracle at Richfield? Well, a couple years after he hit that game winner against Washington, Snyder signed with Seattle. Cleveland got a couple draft picks as compensation for his departure. That's how it worked out. The Cavaliers used one of those compensatory draft picks to select Bill Laimbeer. You remember him. In 1982, Ted Stepien traded the future All-Star to Detroit, which was bad, but in return, our friend Ted got a rare first-round draft pick. With that 12th pick in the 1982 draft, the Cavs selected John Bagley, the dude whose scouts ranked so much lower that they thought the pick was a joke. Remember that? Stay with me. So Bagley actually ended up being pretty decent, and in 1987, the Cavs used him in a three-team trade to acquire a guard coming off an intriguing rookie year in Utah. That was Del Curry, who played a very promising sophomore season with the 87-88 Cavaliers. At age 23, Curry broke out as one of the league's better three-point shooters. He could have meant a lot to Cleveland, especially once they traded Ron Harper. But we know what happened in the 1988 expansion draft. Cavs GM Wayne Embry made the tough, regrettable decision to leave Del Curry unprotected. He chose instead to secure Chris Dudley, a shitty backup big man from Yale who had once been the bar fight partner of some kid named Brett Kavanaugh. In claiming the mistakenly unprotected Curry, Charlotte didn't just add an exciting young shooter to their new NBA franchise. Dell had just welcomed his first son to the world. Wardell Curry II was born at Akron General Medical Center in March of 1988. But because of his dad's job transfer, Wardell Jr. grew up in North Carolina. In North Carolina, he became a high school basketball star. In North Carolina, he played his way from obscure recruit to national star at Tiny Davidson College. The Golden State Warriors drafted Dell's son 7th in 2009, and he developed gradually into one of the sharpest shooting, smartest handling point guards ever to play basketball. And you've probably figured out by now that Wardell Curry II goes by his middle name. The baby gestated in Utah and born in Ohio, but raised in North Carolina because the Cavs wanted to keep Chris Dudley, grew up to become Stephen Curry. This guy. Moments ago, Curry was in position to match Kyrie Irving's dagger 3. This is his office, his hunting ground. Steph lives to pull up from deep in the clutch, as he demonstrated with a world-class finish just a few months ago in OKC. Mike Dugan's voice probably still hurts from that call, but you know he was getting ready for another bang moment. Because, yeah, this was a dangerous matchup, horrifying for Cavalier fans. Kevin Love has been many things to Cleveland, but lockdown perimeter defender is not one of those things. Love scrambled to force a bailout pass, but Curry retrieved the ball from Draymond Green, pulled a few moves, and... crossover! Puts up a 3! Rebound James! Phew. Bullet dodged. Admirable defense from Love. The Cavaliers kept the lead and regained possession when the rebound fell to another person born at Akron General Medical Center. This person remained in the light and became the light at the end of a dark tunnel. While the greatest player of the 1990s destroyed Cavalier hopes, the greatest player of the 2000s was growing just a few miles away. It's time to meet LeBron James.
Introducing Samba Origins. My collaboration with Nespresso is a connection to my roots, to my mother, Samba. Crafted with unique notes and bold soaring flavors. Experience a taste that moves me. Nespresso and Samba Origins.
Fitch, trying to enter an arena without his credential, and asking security why on earth anyone would lie about being head coach of a team that had literally never won a game. He got in. But Fitch's Cavs improved, in part because losing teams receive high picks in the college draft. In 1971, Cleveland used the first overall pick on Austin Carr, a guard coming off a stupendous collegiate career at Notre Dame. This old News 5 footage gives us a sense of how drafting looked back then. It was casual.
Cleveland draft, Austin Carr.
And this look of elation on Coach Fitch's face tells you how much one high draft pick can change the mood for a franchise. Injuries kept Carr from reaching his full Hall of Fame potential, but he nonetheless became the face of the team. Aging star Lenny Wilkens joined him in the backcourt for a couple years. Day 1 Cavalier Bingo Smith and 1974 draft pick Campy Russell held down the front court. In the mid-70s, the Cavaliers moved out of their old downtown arena to Milletti's brand new Richfield Coliseum in the suburbs. And from Richfield, the Cavs tried something new: victory. Fitch won Coach of the Year, conducting a lively 49-win season in 75-76. Those Cavs depended on Jim Jones down low and got a boost of veteran know-how from a mid-season acquisition, old Akron-born star Nate Thurmond. But Cleveland could get scoring from basically anywhere in their deep, super balanced rotation. That first winning season begot a first-ever playoff series. Cleveland's gripping back and forth with the Washington Bullets came down to a wire. Over 20,000 fans packed the Coliseum to watch Dick Snyder's terrific Game 7, which climaxed with this weird banked-in floater to go up 2 in the final set. Last-ditch Bullets possession, Cleveland tipped the inbound and got the stop. The whole building erupted, fans flooding the court in celebration of the so-called miracle at Richmond. Here's iconic Cavs announcer Joe T delivering the call with signature enthusiasm. People still wonder if those miracle Cavs might have run all the way to the 1976 title. What if Jim Jones had been healthy for the conference finals against the Celtics? Without Jones and his fractured foot, Cleveland went down at 6. The Bill Fitch Cavs never matched the miracle, but they kept winning, drawing fans to Richfield Coliseum and making the playoffs. Yes, that's Walt Frazier. Momentum fizzled in 1979 when Cleveland's injured roster slipped to a 30-52 record. Fitch resigned soon thereafter and went to coach the Celtics, where things turned out pretty well. The Cavs improved somewhat the next season, even though their long-shot campaign to bring 43-year-old Wilt Chamberlain out of retirement failed. Cleveland got new leadership in coach Stan Albeck, plus a breakout scoring season from recent draft pick Mike Mitchell. They fell a few wins short of the playoffs. But the real Cavs stories were happening off the court. Nick Milletti decided it was time to cash out. Majority ownership of the Cavaliers changed hands repeatedly in early 1980, like once every couple of weeks. We're about to talk quite a bit about the man who owned the team when the dust settled.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers. 5 layers of indulgence in every spoonful. It's no wonder Talenti is the #1 best-selling gelato brand. Talenti, raise the jar.
This game is not for fair weather fans. It's for the ones weathering it all. The ones that know the heat of Sundays can sometimes make your blood boil. When the mercury drops, that's when heroes rise. For all weather, not fair weather. The new era NFL Sidelines Series. The official cap of the NFL Sidelines.
But we should first acknowledge something often unsaid or misstated in Cavs history. A short-sighted move made while the dust of Milletti's initial sale was still flying. Again, worse teams receive higher draft picks, especially in this era before the lottery. But in February 1980, the mediocre Cavaliers dealt injured guard Butch Lee and their 1982 first-round pick to the very good Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for bench warmer Don Ford and LA's 1980 first round. Cleveland traded future for present in the middle of a sale. And that, friends, is how the 1982 NBA champion Lakers, already employers of Magic and Kareem, got to select James Worthy first in that summer's draft, because the Cavs had bet on themselves 2 years prior and lost that bet. So let us be clear that Cleveland hampered its own future before this man took control. Not his fault. It's worth noting the because everything I'm about to tell you is going to be his fault. This is Theodore J. Stepien. Stepien had been an amateur athlete growing up in Pittsburgh, then served in World War II. After the war, Stepien moved to Cleveland and founded Nationwide Advertising Service, a sprawling operation that placed classified ads in newspapers around the world. The business grew big, Stepien became wealthy, and he invested his newfound capital in Cleveland sports teams, baseball and softball to start. While business boomed, Stepien experienced personal tragedy. Anne, Ted's wife of 26 years, and the mother of his 6 daughters, died in December 1979. I mention this because years later, Stepien's daughter said her father wouldn't have invested time and money in the NBA if not for his passing. Stepien's purchase processed in spring 1980, and not without controversy. During a messy changeover, the league's board of governors questioned Stepien over strange and racist comments he'd made in recent years. He had said Cleveland's baseball team was owned by a Jewish and criticized its hiring of a black man, Frank Robinson. Most relevant was something Stepien had once said about the Cavaliers. If he owned the team, he'd make half the squad white because white people need white heroes. The Cavs, he suggested, had too many black players. Pressed on those remarks, Stepien brushed them aside as marketing and insisted he wasn't prejudiced. Evidently, that was enough for the board because Stepien got approved to buy a majority share of the Cavaliers. The league was pretty desperate to keep its foothold in Cleveland. Stepien pledged to be an involved owner, and he certainly was, not just with basketball operations. Ted was always around the team, delighted with the attention and the hobnob. He blustered in earshot of reporters, betraying insecurity, pettiness, and just old-fashioned sleaze. Stepien adorned the Cavs' product to fit his own unique tastes, pushing them to be more than a basketball team. He spearheaded gimmicks like the Cavs-themed polka song and a dance team much deeper than the basketball roster. Stepien scouted the gastronomic talents of local legend Boot Buttrick, seen here gallantly pursuing the world record for spaghetti eating. Stepien hired him to perform stunts like lighting the tops off beer cans, and you can see why Boot deserved the gig. This was cheesy, relatively harmless entertainment. I emphasize relatively harmless to contrast with the way Stepien promoted his softball franchise in the summer of 1980. Recreating a stunt the baseball team had attempted, Stepien stood atop Terminal Tower in downtown Cleveland and dropped softballs 50-something stories to the street below, where players from the Cleveland competitors waited to catch them. Except he didn't drop them. He threw them outward. And, when you know it, a projectile chucked with force from over 50 stories will travel a parabola well beyond the building's footprint. One wayward softball shattered the wrist of this poor bystander. Another injured someone's shoulder. One dented a car. The two couldn't see the ground hundreds of feet below, which was by this point filled with panicked, scattered pedestrians. Eventually, Stepien opted for a gentler drop and got the catch he was looking for. The players looked happy to end the ordeal. This post-stunt interview with Stepien is a pretty good glimpse into the man's psyche. He's so matter-of-fact.
Really told me what the exact situation was, because I was very unfortunate.
So casually boastful.
They want a softball, and I felt I could do what they wanted me to do is get the ball down to a player to catch the ball.
So quick to pass off blame after pelting people with softballs from the sky.
They told me that I should throw the ball 90 feet, which was incorrect, so when I threw the first ball, it was too far.
Oh, and always promoting, however awkward.
Well, I introduced one of our Cavalier ticket sellers, Janice Barrett, so we have to put that in for you.
Okay. So that's the extracurricular decision. Now let's talk about the basketball decisions. Wantonly heaving softballs off a skyscraper is actually a pretty good metaphor. Stepien's foremost flaw as a leader was misplaced trust, a disastrous pattern of delegation. He was the kind of guy who'd send a random ad salesman on a basketball scouting trip. This trait stood out from day one. Stepien's first major front office hire was Bill Musselman. Musselman had been away from the game for a bit. He got the gig thanks to a coordinated campaign with friends like baseball manager Billy Martin singing his praises. That did the trick, but not everyone was as dazzled as Stepien. Ohioans knew Musselman as the super intense former coach of the hated University of Minnesota. Specifically, he was the guy whose 1972 team delivered this deliberate-looking knee to a defenseless Ohio State player, sending him to the hospital and instigating a huge brawl. So, not the most popular guy locally. People remembered the fight and they blamed Bill Musselman. But now it was Musselman's job to help build a decent roster for Cavs head coach Stan Albeck. Oh, interesting. Sensing too, Coach Stan Albeck broke contract and fled for a job with the Spurs. To Musselman's delight, Stepien was like, okay, I guess you're coach. For a general manager, Stepien settled on Don Delaney. Delaney's most recent relevant experience was as the coach of Stepien's softball team. Over just a few months, this brain trust would perform an astounding demolition. Thanks to trades, the 80-81 Cavs bore little resemblance to the team Stepien inherited. Before the season began, out went Foots Walker. Cleveland ditched their starting point guard and best passer, notably in exchange for a white player, Roger Fegler. Foots was delighted to be free from Stepien. The day after that trade, out went Campy Russell, Cleveland's top scorers. Russell had gone on the record about Stepien's racism. He'd also drawn Musselman's ire already for no discernible reason. Russell, too, was glad to be gone. He could tell Cleveland was headed for coming out. The guys Cleveland got back in trades, guys who had no say in becoming Cavaliers, didn't have the juice to turn things around. And the regular season only brought more trades. Out went big man Dave Robish. Robish had just signed a contract extension during the Stepien takeover, but didn't exactly hit it off with Musselman. Cleveland traded Robish for a package centered around Kim Hughes, one of the worst shooters in the NBA, a guy whose main contribution to the Cavs was painting his dick green on St. Patrick's Day. While their teammates vanished, the poor souls stuck in Cleveland, both new and old, grew mutinous. Musselman drew their ire with stuff like wildly allocating playing time, and he made players wait around for practice to start while he finished racquetball games. But for this fan base, the short-term strife and roster damage weren't the worst of it. Remember, bad teams should not trade draft picks. They need those picks to add talent. Well, despite losing, despite already missing some future selections, Stepien's crew continued the trend of dumping picks. One team in particular reaped the benefits of Cleveland's complacency. The NBA expanded to include the Dallas Mavericks in the early 1980s. The Mavs actually snagged Austin Carr when Cleveland left him unprotected during the 1980 ownership change. Kind of an unceremonious farewell for the team's first start.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call or click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Carr joined the typical motley roster of an expansion team, but it didn't stay that way for long. In September 1980, the Cavs traded their 1984 first-rounder to the Mavericks. A month later, they sent this package to the Mavs. Bill Robinson, who they'd just acquired for Campy Russell, plus 2 future first-round picks in 83 and 86. Dallas coach Dick Motta once said he was afraid to take much for fear he'd miss a call from the Cavs, and he got them on the horn one more time that season. In February, the Mavs completed their setup, acquiring Cleveland's 1985 first-rounder. Dallas went on to make the Western Conference Finals in 1988, just their 8th season in existence. These, in order of win shares, were the top 8 players in that 53-win team. here are the ones they acquired using Cleveland's draft picks earlier in the decade. Dallas set up most of an elite rotation in like 3 phone calls with Ted Stepien for us. Just to game this out because it's absurd, note that the Mavericks didn't even draft that well with Cleveland's picks. They could have had Clyde Drexler in '83. Sam Perkins was good, but not even close to the best player in the legendary '84 draft. Charles Barkley was the very next pick. Karl Malone was still on the board when the Mavs picked Detlef Schrempf in '85. We'll come back to that draft later. My point is, the Cleveland Cavaliers could have added any of these exciting '80s rookies if Stepien hadn't already surrendered their rights to Dallas. And the guys Cleveland got in return, aside from maybe Jeff Houston, didn't amount to much with the Cavaliers. Some of them didn't even have a chance. The most baffling example was that of Jerome Whitehead, acquired in the October 1980 deal that cost Cleveland 2 future first-rounders. The Cavs released Whitehead 18 days after that trade, straight up cut him for nothing, after sacrificing a huge part of their future for the company. These transactions alarmed the NBA so much that the league stepped in and required all Cavalier trades get approval from above. They do not normally do that. Meanwhile, the team lost. They lost games, they lost wins. Just 5 years after their miracle playoff run, the Cavs were plummeting, far removed from title aspirations. Critics piled on with good reason. Feeling victimized, Stepien lashed out. Tired of the brutal honesty, Stepien drove beloved announcer Joe Tate away from the team and actually sued local radio station 3WE. He even physically attacked reporters. To be fair, I can see why his feelings were hurt. And Stepien encountered plenty of enemies outside of the league. Almost from the start, he threatened the whole city by insinuating he might move the team. And as losses mounted, Stepien passed off blame. He fired the PR guy. He removed Bill Musselman as coach, reassigned him to the front office, and replaced him with Don Delaney, the softball guy, someone who only ever coached basketball at the junior college level. Cleveland did have some bright spots on the court in '81. All-star Mike Mitchell, decent wings of different ages in Fegley and Randy Smith, improving power forward Kendall Carr. A rookie by the name of Bill Laimbeer broke out as a strong rebounder after other big guys departed. Within the next year, Stepien and Musselman would get rid of every person I just named. All of them. But 1981 brought changes to NBA labor relations. The Players Association had fought for and won a bit more control over where they worked. In the aftermath of a landmark court settlement, certain players could sign offer sheets with teams other than their own. If your old team wouldn't match the contract offer you got, they would have to let you walk. Today, we would call this restricted free agency. Now that some players could exercise some modicum of choice, Stepien wanted them to choose the Cavs. He was all over those offer sheets, cost me damned. After all, this was a guy who idolized George Steinbrenner, by this point famous for spending big to build the mighty New York Yankees. Stepien offered free agent Otis Birdsong $1 million a year, plus bonuses, the type of contract reserved at the time for the best of the best. Birdsong had already rejected Cleveland several times, but Stepien just kept pushing his number higher until it was undeniable. Cleveland's Birdsong offer actually got matched, but it jolted the whole market. Other owners were compelled to pony up unprecedented money to retain stars. They grumbled about whether the guy who set the bar so high could actually afford these pricey offers. The Cavs' biggest of several successful free agency signings was James Edwards, a pretty good forward who described Cleveland with the zeal of someone paid like a superstar to move in. With new blood and mounting payroll, the 81-82 Cavs sucked. The so-called Cleveland Cadavers went 15-67, matching the failure of their first ever season as a franchise. It's really something scouted and acquired says you don't know basketball. But Stepien wasn't going to take the blame. He spent the season blazing through coaches. Stepien fired his pal Delaney after 15 games, but kept him on his GM. Loyal guy. After 3 games of interim Bob Kloppenberg and a no thank you from Huey Brown, Stepien brought in a new hire, Philadelphia assistant Chuck Daly. Daly arrived eager to make something work, but in the near term, the Cavs kept losing. Players insisted it wasn't Daly's fault. Their roster just didn't make sense, but Stepien wasn't hearing it. He fired Coach Daly before the newcomer could even move into a home. Aborting a career stint, Daly would later dub my 93 days at the Richfield Holiday Inn. Stepien replaced Daly with Bill fucking Musselman, charming and popular as ever. Musselman bemoaned the roster he had helped build, and later got accused by coworkers of threatening to fire them, harassing them with creepy phone calls, and spying. On the night Cleveland's had their worst ever record, Ted Stepien was a reporter out of the Coliseum, then held a champagne party in the locker room. Players felt humiliated. Stepien said losing was their fault anyway. The players were all doing drugs. They were like, oh man, we just did a very bad job building this team. Cleveland entered the 1982 offseason owning a rare draft pick they acquired by trading Lambeer. And they burned the pick on John Bagley, a player ranked so much lower by other teams that they thought the selection was a prank, a draft goof. A new Cleveland GM said his employer had made historically bad deals. A new coach said it would be tough for the Cavs to improve with no draft picks until 2003. Funny choice of year. Fans, meanwhile, had reason to believe the Cleveland Cavaliers wouldn't even exist in 2003. Stepien's earlier threats of relocating festered. He flirted publicly with the idea of moving the Cavs or selling them to someone not local. Entering 1983, Stepien had numerous potential new owners lined up, including Don King. Yes, that Don King. Clevelanders prayed for a local buyer, the obvious pick being the Gunn family, owners of the Richfield Coliseum. But selling out of Cleveland seemed likeliest. Stepien spoke on a Canadian radio show about a buyer in Toronto. Pete Franklin, a talk radio guy Stepien once sued, phoned into that show to call Stepien a dumb dumb. While the Toronto possibility loomed, other deals fell apart amid Stepien's hasty attempts to undo folly and recoup money. Stepien offloaded his signature free agent signing for cash, just so he could make payroll. Years later, James Edwards became a member of the Detroit Pistons, where he won 2 NBA championships with a couple former Cavs. Future Hall of Fame coach Chuck Daly, and all-star forward Bill Lambier. Detroit actually got Dennis Rodman with the Cavaliers pick too. Anyway, back in March of '83, the Cavs roster once again slumps to a 59-loss season, despite the best efforts of new star World War III. And the Cavs franchise was all but gone overnight. The deal was publicly regarded as done. Stepien had new branding and everything. From the ashes of the Cavaliers, the Toronto Towers were nearly gone. Fans were irate. They wanted the owner gone, not Cleveland's only NBA franchise ever. Yeah, attendance was down, but that's because people refused to pay professional prices for Stepien's amateur product. From Boston, former Miracle Cavs coach Bill Fitch pleaded for an alternative. Cleveland had damn good fans who deserved better. But Stepien was not budging for the truth. Nothing was going to change his mind. The Cleveland Cavaliers were dead. Victim of homicide by Ted Stepien. And yet, here we are in 2016. The Cleveland Cavaliers exist. Moments ago, Kyrie Irving stared down a chance to play hero in the last minute of a finals game 7. He isolated, rocked the ball back and forth into his right hand, pulled up, and...
Irving puts it up. Let's go! Kyrie Irving from downtown! And the Cavaliers by 3!
One of the Steppians traded for a top draft. They valued the opportunity to choose. But still plenty of game left. Back came the Warriors. Stephen Curry drove a dangerous switch against Cavs big man Kevin Love. We should examine how these guys got here. Doing so will help us unwind the path the lowly Toronto-bound Cavaliers of the 1980s took to reach here. Before we watch this moment in history, we'll need to rewind a whole lot more.
Yes, Emma, how do you stay so cool under pressure?
It's my secret.
Well, what is it?
It's Talenti. Talenti, raise the jar.
This game is not for fair weather fans. It's for the ones weathering it all. The ones that know the heat of Sundays can sometimes make your blood boil. When the mercury drops, that's when heroes rise. For all weather, not fair weather. The new era NFL Sidelines series. The official cap of the NFL Sidelines.
When you talk about dynasties in the NBA, most bring up the Boston Celtics in the 50s and 60s, the Showtime Lakers of the 80s, or the mighty Chicago Bulls of the 90s. Few bring up San Antonio, where the Spurs captured 5 titles between 1999 and 2014. To say they were consistent would be a massive understatement, as shown by their 22 straight playoff appearances from 1998 to 2019. Along the way, they established a blueprint for success and a culture of winning that teams today are constantly trying to emulate. This is the story behind Duncan, Robinson, Manu, Tony, and of course, Pop. The San Antonio Spurs dynasty. San Antonio has always been synonymous with winning. Since the NBA and ABA merger in 1976, the Spurs have only missed the playoffs in 6 seasons, and each era of Spurs basketball has built on top of the other. From 76 to 85, George the Iceman Gervin led the Spurs to 2 conference final trips before falling to the eventual champion Lakers. Just an FYI, the Lakers show up a lot in this story. After trading Gervin to the Bulls in the summer of '85, the Spurs had some difficult years, including posting losing records in consecutive seasons, which other franchises might view as routine, but it earned them the #1 overall pick in the 1987 draft, where they selected the Admiral David Robinson from the United States Naval Academy.
The San Antonio Spurs select David Robinson from Navy.
The Spurs then hired legendary Kansas coach Larry Brown in 1989, who brought along with him one of his assistant coaches from Kansas, a former captain in the U.S. Armed Forces, Greg Popovich. A new era of Spurs basketball was just around the corner. Robinson's tenure as the Lone Star in San Antonio was successful, but also frustrating. He unanimously won Rookie of the Year in 1990 and won MVP in 1995, but ultimately the Spurs never made the NBA Finals. There were many factors as to why Robinson's Spurs never reached the summit. Robinson's health was one of them, but they had yet to establish their now trademark cultural consistency. changing coaches 4 times between 1990 and 1996. Ownership also changed hands in 1993. That all changed when Popovich, then the acting GM, appointed himself head coach just 18 games into the 96-97 season. A move that was scrutinized by the media, who thought Pop's ego was taking over, and he didn't exactly knock it out of the park. Robinson had suffered a back injury in preseason, which kept him out for a month, only for him to return for 6 games before breaking his foot and being ruled out for the rest of the season. The Spurs finished 20-62, the worst record in franchise history. But just like
Ezekiel was sitting there yesterday in shorts, and I'm like, you cold?
San Antonio Spurs
No.
picked first in the 1987.
You gotta look at me when I'm doing. No.
They would do the same in
Is it you cold?
1997. And this time,
No.
they would change the
Like, your ass is shaking. No, I'm not cold. Yeah.
Landing the number 1 overall pick in the 97 draft, the Spurs selected Wake Forest product and consensus All-American Tim Duncan. Popovich knew what the Spurs had while watching Duncan in summer league, saying if I try to coach this guy, the only thing I can do is screw him up. Side note, Duncan was seriously considering pursuing swimming instead of basketball at some point, so this was an alternate universe where the big fundamental became the next Michael Phelps instead of the greatest power forward of all time. Anyways, Duncan was
So I
as
put the
good as
bread on the
advertised.
counter.
He won Rookie of the
Them
Year,
motherfucking
averaging
mice ate
21
through
points and
both
11
loaves of
rebounds
bread.
alongside Robinson, and the two became
In the
known
grocery,
as
and it was in the
Twin
grocery
Towers.
bag, so
The 99 lockout
what
for
the
the
fuck?
season,
I'm like,
the Spurs led by
someone's
the
like,
two tower
take this shit out, turn it over.
won an NBA
So I
best
don't do both
37
breads.
games. The team was just
I
as
was just like, let
dominant
me
in the
just
Western
put it up here
Conference
and turn it
playoffs,
over.
steamrolling through teams and giving us one of the craziest game winners of all time to advance to the franchise's first NBA Finals.
Into Sean Elliott. He fires the three.
Then there's these pellet things that
To no one's surprise, the Spurs
Nana
demolished
Ball,
the
they
New
strong
York
as
Knicks in
shit,
5 games,
but
to
it's
earn the
also
franchise's
like
first NBA champion.
it's rat
The
poisoning,
second-year player
but
Duncan
mice
was
like
the
them too when
Finals
it's stronger. It tells
You'd think that would
humans
be
not to
cause
even
for
touch
some
it. Like when you
serious
put it down, it tells you to
celebration
wear gloves to put it
Nope.
down.
The Spurs spent the plane
And I
ride back
sprinkle
to
that
San
shit by the
Antonio
door
playing
and the
StarCraft on
corners
their
and shit. I'm
laptops.
like, you
A
motherfuckers,
knee
get
injury
out.
to Duncan at the tail end of the 99-2000 season prevented the Spurs from repeating, which was a missed opportunity.
Put it on the
Because
porch.
in the coming years, they butt heads with the
Motherfuckers
Melo
gotta go.
dynasty. Remember when I said the Lakers would be a big part of the story? Well, this is where the rivalry begins. While Duncan was earning his reputation as one of the game's best big men, there was another towering force, an immovable object who just won his first championship, Shaquille O'Neal. O'Neal and Robinson had their own rivalry.
I made
earned
Anthony clean that shit up yesterday.
The two had battled it out for the 1994
I made
scoring
Anthony
title
clean that shit
before
up.
Robinson.
He was like, it was a mouse in there.
A 71-point showing on the last day of the season. But by 2000,
It was a mouse,
Robinson was inching
and Niles in
closer to
their
the
room,
end
it
of
was
his
a mouse
career.
at the bottom. I was like, you didn't see this
Duncan
fucking mouse
to take
at
on
the bottom of the
task
stairs
Shaq's
downstairs,
nemesis.
just sitting. I'm
Duncan
like,
and Shaq represented two very different sides of basketball culture.
Then,
Shaq was flashy, braggadocious.
wherever he seen that one in the
He
kitchen.
starred in movies. Whereas Duncan dressed like this and didn't really care for the noise or outside attention. Most may not recall that Duncan was potentially going to leave the Spurs in the summer of 2000 to sign with Shaq's former team, the Orlando Magic, but ended up re-signing with the Spurs because Magic head coach Doc Rivers wouldn't let players families onto the team.
Did you get it?
Someone in Tim's entourage that went past Doc and significant others traveling on the plane. And Doc said,
Are you gonna make it through the rest of the show, Tracy? You're gonna.
oh, I really don't like it.
Shaq and Duncan's on-court duels turned out to be somewhat lopsided to start. In 2001, it was Shaq who swept Duncan and the Spurs on the way to back-to-back titles for the Lakers. In 2002, Duncan
Shut the
won his
fuck
first
up. I
MVP
told them to
trophy
feed
during
you,
the regular
mutt.
season, but Shaq bested Duncan again, this time in 5 games, despite Duncan scoring 34 points and grabbing 24 rebounds in Game 5. In that summer, the Spurs front office, led by GM R.C. Buford, went to work to ensure that they would be ready for the next Lakers-Spurs battle. They signed Steven Jackson and traded for Steve Kerr again to add even more shooting to a team that already had Bruce Bowen and Steve Smith. And more importantly, 2 of their young prospects, second-year French star Tony Parker, drafted in 2001, assumed the role of starting point guard. Alongside him in the backcourt, 57th overall pick in the 1999 draft.
He could have fed her, you could have fed her. What's the big deal now?
The previous 3 seasons, playing professionally.
There's something
the
on
Spurs
my
won
fucking thing in this
60
middle
games in the 2002-2003 season with that revamped roster, owning the best record in the West. Duncan took home his second straight NBA trophy, and Popovich won his first Coach of the Year award. The Spurs slayed their playoff demons, defeating the Lakers in 6 games in the West Semis, with Duncan outdueling Shaq with 37 points, 16 rebounds, and 2 blocks in Game 6. In their second NBA
Yes,
Finals
y'all need y'all own
season,
fucking room today.
defeated
Y'all
Jason
get
Kidd's
my nerves
New
this
Jersey Nets
shit.
in 6 games to win their
Hey!
NBA title. Duncan once again took home Finals MVP with a ridiculous stat line of 24 points, 17 rebounds, 5 assists, and 5 blocks per game.
And they're fighting
For
why?
Duncan,
Because
Ginobili
one of them
and
don't
Carter
want to
now
do the other
leading
thing.
charge.
But you
It's
ain't big
time
enough to
say
take the dog
goodbye
outside. So
to
your
that.
ass really fuck back to
We get a chance to say goodbye to tonight. David Robinson.
DPO, feed her and give her water, and would you take her outside and make sure she's
With
being
Robinson
pooped
retired, San
outside and you
Antonio
can
had a
upload.
huge void in the locker room that was built on stability and
Anthony
continuity.
up yet?
They struggled through the 2003-2004 season, and despite being up 2-0 to the Lakers in the second round, lost 4 straight games to Shaq, Kobe, and Derek Fisher?
Here they go.
It didn't take long for the Spurs to regain their footing, though. The key to Popovich's success was getting full buy-in from his players, no matter what role they would play.
Look, let me tell you something. Shut up yelling. She can go outside before she eats, Edward, because she ain't been outside all night. So take her outside.
Thanks to a revamped roster that replaced Robinson with Rasha Nesterovich and Nazir Muhammad, and Jackson with Brett Barry and Robert Horry. They finished the season 59-23, despite Duncan suffering an ankle injury towards the tail end of the season, and lost just 4 games on their way to another NBA Finals berth. But they faced the defending champion Detroit Pistons. This was probably the Spurs' hardest finals matchup to date. Games 1 and 2 were dominated by Ginobili as the Spurs took a 2-0 lead, but the Pistons blew out San Antonio in games 3 and 4. Then, in a decisive Game 5 in Detroit, Robert Horry lived up to his big shot on. Despite losing in Game 6, the Spurs managed to close out the series in 7 games and win their 3rd title in 7 years. Duncan was once again named Finals MVP, becoming just the 4th player in NBA history to win the award 3 times. The 05-06 season saw the Spurs come out the gate flying, winning 16 of their first 19 games and finishing the season with a franchise-best 63 wins. But they lost to the Mavericks in a well-fought 7-game series in the West Semis. The very next year, the playoffs would provide them arguably their biggest test. While the Spurs' continuity and consistency kept them in contention year in, year out, nobody was prepared for the seismic change the 06-07 Phoenix Suns, led by Steve Nash and coach Mike D'Antoni, were about to unleash with their 7 seconds or less offense. It was the antithesis of the Spurs' slow-paced, half-court style offense, which made for an epic clash of contrasting styles. The Spurs and Suns ultimately clashed in round 2 of the playoffs, where controversy ensued. The incident resulted in Horry being suspended for 2 games, but Suns players Amari Stoudemire and Boris Diaw were both handed controversial suspensions for a pivotal Game 5 for leaving the bench. The Spurs went on to win the series in 6 games, dismantle the Utah Jazz in the conference finals in 5 games, and sweep LeBron James' Cleveland Cavaliers in the NBA Finals. This time, it wasn't Duncan who took home Finals MVP. It was the Spurs' all-star point guard who became the first European-born player to win the award, averaging 25 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists on better than 56% shooting from the field. And just like that, the Spurs have won 4 NBA titles in the span of 8 seasons. But they were all getting older. How much longer could they sustainably win? By 2008, the Spurs core had begun to show signs of aging. Don't get me wrong, they were still winning often in the regular season. They even won 61 games in the 2010-2011 season, but but an injury to Ginobili in the final game of the season contributed to a first-round playoff exit at the hand of the 8-seeded Grizzlies. For as good as the Spurs trio was, Ginobili and Duncan, who were now in their 30s, couldn't handle the loads they once could. The sporting cast was also past their prime. Horry, Barry, Owen, and Finley were all in their late 30s. A youth movement was necessary for San Antonio, and Buford went to work. Popovich began giving more minutes to young talents like Danny Green, Gary Neal, and Tiago Splitter. They also added Diaw and rookie Patty Mills to the mix as well. And in the summer of 2011, the Spurs made one of the shrewdest trades in league history, though there's no way they could have known how good it would ultimately turn out. George Hill was traded to the Pacers for the 15th overall pick in the 2011 draft, which became Kawhi Leonard.
The Indiana Pacers select Kawhi Leonard from San Diego State University.
The team also changed how they played from an on-court perspective. Parker had become the focal point, with the team constructed to better suit his fast style of play. There was, however, trade speculation at the time involving Parker as a result of the locker room drama involving a teammate and a rumored love affair. Despite that, the 2011-2012 Spurs finished tied for the best record in the NBA in the lockout short season. Popovich won his second Coach of the Year award. Parker finished 5th in MVP voting. The Spurs swept their way to their first conference finals since 2008. They lost in the conference finals, however, to the Thunder despite being up 2-0. A year later in 2013, they returned to a familiar place, the NBA Finals, against a familiar foe, LeBron James. This time, however, with James as a member of the Miami Heat and coming off an MVP season. The finals were tightly contested. A back-and-forth affair came down to a pivotal Game 6 in Miami with the Spurs up 3-2. San Antonio was up 5 points with just 28 seconds left to go. They had already brought out the Larry O'Brien trophy to present to the Spurs for their 5th championship in 15 seasons in front of the Miami crowd. And then, one of the craziest moments in NBA history.
James catches, puts in the three. Won't go. Rebound Bosh. Back out to Allen. His three-pointer. Tie game with 5 seconds remaining. Spurs do not have a timeout.
The Heat miraculously staved off elimination, went on to win Game 7 in San Antonio to become back-to-back champs. After the finals, Popovich was criticized for his decision to sub out Duncan for the final seconds of Game 6, with many saying that Bosh wouldn't have gotten the rebound. Popovich and the Spurs would answer those criticisms the following season, winning a league-best 62 games, landing Pop his 3rd Coach of the Year award. The 2014 Spurs are synonymous with some of the most beautiful basketball ever played. An unselfish, offense-by-committee approach that was hard to stop on any given night. The third-year forward, Leonard, was beginning to come into his own, especially as a defensive stopper. And that would prove important when the Spurs returned to the finals against the same Heat team. And this time, it wasn't all that close. The Spurs dominated to beat the Heat in 5 games, with Leonard leading the way and imposing his will on James defensively. He became the 3rd youngest player to win Finals MVP behind Magic Johnson and his own teammate Duncan. The Spurs trophy case had grown to 5 championships in the span of 16 seasons. San Antonio hasn't reached the NBA Finals since, but it wasn't a dramatic drop-off. They won a franchise-best 67 games in 2015-2016 with the emergence of Leonard and the acquisition of all-star forward LaMarcus Aldridge in the offseason. Duncan retired in the summer of 2016 as one of the greatest players of all time. Ginobili retired 2 years after that, and Parker opted to sign with the Charlotte Hornets as the team began to rebuild around Leonard and Aldridge. As it turns out, Leonard also wasn't long for San Antonio. The team won 61 games in the 2018 season, but was derailed by a Kawhi injury in Game 1 of the West Finals. As a result of the injury, communication began to break down between Leonard and the Spurs organization. In a blockbuster move, a disgruntled Leonard was traded to the Raptors in the summer of 2018 in exchange for DeMar DeRozan, Jakob Poeltl, and a future first-round pick. Leonard ended up leading the Raptors to a championship in his one and only season there. Just like that, the Spurs dynasty was over. But the legacy lives on. Duncan is widely accepted as the greatest power forward in NBA history. Robinson is also in the Hall of Fame. Pop will join them, as should Ginobili and Parker. No 3 teammates have ever won more playoff games than Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker. 5 NBA championships between 1999 to 2014, and 22 straight playoff appearances from 98 to 2019. And the Popovich coaching tree now extends its excellence throughout the league. including Bucks championship coach Mike Budenholzer, Warriors championship coach Steve Kerr, Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder, Grizzlies head coach Taylor Jenkins, Celtics head coach Ime Udoka, Hornets head coach James Borrego, among many others. The Spurs way is something that many organizations have tried to replicate, but it is rarely as successful. When asked why their recipe worked, Popovich gave this simple yet insightful answer. I think our success over the years is in large part due to continuity, he says. Synergy between ownership and management and coaches is rare because in most organizations, there's always friction of one sort or another. In a sport that so often seems to focus on the individual, the superstar, the super team, the Spurs instead focus on cohesion from the bottom all the way to the top of the organization. Will we ever see anything like it again?
Thanks for watching. If you like this video and want to see more content like this, hit that subscribe button.
I would say one of the biggest disappointments in my life has been not being able to make the big go together. Nobody likes going to those big locations.
The late season players' strike upends Major League Baseball, leading to the cancellation of the World Series for the first time in 9 years. Nirvana frontman Kurt Cobain's death by suicide rocks the music world, and the NBA, with its global popularity skyrocketing, doubles down on its recent decision to expand into Canada. That April, less than 7 months after granting an expansion franchise to Toronto, the NBA's board of governors agreed to award a team to Vancouver, British Columbia, with both teams slated to be in play for the 1995-96 season.
It's a great day for Basketball Canada as an organization in that we're bringing two very key members of the basketball community into the organization as contributing members.
Toronto made sense. It's the biggest city in Canada, the country's cultural and financial center, and home to the NHL's most visible franchise and a Major League Baseball team that was fresh off consecutive World Series titles. Plus, Toronto was a basketball town back in the day. The short-lived Toronto Huskies were one of the original franchises in the Basketball Association of America, which was a forerunner to the NBA. It figured that pro basketball would eventually return to Toronto. But Vancouver? Different story. Vancouver is by no means a small town. It has over 500,000 people, and it actually boasts the fourth highest population density of any city in North America. But by NBA standards, it was a small market. A small market with no real basketball tradition or affinity either. Vancouver loves its hockey, and British Columbia is a big baseball province generally, but basketball? Not really a thing there. However, Vancouver had two things that made it extremely attractive to the NBA. A willingness to fork over a $125 million expansion fee and a brand new arena. See, when the NBA agreed to grant a franchise to Vancouver, the team's original owner, Arthur Griffiths, already had plans in place to have a new arena built for his hockey team, the Vancouver Canucks. And this new 20,000-seat arena in downtown Vancouver, which would eventually be called General Motors Place, ultimately became a multi-purpose facility that Griffiths used to house both of his franchises, the Canucks and the Vancouver Grizzlies, a nickname that was finalized in the summer of '95. Were it not for the objections of the Canadian Royal Mounted Police, by the way, the team would have been called the Mounties. Instead, however, they shows a nod to the majestic and ferocious bear that roams the Pacific Northwest. So who was put in charge of stewarding and shaping these Grizzlies? That was put on the shoulders of Stu Jackson, the former New York Knicks head coach who had spent the previous few years on the sidelines at the University of Wisconsin. This, however, would be his first go at running a team. Jackson had no prior executive experience with the Grizzlies named him president and general manager.
By joining in Basketball Canada, there's a potential there to truly have a mutually beneficial relationship between all both organizations and basketball clubs.
And it was a decision that many in Vancouver would come to lament, with Jackson eventually coming to embody the Grizzlies' failures. But the truth is, the Grizzlies were never given a real chance to succeed, and their extremely brief, extremely inglorious run in the NBA is ultimately reflective of how many obstacles the league put in their way from day one. Naturally, the Grizzlies ended up with little more than scraps in the '95 expansion draft. The only All-Star taken in the entire draft was B.J. Armstrong. He went first overall for the Raptors, before refusing to report to Toronto and getting traded to Golden State. As for the biggest names the Grizzlies ended up with, Greg Anthony, a 34-year-old Byron Scott, a 30-year-old Blue Edwards, a 31-year-old Benoit Benjamin. That inaugural roster was not good. But that wasn't the problem. Expansion teams aren't supposed to be good. The problem was the barriers the NBA implemented to effectively stop the Grizzlies' growth. The 95 expansion, the NBA decided to make schools for its two new franchises. First and foremost, neither Toronto nor Vancouver would be given a top 5 pick in the '95 entry draft. And get this, neither team would be eligible to pick first overall in the '96, '97, or '98 NBA drafts, no matter how bad they were in their first few seasons. Why? Because the league's owners were salty that the Orlando Magic, who joined the league in '89, had written a string of first overall bonanzas to some very quick dominance. With the number 1 overall pick in '92, Orlando drafted Shaquille O'Neal. And with the number 1 overall pick in '93, the Magic selected Chris Webber, who they immediately dealt to Golden State for Penny Hardaway. By '93-'94, the Magic were a 50-win team in just their 5th season. The rest of the NBA didn't want to see the same thing happen with its new Canadian teams, so they hamstrung Toronto and Vancouver in a big way. But that wasn't all. On top of that, for their first couple seasons, the Grizzlies and Raptors were only allowed to spend a maximum of 2/3 of the league's salary cap. Seriously. So, just to summarize, for multiple years out of the gate, the Grizzlies weren't allowed to pick first overall in the NBA draft, and they were limited in how much they could offer free agents, many of whom were already reticent about coming to play in a rainy and remote Canadian city with a heavy tax rate. That's what the league set up to fail mostly. But Vancouver's basketball operations team didn't do themselves any favors either. Days after filling out the bulk of their roster via the expansion draft, the Grizzlies held the 6th overall pick in the '95 entry draft. Now, while the true difference makers were gone by the time they selected, including a teenage phenom named Kevin Garnett, who went 5th overall to Minnesota, the Grizzlies could have taken David Stoudemire, the eventual '95-'96 Rookie of the Year, and an integral piece in the Raptors' early years. Future All-Stars like Michael Finley and Theo Ratliff were also on the board. Instead, however, the Grizzlies ended up taking Ryan Reeves, a.k.a. Big Country, a bruising 7-foot center out of Oklahoma State.
Stu, you said you wanted a big man, and you got one with a lot of beat.
Yeah, we got one of the biggest. Obviously, we're extremely excited to get Big Country in our fold, and he's a guy that we feel will really endure the NBA season. He's got an excellent offensive game, great size, which is at a premium in this league, and he plays bigger in the bigger games.
He too would eventually help to embody the Grizzlies' failures. At the time, though, both in the Grizzlies front office and throughout Vancouver, anticipation abounded. They had their team, they had their brand new arena, they were ready to make NBA basketball thrive in Van City. Only it never did. Look, as excited as Vancouver was, everybody knew that the '95-'96 campaign wasn't going to be a banner year for the Grizzlies, whose championship odds for their inaugural season were plus 75,000. Still, nobody could have anticipated just how dreadful that first season would be, especially considering that it started on an incredible and unexpected high note. In their first ever regular season game, on the road in Portland, the Grizzlies were winners, riding a strong fourth quarter and a 29-point double-double for Benjamin to a 92-80 victory. And 2 days later, the first game at General Motors Place, the Grizzlies introduced themselves to their home fans in storybook fashion.
Good night, good night.
Hey guys, go out home, we got a nice big crowd here. Let's have
got real important. Following their improbable 2-0 start, the Grizzlies didn't win their next game until mid-December, slogging through a stretch of 19 consecutive losses. But here's the craziest part. That wasn't even their longest losing streak of the season. From mid-February through early April, Vancouver suffered 23 straight losses, an NBA record at the time. This team wasn't just bad, they were atrocious. And by season's end, those initial highs were a distant memory. All told, the Grizzlies won just 15 games in 95-96, finishing with the worst record in the NBA and 6 fewer wins than the Raptors. Now, while there was no facet of the game in which this ragtag bunch excelled, their offense was historically elite. The inaugural Grizzlies were the first team in more than 40 years to average less than 90 points per game. Now, for his part, Reeves, the team's most important building block, turned in solid numbers as a rookie, averaging more than 13 points and 7 rebounds per game. It was abundantly clear, though, that at the NBA level, mid-country was more of a contributor than a star. This was the kind of team, in other words, that desperately needed a first overall pick, a franchise cornerstone player to build with. And by right, having managed the worst record in the league, the Grizzlies should have had the best odds at winning the lottery for the 96 entry. Except, as I mentioned, they weren't allowed to win the lottery. Instead, Vancouver ended up with the good overall pick, after the 76ers and the Raptors, and watched the draft's consensus top player, a phenom out of Georgetown named Allen left for Heisler. He decided on Memphis, and in the summer of 2001, the NBA unanimously approved the Grizzlies' move to Tennessee, marking the league's first relocation since the Kings moved from KC to Sacramento in 1985.
I would say one of the biggest disappointments in my life has been not being able to make the thing go to Canada.
The Memphis Grizzlies would begin play at the start of the 2001-2002 campaign. Incidentally, ahead of their fresh start in Memphis, the Grizzlies effectively blew up their roster, trading away Abdur-Rahim, the franchise's all-time leader in points and rebounds, and Biggie, the franchise's all-time leader in assists. In exchange for Abdur-Rahim, the Grizzlies acquired the rights to Atlanta's third overall pick in the 2001 draft, a 21-year-old Spaniard named Pau Gasol. Just like that, though, as quickly as they had arrived, the Vancouver Grizzlies were gone. And while their time in the NBA was extremely brief, their incredible ineptitude makes them impossible to forget. In 6 seasons in Vancouver, the Grizzlies compiled a record of 101 and 359. Their high water mark for wins in a season was 23. Only once did they finish higher than last place in their division, and they put together the league's worst record 3 times. At no point were they anything but terrible. However, with the benefit of hindsight, it's undeniable that this team was destined to fail. Sure, mismanagement played a part, and Vancouver's draft record was particularly abysmal, but the NBA simply placed too many structural barriers for the Grizzlies to overcome. As a pro basketball team in a remote Canadian city, the Grizzlies were already facing an uphill battle, yet the NBA still went out of its way to make life harder on them. But in spite of the Grizzlies' newfound struggles, their 6-year run left an indelible mark on Vancouver, and ultimately upturned the hockey haven into a basketball town. Today, more than 20 years removed from the Grizzlies' last game in Vancouver, the city still longs for NBA basketball. A 2024 poll showed that 3 in 5 BC residents were very much in favor of Vancouver getting an NBA team back, and NBA Commissioner Adam Silver acknowledged the city's ongoing interest back in 2023. Maybe, one day, Vancouver will get another shot at an NBA franchise, and hopefully, the second time around, they'll get a fairer shake.
So it's late May, and that means that the NBA Finals are a little less than 1 week away. So the Lob City Clippers would probably already be at home for about 2 weeks at this point.
Video paused. Continue watching.
have been hard on the Clippers in the past, but I mean this with all.
Say that to say this. He got ambushed, yo. Oh, I know that. He wasn't on his shit because he probably was in familiar surroundings.
Yo, what's up? This bruh man from the fifth floor, and you tuned in to Forgotten Kings TV.
Moments ago, Corey openly adds to the shocking murder of comedian Reggie Curl. That's right, y'all. Those who may not know.
This is actually my brother's neighborhood in South Minneapolis, so I parked at his house and talked to a bunch of his neighbors, and, you know, I think Say's already been reporting that, you know, the volume of gunfire was just tremendous. My brother's next door neighbor told me that, you know, she heard so much gunfire, she thought she wouldn't even call it in because it must be somebody roofing their house. And so we're actually at the south entrance to Annunciation Church here, and this is where they're actually letting family in their signs here, even makeshift signs that tell family to go back in there. We have seen, you know, dozens of people walk behind.
I can tell you that if this is what happened to this dude and it was real, this wouldn't be the story. It's in the wrong place. I've seen the pictures of the people that they claim were gang members. They're not gang members. And if they were going to carjack you, dog, they would have taken your fucking car. This is fucking, you want to talk psyop? This is a psyop. How the fuck are 10 dudes gonna fit in your car? Exactly, DJ. These people didn't grow up with fucking gangs. I'm tired of hearing people talk about gang activity that have no fucking idea.
More tariffs from President Trump is one of your top DC Daily headlines for August 27. Breaking over.
And popular lifestyle Tyson on will not be charged for that quiet news spread this happened last year was sparked by a PlayStation giveaway. So instead,
I am beyond, bro. Disappointing. Beyond, bro. Beyond disappointed that everybody who became something that day, bro.
From the king of the streaming world, breaking every record.
I think the moment was when my granddaughter came to visit me. We went out.
The billion-dollar empire. To a monster condemned by the entire internet, abandoned by millions of fans. What horrifying mistake did Kai Cenat make to lose everything in the blink of an eye? Imagine this, a young black man from the Bronx, armed with nothing but a radiant smile and a cheap webcam, who turned live streaming into a massive gold mine, dominating every platform from Twitch to YouTube. Then came Mafia-thon 2, a legendary event that blew up the internet with nearly 400,000 new subscribers, pouring in thousands of dollars every single second, and that was only the beginning. With 20 million followers, every stream became a wild global party, drawing in millions through massive donations, luxury brand deals, and blockbuster collaborations. At his peak, Kai wasn't just a streamer, he was a living idol, a golden touch that turned everything viral, leaving the whole world in awe. And then, that billion-dollar empire collapsed like a sandcastle in a storm. It all started with what seemed like a harmless fan giveaway, but it quickly turned into chaos in the heart of New York. The crowd spiraled out of control, violence broke out, screams echoed through the air, and police swarmed in with guns and handcuffs. The dark images flooded across social media. In an instant, the symbol of joy became a villain condemned by public outrage. But the downward spiral didn't stop there. His ambitious project, Streamer University, was exposed as a scam disguised with offensive pranks. Terrifying partners who pulled out, causing multi-million-dollar deals to crumble one after another. Rumors of e-botting spread like wildfire, and bitter feuds with fellow creators poured fuel on the flames, dividing the very community that once idolized him. Sub counts plummeted, donations dried up, and the brand once valued in billions began to collapse. At the top, Kai Cenat once held the heartbeat of the internet, but now he stands on the edge, forced to decide whether to turn the tide or watch everything be buried beneath the ashes of scandal. So, in the end, what dragged Kai Cenat from the heights of millionaire success to the depths of failure in just a matter of moments? Can he still salvage his crumbling empire, or is this a downfall beyond repair? And the untold secret behind his journey from glory to the abyss will be revealed right after this. Before everything collapsed, let's look back at Kai at the very peak of his career, where he ruled every platform, turned live streaming into a treasure chest, and left the world in awe of influence never seen before. Born in the Bronx, where the fast-paced rhythm of life and hip-hop culture soaked into every stream, Kai transformed confidence, improvisation, and on-camera charisma into a movement force. He wasn't just a streamer, he was a trendsetter, shaping the way young people interacted with the internet, becoming a bridge between community, entertainment, and contemporary culture. Every prank, every game, every live interaction became unforgettable, pulling viewers not just to watch, but to step into his world. That very influence elevated Kai from an ordinary streamer into a living legend, where every move would spread like wildfire, every smile would turn into an icon. With that same power and absolute control came one behavior, one wrong step, and everything would come crashing down into the abyss waiting by community speed. Everything slipped out of control, and the first spark came from what was meant to be a warm fan appreciation event. Kai announced a street giveaway as a friendly gesture, go out, fans hand out gifts, spread some joy. But the plan lacked proper security measures, no solid barriers, no clear entry routes, and an organizing team far too small for the eager crowd to gather. At first there were cheers, inflatable outfits, and music, but then the crowd swelled beyond control. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted from festive to chaotic. At first there were cheers, inflatable outfits, and music, but as more fans arrived, the crowd quickly became unmanageable, and the event was widely witnessed and reported, highlighting the challenges of managing such a large crowd.
Painful on their faces. I've seen I personally observed young people having panic attacks, anxiety attacks, asthma attacks, multiple
to be a warm gesture and now transformed into a symbol of failure. Reactions were divided. Some fans defended him, saying he just wanted to meet his supporters, while most observers pointed out the challenges of managing such a large crowd, describing the situation as poorly handled. This highlighted how Kai's focus on audience engagement can sometimes outweigh careful planning and safety. Media coverage quickly turned the incident into a major talking point, and brand partners began requesting explanations, with several contracts delayed or reconsidered to protect their reputations. Alongside the loss of sponsorships, Gabe reportedly came under government investigation, bringing legal costs and mounting legal pressure. As everything came under scrutiny, public trust began to erode. The reality was stark. The incident had sparked chaos in the square, traffic gridlock, piles of trash, severe pollution, property destruction was at the riot and injured. The fallout was not just financial. It fractured his team internally, cost him allies, and created distance from those who once stood by his side. From a single moment of chaos, the domino effect was set in motion, cracking the very foundation of his brand. As the pieces stacked upon each other, one truth became clear: this was not an accident, but a sign of a deeper systemic problem. While the aftermath of the Square incident was still unfolding, a new project intended to support young streamers ended up drawing significant attention, and not all of it possible. Streamer University, promoted by Kai as a genuine opportunity, quickly faced scrutiny. Kai and his team organized workshops, recruited participants, created PR content, and invited well-known figures to attract interest. On paper, it looked like a free trade program. In practice, the selection process raised questions. Some applicants felt overlooked, while others appeared to receive preferential treatment, prompting concerns about fairness. Certain challenges and pranks intended to entertain occasionally caused stress for participants, creating difficult moments during live streams. When Kai addressed these concerns on screen, he emphasized his intention to support the community and promised that adjustments would be made. While some viewers accepted this explanation, others remained skeptical, feeling the program didn't meet expectations. The community quickly split. Supporters framed it as a learning experience, noting that all major projects have room to improve, while critics questioned whether the program's design placed too much pressure on participants. Clips of the event spread widely online, sparking discussions about best practices for influencer-led projects. Ultimately, what began as an initiative to inspire and educate highlighted the challenges and responsibilities that come with influence. Was this simply a learning curve in testing new ideas, or a reminder that careful planning and oversight are essential in guiding young creators?
We don't really identify mental health as the energy that it deserves. And I think I can speak for a lot of men in my community or culture. You know, when you talk about mental health, it's always been associated or tied to weakness. It's always been aligned with something negative. But for me, mental health, as I grow into a man, a friend, a brother, has been something that you really have to give the awareness to it that it definitely deserves. I think healthy masculinity is awareness. Awareness to the degree when you are aware of your emotions, emotionally intelligent to you and others.
I think the biggest thing with men, when you're able to open up and use your words to articulate how you feel emotionally, I think that's healthy masculinity for me, is just being in control of you, and everything else will flourish from being disciplined and controlling your emotions and being controlling yourself as well.
How did you go from dad bod to ripped six-pack in just 4 weeks?
Military EMS technology. Think about like doing 54,000 crunches in 20 minutes.
This new Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It burns calories on autopilot by emulating 10,000 crunches in 10 minutes, melting belly fat without rigorous diets or lengthy workouts. It's called Tactical X-Abs, and it was created by a former Army officer and a bioengineer, Captain James Snipes. Its invention took the military by storm and became a game changer for the Special Forces, boosting their strength and endurance like never before. And now it's helping thousands of people around the world burn belly fat and get in shape quickly. The story began when James was badly injured during a critical mission in the Middle beast. After spending 3 months recovering in the hospital, he realized his body had weakened and he wouldn't have enough time to get back in shape for the next mission. That's when James remembered what he learned in the Army about using electric muscle stimulation and had a desperate idea. Using the EIMD phenomenon that powers all the muscle tissue growth in a human's body, he built a revolutionary device that uses military technology and an innovative type of stimulation to ignite rapid fat loss and explosive muscle gain. Having only 3 weeks left for the mission, he started using the device for 20 minutes per day to improve his core, arms, and legs muscles, and the results were incredible. Just after a few days, he began feeling stronger and started losing fat he gained when recovering in the hospital. After only 2 weeks of using the device, he was back in peak physical condition, and his muscles were visible like never before. When other soldiers saw the results he achieved, they all asked to try it themselves. Everyone who tried this muscle stimulator reported explosive muscle gain and peak in their strength performance. It was then that James realized the impact his invention could have, and quickly partnered with a group of investors. They perfected the device and prepared it for mass production. They named it Tactical X Ab Stimulator, and it's the most powerful tool for getting in shape ever made. It allows anyone to melt belly fat and build muscle fast, without spending hours at the gym or giving up their favorite foods. It works by sending gentle electric pulses to exercise the muscles and promote rapid muscle growth while burning belly fat at the same time. When your muscles receive the signal, they contract and flex, burning calories by replicating natural muscle contractions. It's like doing 10,000 crunches in 10 minutes, but from the comfort of your home, while watching TV, doing chores, or whatever you like. Just stick it on your belly, arms, and legs, and select one of the 10 intensity levels. For best results, use it for 10 minutes every day, slowly increasing the intensity. No matter your age or fitness level, this fully natural solution will allow you to safely shed pound after pound of belly fat and reveal that six-pack abs you've always dreamed of. Best of all, it saves you hundreds of dollars yearly on gym subscriptions and fitness equipment, not to mention hours of time you could spend with your family instead. James wants everyone to know about this new technology, so he's offering a 60% discount for the next 500 orders. But this has sent demand through the roof, so this amazing offer won't last long. Click the link on this video to order Tactical X from the official website. James is so confident in his product that he's offering a 30-day money-back guarantee with no questions asked. So, don't wait. The sooner you take action, the sooner you'll enjoy all the health benefits of a slim physique. Click the link to get yours with a 60% discount now.
You do not belong on my campus. I'm telling you. Hold on, let me talk. You do not belong on my campus.
Another blow struck directly at the core of Kai's power, and Principal colleagues began surfacing along with suspicions of peabodying and data manipulation. Sudden spikes in viewership, chats flooding in at people's feeds, yet follower counts not rising in proportion. These discrepancies led Influence watchers to ask the question, are those numbers even real? What did Kai say? He boldly denied it live on screen, insisting that his growth was organic and simply the result of being boosted by the Black News algorithm, arguing that during major events, big numbers are natural. The doubts only grew, fueled by chaotic scenes within the so-called campus, described as chaotic scenes during activities, which made the professional workshop appear disorganized. The Kai suddenly changed direction, leaving Fall Street with GC sitting silently and uttered a brief sentence. "I need to know what's going on." "I'm gonna go to the gym." What seemed like a harmless moment shattered trust. A highly anticipated collaboration suddenly became evidence of the full machinery of few chasing, where a real person was forgotten in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers. From the story of the ignored streamer, the situation quickly turned into a test of professional ethics. The rush to chase virality, the lack of patience, and ultimately the price paid was someone else's emotions. The audience questioned if even colleagues aren't respected, how can we trust promises to help the younger generation? And there the paradox emerged, a face celebrated for closeness created the most distant moment, forcing viewers to ask for this attention-driven industry. Is there still room for sincerity? Will everything vanish in the dazzling spotlight? Maybe only a haze that stings the eyes.
Style and substance in the GMC Sierra. Or get service at APR plus 2,000 trade assistance on select Sierra 1500 models when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
Kai's downfall was not a random accident, but an inevitable outcome of a system where attention became the sole measure of success. Algorithms and the market rewarded instant virality, forcing creators to take risks from dangerous stunts to careless treatment of others. Beneath the shocking moments lay a team without proper processes, lacking risk control, and turning unfair content.
Hey, what is up, fight fans? In today's video, we have got some shocking stories. The MMA world. Hey, what is up, fight fans? In today's video, we have got some shocking stories. The MMA world has exploded after the brutal beatdown of a veteran.
Yo, Rampage's son needs to go to prison. That is bad.
You are a dumb animal that does not belong in society.
And now people are calling for Rajah Jackson to be arrested. So let's take a look at what the MMA world has to say.
Yo, to be honest with y'all, bro, I don't see how he doesn't go to jail.
I pulled together some crazy reactions from people all over, and we've also got Habib's take on why Ilya Topuria has no chance against Arman Tsarukyan, plus Islam Makhachev's message to Caucasus fighters, and much more. So let's dive right in. Rampage Jackson's son was left in tears after finding out his UFC career is officially over before it even began. He wanted fame, well, now he's got it, but for all of the wrong reason.
My dad got bread. That's his bread. That's not mine. It's not my bread. He's rich. I'm not rich. That's why I want to get on brand rich, bro. I've been waiting, bro. You know, it's just been rough.
At first, fans thought it was just another staged hardcore match, but now it is clear this was real, and it has divided the community like never before. In the video, right before the slam, Psycho Stu is seen getting back to his feet, looking directly at Rajah and whispering something to the referee. For many, this looked like a signal, fueling speculation that the beatdown might have been planned. Others see it differently. To them, Rajah's violent outburst looked like premeditated assault, even attempted murder.
Me off, bro. It didn't even hurt. It just pissed me off. That shit pissed me off. And I'm gonna have to get him back. They said I can go to the ring and get it back. I don't even know what I'm gonna do.
Oh, my dad can't do shit.
I'm gonna fake crash out. Alright, bet. You about to see how fake of a crash shot I am.
What did you say? Someone said then you're a fake crash shot. He said I'm a fake crash shot. Bet. Again, you're gonna see escalation.
It's always been my dream to fuck up a pro wrestler for real. So I get it today. Am I really gonna fight him? Yeah, I'm gonna punch this that's for real. But I don't believe in me getting disrespected too. I'm too nice. That was not staged. I'm telling you that right now. How many subs to knock him out? That's a good question. 50 subs to knock him out. If he hits me back for real, I don't give a I want him to. Y'all want me to teabag him? People think this shit's sweet. People think it's a fucking game. Hey, you're right, Joel. I gotta show him some form of respect. Then they don't train no goddamn martial arts. I'm really going to hit him. I'm telling you. What should I do, Chad? Should I pick him up? Should I slam him first or hit him? W if I should slam him first. I'm not f***ing around. You don't think I can do it, Big? Miggy? Bet. My dad can't never call me that. Fuck this dude. Oh, you think he's stronger than me? Alright, Suave, watch. Shut up. Up, Suave. Why don't you be talking like this if he was in front of me? Chad, watch what I do to you. Tony, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you, Tony.
A few moments later.
I had some years where I didn't take very good care of myself. I didn't think health was all that important when I was young and invincible, I guess. I never imagined that by my mid-30s that I would be in such an awful state with my smile, but it just deteriorated rather quickly.
I think the biggest thing that's going to change for Jenna after this procedure is that she's going to have this huge weight off of her shoulders.
To have the opportunity to just be free of all that burden of worrying about my smile, what people think of me. It's hard to even conceptualize what it will be like to be able to express my joy freely without having to always consider my smile. It's been a far off, almost pipe dream for 10 years.
I feel like she'll have some more confidence, in herself, because she's the best person I know.
Are you ready to see your teeth? Here we go.
I'm so excited, but I have no idea what to expect other than, life's about to change in a really, really big way.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They look absolutely perfect, and she just was glowing. It just was such a game changer, and I think it will be for life for her.
The moment that I saw my new smile, I was kind of overwhelmed with gratitude and with a lot of relief. My world and my imagination was very, very small because I wouldn't allow myself to even fantasize about the life that I'm living today because it seemed so far off and so impossible. It just touches me to really watch your own dreams come true, from coming from a place where you weren't even able to dream of really much of anything, is pretty profound. It's still sometimes really surreal, to be honest. There's still a lot of times where I brush my teeth and I look in the mirror and I'm just like, I can't believe that this happened to me. It's so deeply different and wonderful compared to the daily life that I was living and the way that I felt about myself. But I'm getting used to it and I love it.
Are you dealing with the after effects of the doctor's mistake? You trusted your doctor. You followed their advice. And now you're dealing with consequences that could have been prevented. Maybe they missed something obvious on your test results. Maybe they rushed through a procedure and left you with permanent damage. Or maybe they made a fatal mistake and caused the death of a loved one. If you've suffered harm due to medical negligence, whether it's a misdiagnosis, surgical error, wrongful death, or failure to treat, you could be entitled to significant compensation for your pain, suffering, and medical bills. And it doesn't matter if this happened months or even years ago. If you're still dealing with the effects of their mistake, ongoing pain, additional surgeries, or financial hardship, this applies to you. Click the link around this video to take a free 30-second quiz, and based on your answers, you'll discover if you have a medical malpractice case and speak with a local attorney who specializes in cases just like yours. We've helped thousands of patients who are in the exact same situation, hurt by the very people who were supposed to help them, and unsure of what to do next. Take Lauren, for example. She went in for back surgery hoping to alleviate her pain, but during the procedure, the doctor hit a nerve bump and caused immediate shooting pain down her leg. What was supposed to be a routine surgery turned into a life-altering injury. Lauren was left with permanent nerve damage, numbness, and limited mobility. She couldn't work, drive,
or even walk without assistance. No one told her it was malpractice, and her case was worth 7 figures until she took the quiz and got the justice she deserved. Here's what most people don't realize. Hospitals and doctors have teams of lawyers protecting them the moment something goes wrong. They're not looking out for you, they're protecting themselves. The truth is, working with an experienced malpractice attorney can get you the compensation you deserve for what you've been through. After you fill out the quiz, a top-rated local attorney will contact you within 24 hours for a free consultation over the phone. You'll get honest answers about your case and a clear plan for what to do next. And if you move forward, your lawyer only gets paid if you win. No upfront fees, no risk. Just real help from someone who knows how to take on the medical establishment. This isn't about gaming the system. It's about holding negligent medical professionals accountable and getting the resources you need to move forward with your life. A lot of patients feel uncomfortable questioning their doctors. They don't want to seem ungrateful or get anyone in trouble. Let me ask you, did that doctor lose sleep over the mistake they made? Is the hospital worried about your mounting medical bills? Are they the ones dealing with the pain and complications you face every day? You trusted them with your health, and they let you down. Now it's time someone fought for you. Click the link to take the 30-second quiz now. There's zero risk, and it could be the first step to getting the justice and compensation you deserve. Still unsure if you qualify? Here's the deal. If a medical professional's negligence caused you harm, led to additional treatment, or made your condition worse, and you haven't received compensation or spoken to a lawyer, there's a good chance you have a case. Medical malpractice cases have strict time limits, so waiting could mean losing your right to seek justice forever. So what do you have to lose? Click the link, take the quiz, get answers. You don't have to suffer in silence anymore.
Okay. Critics argue that his fragile ego, bruised from online comments and financial struggles, pushed him to make a reckless decision. On stream, just hours before the event, Raja himself admitted that he wanted to make a name for himself outside of his father's shadow. That context only made his brutal attack look even worse. Now the backlash has been huge. Fitness streamer HS TikTok even called out Raja for a boxing match, mocking him for beating down an ex-military wrestler.
That's coming from me, like, that's tough. Like, he's just, like, that is literally attempted murder. He's knocked out, you keep punching him, you keep punching him. I don't rate that. Raja, why don't you get in the ring with me, bro? Why don't you get in the ring with me, bro? Fight someone who can fight back. Rather than beating someone up who's already on the floor. He should have stopped when the guy was knocked out, but he definitely should have battered the guy. Like, the guy took the piss. But I wouldn't have waited till the ring. I would have just done it there and then straight away. It just would have been a fight there and then. Raja does MMA. Mate, Raja does MMA, brother. He's nothing like his dad, though. Like, his dad was actually good at fighting. He's not good at fighting. I've seen a few clips. He got banged in his head by a kid at sparring. You could have seen that spinning left kick from a mile away. I would have gone, I would have done. Underneath, look, hands here to protect the chin. As that left kick come in, I would have gone underneath, right hook, left body, left hook. Finished. That's...
Influencer Myron reacted by saying, I just don't see a scenario where he doesn't get arrested.
Yo, to be honest with you, bro, I don't see how he doesn't go to jail. I like Rampage Jackson, you guys know, I think Rampage is awesome. But after looking at that footage, bro, like, they need to get a lawyer. Like, me just being dead ass, like, he needs to get a good lawyer right now and be prepared. They're 100% going to come in and arrest him for that. Slamming him the way that he did and punching him that many times, he needs to find a way. I don't even know why they're still on camera talking about it, to be honest with you. He should stay on camera, and they shouldn't talk about this ever again, and secure a lawyer and just sit tight. Because the police are absolutely coming. There's no way they're not going to make an arrest after that, bro. There's no way. Yeah, I just don't see a scenario where he doesn't get arrested, bro. I just don't see it. Because the police department's going to be under an insane amount of pressure to do something because it's so viral now.
Feel the electricity this summer with a new Honda. Get a great deal with the Kelly Blue Book Best Value Rate. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or hurry into your local Honda dealer today during the summer event.
rubbing micro fight. You're a powerful man.
Rejuvenate clean is a powerful thing.
Chael Sonnen also weighed in. On his YouTube channel, he pointed to a backstage video showing Psycho Stu smashing a beer can over Raja's head. Sonnen argued that Raja wasn't even supposed to be a part of the show, and that other wrestlers had joked about getting revenge. But Raja, not being a pro wrestler, took that advice literally, and what was meant as banter turned into real violence in front of a live audience. But not everyone shares Sonnen's view. Footage has surfaced after the beer can incident showing Raja Jackson accepting Psycho Stu's apologies. Now this was moments before Raja brutally attacked him.
I appreciate it.
I get it. So, we're working out, we're gonna come out at the matches. I know you keep thinking we're working, we're always working.
I get it.
According to reports, Psycho Stu had believed that Raja was a wrestler and he thought they were setting up a storyline.
End of discussion. You are a dumb animal that does not belong in society. You have forfeited that right because you have proven yourself as an unevolved human. Go sit in a cage for 30 to 40 years where you belong, you dumb animal. End of discussion. That is attempted murder. I am going to give you context for this whole situation, but Raja Jackson, the son of Rampage Jackson, is a dumb, unevolved animal with no understanding of thought process of anything, and he belongs in a cage for the rest of I don't know how long, the next few decades at least.
UFC veteran Derek Brunson was quick to slam Raja's action, saying,
Alright, follow me real quick. When I first saw this, I thought these guys were playing. You know, WWE, hardcore match. After doing my research, this was definitely real.
That's what
Well, at the end of the day, I hope the wrestler that was hit and pummeled is okay. But for Raja, your actions were out of line, so you have to deal with some big boy consequences for this one. All of us can learn a little something from this. Don't let small situations escalate into big situations that will ultimately cost you big consequences.
Popular MMA YouTuber Jesse on Fire went on a rant berating Psycho Stu and even calling him the R word. He wrote, "Hey Jesse, Stu is a veteran who fought for this country. He got into wrestling to cope with his PTSD and also volunteers with children's charities. You are sick."
Like this guy's IQ, Psycho Steve is probably 11. This guy, if you asked him to take the SAT test, he would probably score like 300. He's not smart enough for you to get mad. You can't even get mad at a retard like that.
Boxing star Ryan Garcia echoed the outrage, posting, "This is probably the worst thing I've watched in a minute. What was bro thinking? Like, seriously."
Yo, Rampage's son needs to go to prison. That is bad. That's not like probation, man. He needs to be locked down. Like, I get how people can go to that point, though. He's 25 years old. Really should have more self-control than that. I grew up kind of tripped out as well. Kind of felt like everybody was always punking me, talking me, had to crash out on occasion, but never. Like, that was next level. And the fact that Rampage should have stayed quiet. If that was my kid, I would have stayed quiet. Just called a lawyer and told him, hey, this is where we're at. Rampage went online, was talking about, hey, hit him in the head with a can, did this, did that. Okay, then he waited 3 to 4 hours, snuck the guy. That's what he did. He sneak attacked him. Because if that dude knew what was in store for him, he would have never let Raja Jackson get in that ring. And damn sure not get an easy double leg takedown on him, let him get slammed like that. If he knew what was in store for him, I bet he would have defended himself.
Damn. You know who also needs to go to jail, Chad? A referee. I'm not even sure. I don't give a fuck that he's a WWE style, like wrestling and can't referee. Bro, you have a referee shit on and you watch the thing almost like, how can you sit there as a human and not do nothing? You just sat there. I was obviously frustrated that somebody killing someone else on the ring. But then I was actually surprisingly more frustrated that the ref watched it happen. That shit was so crazy, bro. The nigga should not have it fuck the ref title. As a human, bro. You're not gonna step in and save the nigga life?
Roger Jackson. Rampage Jackson, son. You know you done fucked up right, boy. Oh, yeah, you done fucked up. You fucked up bad. See, what you went wrong, man. Man, you should have fired on when he first hit you in the head with that cane. That's when you supposed to pop out right in as an immediate jerk reaction. You wait till fucking wrestling match that's scripted for you to jump, y'all do y'all thing, and you decide to snap out on him. Man, look like some crazy. Oh man, them white folks finna fry your man. And it was on video, and people can't stand to watch y'all, man. Alright. Yeah, them white folks love your dad. They love you, it was cool. So you did that. And truth be told, man, even though it was some lame ass shit what he did, truth be told, that's a white boy. That's what they do. They have fun, they do goofy. I don't think he was genuinely trying to play you like you was on no beach. I don't know the context of the video. I just saw what he your hand did with the game. But boy, Lord have mercy, the white folks finna baptize your monkey ass if that white boy don't make it. You better pray that white boy make it and recover. And I'm talking a full 100% recovery. Cause if not, the raw job. Man, the white folks gonna baptize him.
The $7,500 federal tax credit for eligible electric vehicles is ending. Must be delivered by September 30th, 2025.
Health plans? Not for me. But divorce, losing my kids maybe, I didn't feel tough. It felt like giving up. 988, you didn't judge me for it. Just let me vent. And yeah, that helped.
The race war starts because Rampage Jackson's son decides to move 22 unanswered shots to the head of an unconscious veteran wrestler who admittedly did some kind of stupid beforehand. It would ironically, yet also unironically, be the most mainstream MMA ever. Holy crap, what the?
It's Rampage. I love Rampage. When Rampage turn your son in, he gotta go lay down for football. Like, if it was my son, that's what I would tell him. I mean, you a grown man, bro. You can't condone that type of behavior, bro. You gotta go lay down for a little bit. Get you a good lawyer. You ain't gonna be in there forever, but you gotta go lay down. I get it. He hit you in the head with a bottle before him. I get it. He shouldn't have did that. I don't condone that either. But to wait hours until the man was working, which we all understand he's playing a character and he was in character and he's working and he was sneaking, because that's what you did. I mean, you snuck. He wasn't expecting that. Bro, they said dude flatlined and was unconscious for 6 minutes after. You gotta go to prison, bro. There's no part of that you thought was cool. Like, I can't even wrap my mind around why you thought that was cool and why you ain't got no self-control over your emotions. I get it, you ain't feeling. You probably was watching the work, like, and just getting madder and madder. But bro, you can't have that in no civilized society. Look, we don't understand what pro wrestling is, don't we? We've been understanding that since we was like 19 years old. Between speculation, outrage, and official bans, one thing is clear. Roger Jackson's violent attack has shaken both the MMA and wrestling worlds. And as LAPD's investigation moves forward, fans are asking, was this a setup gone wrong, or the reckless collapse of a young man desperate for attention? Drakus Du Plessis has finally broken his silence after losing to Khamzat Chimaev. Just over a week removed from the fight, the former champ released a heartfelt statement saying that he has been spending time with his family and closest friends, the ones who stand by him, win or lose. Du Plessis did not hide from the defeat. Instead, he embraced it, calling the loss a necessary part of his journey toward greatness. He explained that without tasting the bitter, you can't truly appreciate the sweet. But at the same time, he made it clear he's not a good loser. Because as he put it, a good loser quickly becomes a frequent one. What he is, however, is a student of the fight game and of life itself. According to Drakus, the loss has only lit an even bigger fire inside of him, promising that his comeback will be stronger, more dominant, and harder than before. He admitted there were no excuses for his performance on that night. Maia was simply the better man. He congratulated Hamzat for the honor of sharing the octagon and thanked his fans and sponsors for their unwavering support. But perhaps his sharpest words were reserved for his haters. Duplessis thanked those who celebrated his downfall, promising that he will return the favor just as he has done in the past. He closed by reflecting on his faith, saying that he believes in the plan of his Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. For Drakus, the journey isn't over, it's only beginning. Khabib Nurmagomedov has shared his thoughts on the rise of Ilia Topuria, and his message was clear. He doesn't see the Georgian champ standing much of a chance against Arman Tsarukyan. Speaking recently, Khabib broke it down in simple terms. He believes that right now Arman is the best lightweight in the world, and if he fought Topuria, it would be an 80-20 fight in Tsarukyan's favor. Now that is a bold statement considering the hype surrounding El Matador, but Khabib explained why. According to him, Topuria has only been tested against strikers. Yeah, he beat Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira, but as Khabib put it, their wrestling level is practically non-existent. When you put Topuria against a true wrestler with strong grappling, the story could change completely, and that is where Arman comes in.
Есть материал, который он может посмотреть и хорошо изучить. Если 3 года назад после он собирался, может он не так опасался. Но сейчас уже видно то, чего можно опасаться от Топурии. Я считаю, что в данный момент он считает с легкой миссией по Топурии.
Ты про Царукяна?
Да, я про Царукяна.
Выиграет он при этом за счет борьбы, правильно?
За счет именно стиля. Но это не вольная борьба.
Но будет проходить, да?
Арман может повалить, у него хороший лоб, очень хороший лоб. Может бороться, разборивать, спину забирать.
А вот эту опасную дистанцию с Топури просто не зайдет.
Не зайдет, слишком уже есть бои, он уже может посмотреть, изучить. Я например, 80 на 20 я вижу победителем Армана. Я считаю, что его борьба, его прессинг, его говорит, это тоже надо учитывать. Я выше его почти на 10 лет, если не ошибаюсь. И он больше него весом, и где бой он больше него, и, конечно, борьба всегда у него. Он дрался совсем ударником. Балкановский не борется, другие не борются, но с кем он дрался? Просто назовет это, ну, хоть чуть-чуть, даже не 50%, а который хоть 20% сможет бомбить.
Arman and the UFC knows it. He is charismatic, undefeated, and just captured another belt. But if Tsarukyan scores a big win in his next outing, Khabib says the promotion won't be able to hide him any longer. A clash between Arman and Ilia would be unavoidable.
Everybody be asking me, man, does the blue chew actually work? Bro, you get a month for free.
It's free. You can get 1 month for free. So you've got nothing to lose, you've got everything to gain.
Try it, and you're gonna like it. First month is free, get involved, Apple Chewable, and you tell yourself if they work or not.
Stars of movies hit different. Because when the sun goes down, we bring the heat. Stars, we're all adults here.
Now, the debate is heating up. On one side, you have fans who believe Topuria's striking and all-around game are too sharp for anyone right now. At the same time, many do agree with Khabib. Topuria doesn't stand a chance versus Tsarukyan. So, the question is, do you agree with Khabib, or do you believe Ilia Topuria will silence the doubters again, just like he has done many times before? Your thoughts down in the comments. Fighters from places like Dagestan, Chechnya, Georgia, and other parts of the Caucasus, the talent is already there. Right now, the region is producing some of the most dominant athletes in the sport. Islam himself, Rob Khalafili, Ilia Topuria, Magomed Ankalaev, Makhachev believes that language and promotion are key.
Мнение, якобы то, что кавказские бойцы невыгодны UFC, может быть, это ошибочное мнение?
С этим я согласен, и для этого я говорю всем нашим пацанам в зале, чтобы они учили язык, что они умели продавать свой бой. Это тоже одна из основных частей нашей карьеры. Мы должны продавать трансляции, мы должны быть интересными бойцами.
Look at this guy.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to China. Welcome to Shanghai. Thank you, sir. So I heard you arrived yesterday. I did. So how was your flight? How was everything? It was perfect. How's the sleep? Excellent. How's Shanghai treating you?
Incredible. I love the city.
Did you get a chance to look around?
I did. We looked around a little bit, yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's great. You're hosting a fight in the White House. That's a tremendous idea. I like it so much. It's incredible. And is there a chance? Because I'm also a big fan myself. Is there a chance I can get a ticket, maybe invitation or something?
Yeah. I think we can get you in there.
Is that too much to ask?
No, not at all. We'd love to have you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that is it for today, fight fans. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and stay tuned.
It's a 15-year secret for my wife. I had been discovered as something that unfortunately I had done that was not legal, and I recognized that the only thing to do at this point was to end my life and move forward. I would not be here if it wasn't for this company.
Jersey Mike's freshly slices it right in front of you. The authentic Jersey way. You can't fake that. And look, you can fake a lot of stuff these days. You can fake my outfit, but you can't fake freshly sliced turkey. You can fake these haunches, but you can't fake freshly sizzled bacon. Hey, you just can't fake a freshly sliced Jersey sub. It's nice to be back in my real body. 113, please. Made the authentic Jersey way since 1956. It's a Jersey Mike's thing, a sub above.
Since its first event in 1993, the UFC has experienced many extremely controversial moments.
I hate you.
But it's not just the fighters who act against common sense.
I think it's disgusting. I think he's disgusting, and I never want to see him repping ever again.
And what's worse, even the organization itself can neglect its own fighters.
If you don't like how we run our business, go start your own.
But nothing radiates the word controversial like John Jones. We have seen fighters who fail doping tests, suffer defeats due to illegal strikes, win fights they should have lost, or have problems with law enforcement. Bones, on the other hand, managed to check all of the above in 16 years in the UFC. A man has to be a special specimen to destroy his reputation year after year, but remains the GOAT. Of course, that wouldn't be possible if John wasn't truly dominant in the cage fighting. Otherwise, he would fly out of the promotion upside down 10 years ago.
John, you're a freaking inspiration. I love you, man. But like Kanye West, it is hard to be your fan. What?
We are talking about a man who has more arrests than Khabib Nurmagomedov has title defenses. His first scandal happened in 2012 when he participated in a one-car accident in New York, crashing his Bentley. Although he was driving under the influence, he received a 6-month driving license suspension and a $1,000 fine. No big deal, it can happen to anyone. But it was just the beginning for Jones. A man goes out on the road to cause trouble after every 2 or 3 title defenses. Jones is a master of keeping his MMA and felony scores perfect. However, this was only one of his incidents, and you will hear a lot more about his troubled future.
I used to respect John Jones before this. Like a lot of the fighters, but I didn't respect him after that. When he get caught for doping, he's not a martial artist, none of them are. You have no respect for him, none.
John Jones and steroids have always been closely linked, and the same can be said for Mark Hunt. But Hunt wasn't the one who used them, but the one who fought against its use, and fought against people using them. Accordingly, the super experienced Hunt is known for 3 things. 1, his hard Samoan head. 2, being a walk-off knockout king. And 3, fighting steroid users since 2013. One-eyed Michael Bisping and Vitor Belfort are the best examples of why fighters on steroids should not be allowed in the cage. The fact that Mark is hard to knock out does not mean he should be given juiced-up killers as opponents.
That's a different species of human being, Samoas.
It all started in 2013 when he participated in a bloody main event against Antonio Bigfoot Silva. The maximally competitive heavyweight fight lasted 5 fiery rounds, and Mark, who entered with blonde hair, came out as red as a canary. The result was a draw. The fighters were awarded the Fight of the Night bonus, but then the doping test came out and ruined everything. Turns out Bigfoot tested positive for increased testosterone on a post-fight drug test. The duel against Bigfoot Silva wasn't the only issue with juiced-up athletes that Mark had to deal with. But with the arrival of 2014, we return to John Jones again.
Thank you guys so much for having us. And Fergie, are you still there?
It's a real shame that the first fight between him and Daniel Cormier did not take place in 2014 as planned. Jones was injured, withdrew due to a leg injury, and the fight was moved to UFC 182. Because of this, the fans were left without a fiery treat. Now you're probably wondering, but what exactly is controversial about the Bones injury? Well, nothing about the injury, believe it or not. Jones really got hurt. What is important is the chaos that arose at the press conference of UFC 178. The tension was over the roof, especially because before DC and John did their face-off, Dustin Poirier and Conor McGregor exchanged glances before their first meetings. It was obvious that they wanted to bite each other's heads off, but luckily that didn't happen. However, the same cannot be said for Daniel and Jones, who broke the boundaries of tension and caused a fight. Maybe we didn't get their fight in the octagon, but we did at the press conference. Of all the cameras present, the madness was captured from the best angle. This is exactly what happens when two alpha males meet each other face to face.
I'll tell you this right now. When I was in that press fight with John Jones, I was still undefeated at the time. And we were at the MGM Grand, and he headbutted me, like put his head on me. So I push him. He's an alpha male too, so attacks me. Right. So we get to fighting, and we're fighting, and Joe, the security guard from the UFC, falls under me. But now I'm on my back as we go flying off the stage. I will say there was a dog to bite them. We went through my bag. I'm losing. Yeah, right. Bite the son of a bitch. I ain't got no mouthpiece in my mouth. And if I would have bit him, that would have been like a reaction for a guy that usually will walk around in most places around this world as the alpha. And then when he finds himself on the bottom as the alpha, he's got to find a way to survive.
Speaking of alpha males, who in heaven's name let CM Punk into the UFC? Oh, right. Even though there is an ocean of professional and amateur fighters who are more skilled, experienced, and deserving to perform under the UFC lights, Phillip Brooks signed the contract in 2014.
Are you a UFC fighter? Are you a UFC fighter? I'm on.
When Dana was asked about CM Punk's limited MMA experience, he took the opportunity to compare him to Brock Lesnar, no less. Never mind that Lesnar is a giant monster with Division I wrestling experience. When you look at the factors that include 1. Age and physical limitations, 2. Lack of experience in MMA fighting and training, 3. A new kind of performance pressure because this is not WWE. Any normal person would say that Phillip is not even for Cage Warriors, let alone the UFC, as his fights against Mickey Gall and Mike Jackson show in the end.
The guy's 39 years old, the nicest guy in the world. We gave him 2 shots. He had a lot of work tonight.
Well, props to Phillip for facing his fears and showing up to fight twice despite everything. Move on to 2015, which was not a kind year for Anderson Silva. Not that the 3 years before that went well for him, but 2015 was the era when a great sports legend tarnished his reputation due to positive tests. In January, Anderson returned after a 1-year break due to a nasty broken leg and got Nick Diaz as his opponent. The original result of the fight was a unanimous decision win for the Spider, but the NSAC overturned it to a no contest when it was revealed that Anderson tested positive for drostalalon and androsterone. At the disciplinary hearing, Anderson received a 1-year suspension, got fined $380,000, and had to submit a clean test before he could be relicensed. He admitted his mistake and said that he is just a man who, like everyone else, is prone to mistakes, with the justification that he exchanged steroids for sex pills, although Though illegal substances are a big red flag among MMA fans, there is a double controversy when it comes to the case of Nick Diaz. This is where it gets interesting because his opponent wasn't sober on fight night either. Anderson's sentence pales in comparison to Diaz's career-ruining 5-year marijuana suspension.
Let's all just talk about it. You do steroids, I'll smoke weed, then let's get in there and squat. You just sneak steroid in and then you'll consider it. You're out of the question. The whole legacy's gone and done with.
If you thought that this year could go by without John Jones making a problem, you are sorely mistaken.
Did I mention to you guys that John Jones is the greatest of all time?
Not only that, but he managed to hang out with the police in 2016 as well. Johnny Boy crashed into a vehicle that was driven by a pregnant woman and left the crime scene. In all this, the police found drug paraphernalia in his vehicle. John was lucky enough to avoid jail time and was punished with 18 months probation and community service. Although this was one of the worst scandals, Jones didn't stop there. Next year, he was arrested for a probation violation for drag racing in Albuquerque, New Mexico. While Jones gets back-to-back arrests, Mark Hunt continues the anti-doping wars in the same year. One can say it's a coincidence, but Hunt got a new opponent in 2016. It was former heavyweight champion Frank Mir, who also enjoyed banned substances, more specifically, turinabol metabolites. However, it did not make a difference in his performance because he was knocked out in the first round. We would like to say that this is the end of his problems, but Mark continued his anti-doping crusade the same year. It happened at UFC 200, where he says he felt like he was being thrown under the bus. He fought Brock Lesnar, who, you won't believe it, failed the doping test on clomiphene.
You gotta realize that the testing back then was horrible. The best way was to show when Alistair Overeem fought Brock. That was the steroid Olympics.
He lost a fight against a visibly stronger D1 wrestler and decided he had enough. Instead of the octagon, he took the fight to court, where he sued the UFC, Brock, and Dana White for fraud. Unfortunately for Hunt, he lost the lawsuit, but NSAC overturned his loss to no contest. This did not play a big role, because such exhibitions completely destroyed his will for further competition.
Mark Hunt he's lost so many lawsuits against us, it's insane. He's a bit of a delusional guy. He's gonna have to pay some legal fees.
To make matters worse, he was later offered a fight in Australia against Josh Barnett, who is also known as a steroid user. At this point, Mark didn't know if someone was messing with him or if they were being real. Hunt turned it down with the comment that he is tired of fighting juiced-up monkeys.
They're cheaters in here. That's basically it. They should get nothing.
Do you know what else is dangerous for a fighter's life besides steroids? It's Mario Yamasaki on refereeing duty. What John Jones is among the fighters, Mario Yamasaki is among the referees. If the fighter's heart is still beating, then the fight is not over yet. If he dies, he dies. If it crawls, it crawls. These are just some of Mario's mottos, so you can understand the point.
I think it's disgusting. I think he's disgusting, and I never want to see him repping ever again.
The Brazilian has been judging for over 20 years, where he has seen off over 400 bouts and many famous fighters, and he is one of the first judges at the UFC. He has refereed many major promotions and earned a name worthy of respect. But somewhere along the way, his refereeing license became questionable as more than CM Punk's MMA skill. His ancestors must have organized gladiator fights to the death, and Yamasaki continued the controversial tradition. Let's recall just one of the moments when he let one fighter try to kill another. In the fight between Derek Lewis and Travis Brown in 2017, Lewis clipped Brown with the right hand and sent him to the floor. Instead of jumping in right away because Travis was a dead body, Mario was clapping and yelling, "Defend yourself!" And Derek threw 11 additional ground and pound shots. Let's be real, the Black Beast is the last man you want hitting your unconscious body from the top position. Whenever you think you're unlucky in your life, remember that Priscilla Cachoeira made her debut against the killer Valentino Shevchenko. To make matters worse, the referee was Mario Yamasaki, and the fight was hard to watch for those with bad stomachs. If you haven't watched the fight, don't do it.
He said that he was allowing Priscilla to be a warrior.
Poor Priscilla absorbed too many unwarranted hits before Yamasaki remembered he had the power to stop the fight. By the time we got to the end, even those who were watching had received CTE. Both Dana White and the general public took offense at Mario, and the latter chose to have him fired from the UFC.
She did fight like a warrior. For that idiot to say that he gave her the opportunity to be a warrior, no, you moron. You're in there to protect her from herself.
It's funny how it all ends up going over Dana White's back. Being in charge of the UFC means you're at the epicenter of controversy with every decision you make. Do you know what else went over the president's back in the same year Yamasaki was released? We will help you. It was a fight between his favorite fighter, Conor McGregor, and the bus where Khabib Nurmagomedov was sitting. It was a controversial year for the UFC. According to many witnesses and cameras, Conor ran into the Barclays Arena loading dock, where several UFC fighters were loaded into a vehicle, but he was not alone.
What is wrong with him?
He went full notorious madman mode. He started banging on the windows, screaming in an Irish accent, and calling for Khabib to come outside. When that didn't happen, Conor threw a steel dolly and crashed the window. Pieces of broken glass scattered and injured Michael Chiesa and Ray Borg, who were taken to the hospital. Fortunately, the cuts were not life-threatening, but their fights had to be canceled. The good thing about all this madness is that Conor was stopped multiple times when he tried to break the windows with much larger objects.
This is the most disgusting thing that has ever happened in the history of the company. And police there's a warrant out for Conor McGregor's arrest. They're looking for him right now. He's going to be sued beyond belief. And this was a real bad career move for him.
Dana White, although disgusted with McGregor's act, later used the videos to promote his fight with Khabib. Just Dana White doing Dana White things. The Irish gang rode off into the sunset and as far away from the crime scene as possible. While everyone else on the bus was shot, Khabib was as cold as ice and threw out one of his famous quotes.
Send a message, like location, I'm gonna come. Whatever you want, doesn't matter. Ireland, New York, Brooklyn, or Moscow, doesn't matter. Tell me.
But as no problem comes alone, this one didn't happen without any reason. Conor didn't react this violently just because he woke up in a bad mood. In fact, he came to defend his friend from his future enemy. Artem Lobov openly criticized Khabib in one of the Russian interviews, calling him the P-word. He drew attention to Khabib's pullout of the fights, adding that a real champion fights no matter what. Unfortunately for Lobov, he didn't have that same energy when Khabib approached him with a few friends. You already know what Dagestanis are like when it comes to trash talk about them. As soon as Nurmagomedov saw Artem, he confronted him. He held his neck and told him to tell everything to his face, adding that he should stop talking about him and that this was his last warning. The Irish-Russian fighter, what a wonder, denied that he said anything, which angered the Eagle even more. Fortunately, many people were in the hotel corridor, and everything ended with a light but disrespectful slap to Artem's neck, or so everyone thought. The situation gets complicated when Artem leaves the place and tells McGregor what happened. Conor, being as crazy as he is, but loyal to the bone, picked up a few buddies, boarded his private jet, and flew to Brooklyn to wreak havoc. Fast forward, McGregor got arrested 2 days later after attacking the company bus, but struck a plea deal to avoid more serious charges. This by no means meant that he would avoid the fierce punishment that Khabib and his relatives would carry out. UFC 229 from 2018 can have another title, and that is UFC Fight Night when all hell broke loose. Khabib finished the Irishman with a neck crank submission in the 4th round, but it was clearly not enough to calm him down after all the trash talk. He found his next victim in the audience, and it was one of McGregor's jiu-jitsu coaches, Dylan Danis, on whom the Eagle landed with both feet. His relatives pounced on Conor, who was still in the ring, and utter chaos ensued. We literally had a fight after the fight, and a massive one at that. This is the first time in history that something like this has happened, and it happened in the main event of one of the most anticipated fights ever. The result of the whole circus is that Conor got a free lesson in modesty and respect, and Khabib let it be known that Dagestanis are not people to mess with, and that trash talk must have limits.
This is respect sport, this is not trash talking sport. You cannot talk about religion, you cannot talk about nation, and this is for me is very important. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you for waiting for me here. I know my father gonna smash when I go home because I know he's gonna smash me. Nevada, sorry. Vega, sorry. And alhamdulillah, undisputed, undefeated, so I can check it.
This explosive year also had some questionable fighters new to the promotion. It was Greg Hardy, known as the Prince of War. Although during the competition in the NFL, he was known to fans for plenty of shady stuff. In April 2018, it was announced Hardy was coming to Dana White's Contender Series, where he would make his debut. Greg excelled with TKOs in the first rounds, but his fighting skills were not under question.
This guy paid his dues.
He lost everything. He's been building himself up for the last 5 years. He's done everything a human being is supposed to do. And here he is.
In 2014, Hardy was arrested for assault and communication threats against his ex-girlfriend. Although he was found guilty, 9 months later the charges were dismissed and expunged from his record. That's not all, because in 2016, he was arrested for possession of cocaine in Texas after the police searched his car. Upon learning of Hardy's past, MMA fans did not hesitate to voice their opinions when the controversial NFL player joined the UFC. Many supporters had the opinion that someone who has been convicted of multiple crimes should not be allowed to compete among the world's top fighters.
People you're referring to, is this related to the past controversy that's always been seen?
Yeah, a lot of past stuff. Good guy, been a good guy. Innocent man, always have been.
Despite this, the Prince of War remained in the UFC, competing until March 2022, where he did not have much success. And here he comes again.
Guys, let me explain something to you. John Jones is a woman. I consider John Jones the greatest combat fighter of all time.
A whole nother level indeed. Yeah, we get you, Dana. He is truly special, and in 2020, he continues to amaze us with his record-breaking personality. DWI, negligent use of a firearm, driving without proof of insurance, and possession of an open container. You name it, Jones did it. When you look at his record, it looks like he's been competing against himself and not just other UFC competitors.
It's hard to bring this guy to Las Vegas for any reason. The city is not good for John Jones. And here we are again.
The man managed to be inducted into the UFC's Hall of Fame and charged with misdemeanor battery, domestic violence, and injuring or tampering with a police vehicle, all in a few hours.
So, anyway, I got the Hall of Fame tonight, and then you gonna put me on this. I hate you. I hate you.
In order to not turn a video about UFC controversies into a documentary about John's criminal life, we will skip his use of cocaine and steroids, which doesn't mean we won't return to his mischief again later. It seems that the big stars of the UFC bring a lot of problems with them, because the next fighter is also the target of big and frequent controversies. From late 2020 until 2021, we almost lost the undefeated Chechen fighter, Khamzat Chimaev. His stardom experienced success very quickly, and it seemed as if no one could stop him. That's thanks to his crazy personality and tendency to finish a fight quickly and efficiently. And, of course, get back in the cage in 15 days and do the same thing again.
The guy's special. I've been in this game my whole life. I've never seen anything like him. He's special. He's different. He wants to fight again. So, I've never been in a position where I'm like, who's next? How do we get him a fight? It's fun and I like it. I think when you're a fight fan, a guy like this is the type of guy that you love to watch and follow.
His job was to collect bonuses and break his own records. He was so close to a UFC welterweight title shot.
And the taco god is just picking me 6 net carbs per serving, bro. Golly gee. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
My greatest fear is we are parted for unimaginable reasons, by space and time.
The year 1714.
My brothers looked about us.
That should be searching for someone.
I know what it is to be parted from your true love.
I will find my way back to you.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair? With serums by Hims, you can regain your hair and your confidence. Our serums are powered by clinically proven ingredients like minoxidil and finasteride, so you can grow thicker, fuller hair in 3 to 6 months. Your treatment is 100% personalized to your hair goals. It comes at an affordable price that works for your budget, so you can step out with full confidence. Hats off to Hair Group, the treatment that works for you. Start today at Hims.com.
And his untouchable aura grew with each subsequent fight. However, Chimaev was suddenly stopped, but his opponent was not any other fighter, but the pandemic that ruled the world at the time. The known symptoms of this disease were all present in wars. In that period, he was supposed to fight Leon Edwards, but the fight was canceled as many as 3 times due to his health condition. He was
was not the only fighter attacked by COVID, but he turned out to be one of the worst cases. Doctors found serious damage on his lungs that resembled pneumonia and asthma, and used a lot of medication to try to help him. The fact that he has publicly mentioned several times that he might retire is the best indication of the seriousness of the situation. If you know Chimaev, you know how difficult it was for him to share this with the world. It was a question of whether he would live up to his potential, or if the UFC would be left without a big star.
I have missed seeing you fight a lot. I think one of the things when you first came into the UFC, it was incredible. You fought, what, twice in 10 days and 3 times in 10 months. Do you miss those days when you were, like, it seemed like you were just constantly in the gym and constantly fighting?
Yeah, of course. I want to see my fight. I want to go in the cage.
While we all thought that Khamzat was hard and persistent and that he would fight off the disease, the opposite happened. His mentality and relentlessness only made things worse for him. Chimaev, considered one of the hardest working fighters on the roster, had a hard time following doctors' orders. He was not willing to rest enough, which was not wise in this case. Even a few years later, his condition was being questioned. Khamzat was hospitalized twice, which resulted in the cancellation of 2 important fights against Paulo Costa and Robert Whittaker, which shows that the disease left a big mark on him. We would like to say that the health condition of Chimaev in 2021 is the only controversial thing in this case, but that would be far from the truth. In 2022, Chimaev was supposed to have a welterweight bout against Nate Diaz at UFC 279, but he appeared at the weigh-in with 7.5 extra pounds. As if his health problem didn't make it difficult for him to return to the cage, Boris has proven to be irresponsible when it comes to cutting weight. What particularly angered fans was the fact that he showed no concern or remorse over his failed weight cut. Even more, he flipped off the booing crowd on the ceremonial weigh-ins.
First of all, it's about the weight. How did you miss weight by that much?
They stopped that. I don't know. I want to more continue that shit. Hey, this is Chechen. Shut up, guys. You going out. I'm backstage as well. Woo!
What are your thoughts about this fight moving from the Diaz fight to now you fighting Kevin Holland because of the weight loss?
I don't care. I want to smash everybody. I come here for everybody, you know? I'm going to take it over now.
All right, well, good luck to you, sir. We'll see you tomorrow night.
What is your reaction to putting him in a title fight at some point if he's missing weight by 8.5 pounds?
Yeah, no, it's a problem. That's a problem that he missed weight. We got to look at it and figure it out.
Due to the mentioned problems, the event had to be mixed up. So Chimaev was given Kevin Holland as his opponent, and Diaz was promised a showdown against Tony Ferguson. That wasn't all either, because the preparations for UFC 279 proved very stressful for Dana White and the company's employees, and the event itself seemed to be cursed. The press conference, which had enormous potential due to the different characters that would be on stage, had to be canceled at the last minute.
What's up, guys? We start by apologizing for how long this has been. This is the weirdest thing I've ever been a part of. We had a big show breakout back there. Yeah, I say it happened. I apologize, everybody. I'm in very weird watershed. This has never happened in the history of this company. So trust me when I tell you this is the right decision not to do this press conference right now. And yeah, I'm with you. For everybody's safety, this is the right decision.
The backstage altercation of all those characters was the main reason for that. According to White, Khamzat Chimaev and Kevin Holland had a conflict that almost erupted into a huge problem. Later, Nate Diaz allegedly joined in, while Tony Ferguson watched everything carelessly with his sunglasses. Instead of a press conference, it might have been best for Dana White to turn on the cameras and record the skirmishes backstage. Many blamed the president for a lack of professionalism, but everything was forgotten on the night of the event, which was superb. Khamzat has always wanted to be a sports great like John Jones, and due to the controversy surrounding him, he could catch up very soon. Health problems, weight-cutting issues, pulling out of fights, it is very hard to get this kid into the cage. He is forced to compete in the middleweight division, which he usurped in 2024.
Awesome.
Until we get there, we'll give you a break from Khamzat with a few other controversies from 2022. UFC 282 is an event that started great, scoring 10 straight finishes, but when it came to the main and co-main events, well, everything went downhill. The co-main event featured the new cash cow of the UFC, Paddy Pimblett, and Jared Gordon in the lightweight bout. From the start, Jared began punishing Paddy's low hand guard, cutting off his attacks with clean shots. Pimblett clearly learned nothing from the criticism, struggling poorly for the level at which he competes. He
ignored advice from the corner and defended shots with his chin. Even when he wanted to show his wrestling ability, he would end up under Gordon. Jarrett, on the other hand, handled the fight intelligently and got the better of the striking exchanges. Although Gordon was convincingly better, Paddy took the win, leaving fans and experts annoyed and open to criticism. Pimblett was not that bad, but the victory given to him should be investigated by the FBI. Jarrett has learned to not leave anything in the hands of the judges, especially when he's fighting against a guy with the Dana White privilege. The fact that Paddy the Baddy didn't want to accept defeat and reacted poorly to Joe Rogan's honest comment only made the public more furious.
You know, I don't like when someone gets by just because they're famous and have this big personality and everybody loves them. The problem with that is people are going to be rooting against him now in the next fight. So now he's going to go in there against someone, and maybe he's going to go in against someone who's on another level.
I'm pretty pissed off. To be honest, like Joe Rogan come in and said that was a close fight. What do you want to know about?
Adding fuel to the fire, the main event was headlined by Jan Blachowicz and Magomed Ankalaev for the vacant light heavyweight title. Jan was coming off a TKO via knee injury against Rakic, and Magomed was on a 9-fight winning streak against an elite competition. The Pole served brutal kicks in the earlier rounds, but Ankalaev adjusted. The Russian out-wrestled him with significant control in the championship rounds and led in strikes. The fight stretched over 5 rounds, and the final announcement surprised even Jan. The fight ended in a split draw. The decision is not as bad as in the fight before this one, but quite heavy to digest, considering that the title was at stake. Naturally, fan opinions were divided, and debates ensued. Everyone has the right to their opinion, but the fact that Jan accepted the defeat during the result call-out, raising his hand and pointing to Ankalaev, speaks volumes. Blachowicz also said in the post-fight interview that he does not know if he lost, but that he is sure he did not win. Daniel Cormier, John Anik, and Joe Rogan discussed the decision immediately after the fight at the commentary table, where they shared their opinions.
I find it interesting that Derek Leary gave Magomed Ankalaev that third round despite all of the leg kicks, right? Because had that scorecard gone the other way, then things would have been different.
That was so hard to say, but the telling thing is Blachowicz thought he lost the fight. At the end of it, Blachowicz said, give him the belt.
Not to take anything from Jan Blachowicz. He landed some good shots. But this dude,
I thought at the end of the fight,
this was not the end of the controversy for Magomed Ankalaev, who is now on a 10-fight winning streak and still hasn't earned his right to challenge for the title. The only thing worse than everything else on this unfortunate night is the fact that Pimblett fought to get the fight of the night bonus for this circus.
shut the fuck up.
He could have been a big star if he hadn't wallowed in the mud of shame after this one. The UFC offered him a contract because they knew he would bring a lot of eyes to the sport. But hey, whatever you think about him, Paddy is good for their business. 2023 is the year we finally reach the end of the Jon Jones controversy. We will probably write about the sequel again in 2026. But before we are done with him, there is one more thing. Jon delighted his fans when he came up in the division after a 3-year hiatus and defeated Cyril Gane to become the heavyweight champion in the blink of an eye. This was a great chance to take on Stipe Miocic and break pay-per-view records. However, no sweetness with him lasts long. Bones got hurt, the fight got canceled, and instead of vacating the title, Jon decided to halt the entire heavyweight division. Nothing would be terrible if the current interim champion, Tom Aspinall, wasn't forced to defend the interim title, which is very rare in MMA sport and extremely unfair. It's an understatement to say that this latest move drew the ire of the MMA community on Jones. Instead of fighting, he took his fists to social media. The GOAT just can't act straight. The only person worse than him in all of this is Dana White, who loyally guards his back and daily battles the media, calling him the greatest of all time. We can agree with him on that, but the fact that he calls Tom Aspinall an up-and-coming fighter climbing the ladder while the guy is defending the interim belt is the craziest thing ever. All this while pushing Stipe versus Jon with full force.
There's no doubt. I mean, this guy is a scary dude, and he looks like the future of the heavyweight division. But at the same time, he's working his way up, climbing up the ladder, and everybody's like, he deserves this, he deserves that, he doesn't deserve anything. He looks great, and he looks like he's going to be the guy. You got Stipe and Jon who have paid their dues. They've been here forever. They fought everybody. They fought all the fights you could possibly fight. These guys deserve to fight each other.
Come to think of it, at least Jones never crossed the line when it came to trash talk. Believe it or not, there is some nastiness he was not a part of. The same cannot be said for the next fighter, who was once again a participant in controversies with his vile language. The last event in 2023 was supposed to be a high-quality end of the year, but it did not meet the expectations. After only one victory, Colby Covington got the chance to win the welterweight belt for the third time. The UFC has a strange way of handing out opportunities. Obviously, it's not how well you fight, but how well you speak. However, what happened has nothing to do with an undeserved opportunity, but crossing the boundaries of trash talk that tarnishes the sport. Welterweight champion Leon Edwards won the title after a long wait with a brilliant high kick. He extinguished Kamaru Usman in the last minute of the fight, and in the next match, he defeated him by decision to cement himself as a true champion. Miraculously, Colby was next in line and used the death of Edwards' father for entertainment purposes at the press conference. Edwards' gang-involved father was murdered in a nightclub when Leon was 13. This traumatic experience left a big psychological scar on the welterweight champion, and Colby decided to deliver the low blow. If we remember his excessive trash talk with Usman and Masvidal, we can say that the fans often found it funny, but this time, people found it disgusting, disrespectful, and not at all funny and entertaining.
Excuse me. Oh, yes. Hey, let me see you guys Colby fans in here. Give me a show of hands. You guys, let me give you some facts on Colby. Colby is an utter piece of shit. What do you know about facts? You don't even read, bro. Explain to Colby what Colby is. If you know Colby on a personal level, he over everybody he knows. And I take Colby as a personal insult to me. The Trumpsters, the Republicans, you guys are my people. The blue-collar workers, you guys are my people. And you have like Colby, like Colby, come in here and taking up the band, and he don't give a about you. And him making fun of Leon's dad, that is the biggest cunt move you can do. That is the biggest move to do.
I do have to ask, I know you said that we're in the fight game and people say mean things, but did anything this week bother you?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It bothered everybody, I think. And listen, what I say is true. We're in the fight games, lots of mean things are said, and one of the things that I really don't like is family. When you start going after family and whether it's the kids, the wife, the parents, the whatever, it's just such a nasty thing to do. But this is one of those sports where you say horrible things, and then 24 hours later, it goes down.
And indeed, it all went down. Colby was completely dominated in 25 minutes, and his performance was unlike any before. Karma stopped him for the third time when he threw a nasty kick and hit Edwards' elbow in the first round. A broken foot left him crippled for the rest of the fight, which Leon took advantage of like a champion. The only sad thing is that he didn't knock him out, but a win is a win. Leon also addressed the controversial moment and revealed that he cried after the press conference because of Colby's words. Well, Covington is not the only one who found himself in an undeserved title fight, because the year 2024 also had its own questionable title shots. We all remember what Sean Strickland did to Israel Adesanya in 2023 to become the unexpected champion by completely dominating him through 5 rounds. The triumph did not last long, because the Tarzan lost the title to Dricus du Plessis in early 2024 with a controversial judge's decision in a fight that could have at least been a draw.
I had it 2-2 going into the last round, and I thought Strickland won the last round.
Funny that Dana says this, considering he scheduled a title fight between Dricus du Plessis and Israel Adesanya. Dricus did not convincingly defeat the champion, and the champion did not get an immediate rematch after that. Instead, the dominated Israel entered, who, after the last defeat, still got a chance for the title. Adesanya shouldn't have gotten an immediate rematch against Sean, let alone a fight against a fighter who won questionably. UFC matchmaking logic has left the chat, but it seems things will keep on going sideways for Tarzan. The UFC is apparently giving him the Ankalaev treatment. He might get a nervous breakdown because this will be the second time in 2024 that he has been overlooked for a well-deserved title shot. While waiting for the result of the fight between Israel and Dricus, Sean could sit and do nothing because the title shot was promised. However, he decided to accept the fight against Paulo Costa and make his fans happy. He would have succeeded if Costa had not walked backward the entire fight and ran away from the promised war.
We're gonna bleed for you guys. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna sacrifice brain cells for you guys. I love you guys. For America.
Fans will agree when we say the fight was boring, but we bet you won't agree when we tell you it wasn't Strickland's fault. He won by a fair and convincing decision that could not have passed without controversial scorecards. Judge Dave Torelli scored the bout 49-46 in favor of the Brazilian fighter. His card was in stark contrast to his fellow judges. He had it 49-46 and 50-45 to Strickland. It looks like the UFC will have to introduce doping tests for the judges before and after each event, because they obviously don't watch the same fights as we do.
Trying to ensure Strickland to be more accustomed to those kind of weird judges and all kind of games and all that.
I wasn't aware it was fucking nuts. What it was, insane. That guy should never rough a big fight again. They should kick him back down to the minor leagues and let him work on his judging. It's unbelievable.
However, regardless of the president acknowledging Sean's good performance, it looks like Strickland won't get the rematch he deserves, judging by the last big event. Now Khamzat Chimaev enters again, and after a long break and all the problems, finally walked to the octagon. We waited for him for a whole year, and he only needed a minute and a half to make Robert Whittaker's teeth backward. The current middleweight champion also announced that he would rather defend his title against Chimaev than give Sean a rematch.
Because I think the presumption before the fight was that you and Sean would rematch. Obviously, that was a fun fight, a very competitive fight, and I don't want that he has said, hey, give me this rematch, I deserve it. Did Khamzat do enough in your mind? You're the champion. Did he do enough to jump Sean, and does he deserve the next title shot against you?
It was the first fight there was something better than and he did it the first round. That was a jump the gun on Sean Strickland. And if you ask me personally, that's a fight I would rather want. Because it's a fight that the people want, it's a fight that more fans want, and I believe Khamzat is the next best guy.
Fans are right. Props to Dreykus for not avoiding the scariest character in the division, but giving him a title shot before Strickland would be absurd, especially with what they did to him regarding DDP versus Israel Adesanya. Dana White has not announced anything officially, but since we all know the way he thinks, we can assume what will happen next. We just have to wait for further questions related to this topic. However, he could have difficulties when it comes to scheduling a fight with Khamzat Chimaev, only if DDP is ready to defend the title in the Middle East because, from 2024, Boris cannot get a visa for the United States. Chimaev apparently fell into the bad company of Ramzan Kadyrov. Dana White wanted to put him into headline UFC 300, but the plan fell through after Khamzat boasted about his new friendship.
So I saw the Chechen leader, Ramzan. He surprised you with a Mercedes-Benz. Three Benzes? Yeah. Did he talk to you when you were trying to retire too? Yeah. You should buy you another Benz instead of
When I see the Benz, I'm happy.
As Ramzan's favorite fighter, Khamzat hangs out with his family and trains with his sons, and Kadyrov regularly showers him with luxurious gifts. Chimaev says he helped him a lot and is grateful to him, but all this came at a high price, not being able to get a visa and fight in the U.S.
Hey, this is Jason. Shut it up, guys.
Uncle Chael is right. How do you give title shot to someone limited by location, weight, sickness, and, well, everything else? On top of the issues we brought up about scheduling Chimaev's fights, this doesn't make things easier. But that's Dana White's problem. And knowing him, he'll surely find a way. Just like he always finds a way to deal with questions about fighters' pay. These are the questions that make White infuriating, and his head turns extra purple. And truth be told, we love seeing him that way. We have left the issue of fighters paying for last because it is impossible to place it chronologically. It's just something like John Jones' problems. That is, it happens year after year.
There has been a lot of talk on fighter pay lately, right? The number that gets thrown out is 16 to 18% of revenue around there.
Is that right?
Is that accurate?
None of your business. It's none of your business how much it is. If you don't like how we run our business, go start your own.
The president has long been the target of controversy because of the amount he pays fighters.
They have room to pay more. They have room to pay more. They pay you whatever they want to pay. They let you pretend that you're negotiating while you're not negotiating.
He got trashed by fans, journalists, and even his own fighters. None of this would be so terrible if they didn't take away the right of fighters to have their own sponsors like they used to. But Dana White's policy is,
you always have to have something to bitch about, and fighters always want to make more money. Boxing has absolutely been destroyed because of money and all things that go on. It's never going to happen while I'm here. Believe me, these guys get paid what they're supposed to get paid. They eat what they kill. They get a percentage of the pay-per-view buys, and the money is spread out amongst all the fighters.
Let's be real. There is little chance that anything will change. And knowing the president, he doesn't give a duck about the controversy surrounding this topic. In the words of John Jones, Dana White is a pretty hard person to argue with. Fortunately for White, there are always famous fighters who make good money and are ready to defend his ideas.
That's that big trip, big wrist, big bang, big whips, big glocks, big guap, big knots, big goals, small pros, big moves.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 to 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I can summarize long contracts and identify key terms instantly. AI Assistant helps me compare two different versions of the same document for key changes. It makes me feel very confident that nothing's missing and everything's accurate. With AI Assistant, we're able to focus on what really matters. Growing our business and finding new ways to reach soccer fans.
Is there anything better in sports than when the best in the world take on the best in the world? Recently in the UFC, the battle between Alexander Volkanovski and Islam Makhachev was literally the pound for pound two best fighters going head to head to see who's number one.
There's Mickey only one.
When the pound for pound number one fighter on the planet has truly been tested, it's made for some of the most exciting and legendary fights of all time. I'm Bailey in from Romeo Point. Thank you to all our amazing Hall of Famers out there for supporting us. Now sit down as we're going to track through the years of MMA history and look at every single time the pound for pound number one was tested. So the first year we are starting at is in 1993. Why? Now this is the first year a few things happened. It was the year Pancrase began. It was also of course the year that the UFC had their first event, and a lot of other promotions before that, well, they were kind of hit and miss. The Japanese promotion Rings was still just having a bunch of fake fights, and Shuto, well, it turned out to be a great promotion, but it was still only getting started. That being said, in 1993, one guy had emerged from that promotion seemingly light years ahead of everybody else. The first pound-for-pound fighter was a guy called Noboru Asai. Also, I do have to say, at different points in time, you can make an argument for several people being the pound-for-pound number one. So when that is the case, I'm just going to mention them all, okay? But in 1993, at 9-1, it was pretty hard to argue the best guy around wasn't Noboru. He was just 25 years old, the featherweight Shuto champion, and he had a pretty nasty armbar. I mean, look at this shit right here. This is what he was doing to people. Noboru was on a free-fight armbar streak when he ran into another early Japanese MMA legend, Yuki Nakai. At just 23, Nakai gave Noboru all he could handle, where the champ had just cut through other fighters. These two were very competitive. They traded back and forth positions, attack submissions, it went the distance, and all 5 rounds. But the pound-for-pound number one fighter, Noboru, stayed on top. His win streak continued for about another 3 years until he actually lost to Royler Gracie, and Yuki Nakai wouldn't lose again until he fought Rickson Gracie many years later. Just goes to show how good both guys were. But of course, by the end of 1993, UFC 1 happens. Royce Gracie shows what Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is all about, and he is now the new pound-for-pound best fighter in the world. As we go into 1994. Things start off with Royce winning UFC 2 in March, and then in September, running into adversity for the first time. Quite surprisingly, against basically an untrained bodybuilder called Kilo Leopoldo. Now the guy was just massive though, and Royce really struggled to put him away. At one point, he was just getting completely squashed by this giant guy. He managed to win, but barely, and he had to withdraw from the tournament. But that wasn't the worst of it Royce faced that year. A much tougher test awaited in the finals of UFC 4 a few months later. Dan the Beast Severn. Now this guy was a skilled wrestler and also much bigger than Royce. And Dan ended up just doing everything he could to try and negate the Gracie game. His body just loomed over Royce, and he grinded on him for 15 very sweaty minutes. Once again though, Gracie Jiu-Jitsu proved it could work on just about anybody. It was really though the first time anyone doubted if the Gracies were going to win, and definitely a struggle for old Roycey boy. But of course that takes us through to 1995, where the triple UFC champ Royce is pound for pound still number one. So that's when an old foe comes back into the picture, Ken Shamrock. Now these two guys fought at UFC 1, obviously they faced off against each other on the poster, but never got to fight at UFC 3 as both guys pulled out. By the time of UFC 5, Ken was now also the openweight pancrase champion and had just submitted Bas Rutten in 1 minute. So at UFC 5, the first fight that wasn't part of a tournament ever was booked. So first off, there was no time limit because the Gracies hated time limits, but that meant the fight ended up going for 36 minutes. And although it was pretty boring, Ken Shamrock took Royce down and just laid on top of him. It showed that if you had good enough defense, BJJ just wasn't enough to win a fight on its own. And Royce was also stuck on the bottom, and it just made him look pretty human. Now, because there also weren't judges, this fight was just called a draw. If it had been, well, you would have given it to Ken Shamrock. He was on top the whole time, and he was a guy landing strikes, and he busted Royce open. From every metric, damage, control, Ken won. Royce's jiu-jitsu didn't work. He couldn't submit the guy. And for those reasons, that's why Ken Shamrock was seen as the #1 pound-for-pound guy. And he was the guy that would go on and continue to fight for super fight championships in the UFC. After this as well, Royce Gracie won't fight for another 5 years. Now this will happen in April of 1995. And guys, just 1 month later, Ken then goes back to pancrase, looked at by a lot of people as the new #1 pound-for-pound guy, and loses his pancrase championship to Suzuki in just 2 minutes. Okay, UFC 5 was supposed to have been for the first proper UFC title, and pancrase is just out here submitting their best. Just a few months after that though, Bas Rutten and Suzuki meet for a second time in pancrase to fight for the title, and after a 15-minute war, Bas slaps on a guillotine and becomes the new king, and he holds onto that belt and he never loses it. So by the end of the year, Royce has gone, Ken Shamrock has lost, and it's pretty much just Bas Rutten as the pound-for-pound best. And next year, he gets a proper test of that title. So let's go to 1996. This is about the time when everyone starts to take notice of Japan and pancrase a little bit more, as that's where the new #1 pound-for-pound fighter is. Bas Rutten starts the year off by finishing 2 more guys, making his win streak now 9. And there was really only one guy left who could test him at this point, Frank Shamrock. While Bas was out injured, Frank had become undeniable as a challenger, winning the interim pancrase title. He and Bas were 1-1. It had to happen, and so pancrase scheduled a trilogy matchup with the belt on the line. Meanwhile in the UFC, Dan Severn has been winning without any real competition around, and the same month Bas and Frank had their trilogy fight, he actually split decisions Ken Shamrock after another 30-minute war. Back to Bas and Frank, they have one hell of an awesome fight, scrambling after each other, throwing submissions up, throwing big strikes and punches. I mean, the pace was so high in this one, the cardio was tested, and Rutten was also just tested in every way you can imagine. Both guys had to constantly stay vigilant to avoid each other's rapid submission attempts, and Bas Rutten ended up just smacking a smiling Frank Shamrock in the face over and over again. With his superior power though, he forced Shamrock to quit after 11 minutes. Test passed, and Bas Rutten is still the pound-for-pound best. For the rest of the year, Bas, again, isn't really challenged, and by September, his next title defense against Funaki turned into a massacre, with Bas just plastering them all over the ring. And he is actually probably the last high-level opponent that Rutten goes up against for the next few years. But that's the end of this year, on to 1997. So at this point, you might have Bas Rutten at the top of your pound-for-pound list. Like I said, these rankings have always been very much unofficial, and we're trying to do this back in 1997. But either way, Bas is not tested this year. But back over in the UFC, there's another fighter on the rise who looks like the future of the sport, just an American hero by the name of Randy Couture. So at UFC 13 in May, a tournament begins to find a new contender for the UFC Heavyweight Championship. In just 4 minutes, a decorated collegiate wrestler, Randy Couture, shows up, smashes through Tony Harm and Stephen Graham, and looks like the perfect blend of wrestling, striking, and dirty boxing that an MMA fighter in 1997 needs. Also on the other side of the coin in 97, you had Vitor Belfort on a 4-fight knockout streak. He was the same as Randy, just blending jiu-jitsu with his striking. 2 of the first proper MMA fighters, and when they went head-to-head at UFC 13, Randy beat him down after 8 minutes of action. Vitor had been looked at with such potential and promise that that win alone was enough to catapult Randy to the top of a lot of people's lists for best fighter in the world. Without question, Randy Couture was going to fight for the heavyweight title next. Now the kickboxer Maurice Smith was champion. He was the guy who tired out the hammer Mark Coleman and ended the reign of the first UFC heavyweight champion. But in this fight, Randy showed off his control, and the game plan was basically to smother Smith for the whole fight. But Maurice was obviously trained for that. He had really good defense, and it limited what Randy was able to do. He'd run through everyone else easily, even Vitor comparatively. But it wasn't easy, and it took 21 minutes to win a majority decision, and Randy was named UFC heavyweight champion. So it could be Randy as pound-for-pound #1 at this point. It could still be Bus. In fact, they were both supposed to fight each other for the UFC title at this point. Randy, though, had a contract dispute and ended up dropping the title and flying all the way to Valley Tuyo, Japan. And that takes us into 1998. The Japanese debut of Randy is a must-watch for MMA fans. How would the American champ do overseas? The answer, not great. The UFC heavyweight champion gets submitted by Enson Inoue.
Felt like everybody was looking at me, and I was the guy who was supposed to win that fight, and everybody expected big things from me, and I don't think I dealt with that.
Randy managed to get the takedown right away, but I don't think he'd been on the ground with someone as strong and as skilled as Enson was. He got up out of his guard, and then he just wasn't really sure what to do.
He surprised me with the amount of power he was able to generate from the mat.
Randy used his Greco to get another takedown, but he left his arm out there and Enson took it.
I tried to pull away, which is exactly what you don't want to do.
So Randy Couture at this point loses any argument he has to be at the top of the pound-for-pound rankings. Although Bas Rutten in Pancrase is still undefeated, he's not fought for a title in over 2 years. And so many argued that the #1 spot deserved to go to another guy who was back in the UFC. Just 1 week before Randy's Japanese debut, Frank Shamrock, the guy who tested the pound-for-pound best in 1996, makes his 3rd UFC title defense and is now being called the best fighter on the planet. In fact, the year before this, Frank had just blasted Enson Inoue, the guy that just beat Randy. Shamrock, though, isn't properly tested in the UFC until we get to 1999, where we get to see probably one of the best MMA fights of the 90s take place. In just a short amount of time in the UFC, Tito managed to build himself an incredible amount of hype. He'd started beef with Shamrock's Lion's Den team, and there weren't really that many rivalries back then, so it got a lot of attention from the fans. And then in September, he was given a title shot against the UFC's best, Frank Shamrock. So Tito came into the fight as the inexperienced young kid, but early on was able to take Frank down over and over again. He even opened up a cut. But Frank weathered the storm. By the end of the 3rd round, Tito had slowed a lot.
That's not to say Tito still has the injuries there, but it's definitely down, and his output is starting to dwindle.
Still, Tito grabbed one last desperate takedown, but it wasn't looking good. Frank got back up to the feet and unloaded on Tito as he dove to the ground and eventually just couldn't get up anymore. What did people think of Frank after that performance?
And you are the greatest champion to ever grace the octagon, the greatest champion in our history.
Now, of course, just a few months before this, Bas Rutten had fought Kevin Randall, and that had been a really tough test as well. He was controlled, had his nose broken, and didn't really look like the greatest martial artist of all time that he was billed as. He had to push hard for a very close decision. Now, people still debate that decision to this day, but it means at this point, either through his retirement or through that fight, he was no longer #1 pound-for-pound. And then, in another twist of fate, just 1 month after this title defense, Frank Shamrock drops the UFC title and walks away from the promotion, leaving them without the 2 best fighters in the world. Either way, going into 2000, everything was about to change. Pride Fighting Championships had already been running for about 3 years, but in the year 2000, they put on one of the biggest tournaments of all time, the Pride Openweight Grand Prix. It was enough of a spectacle to get one of the previous pound-for-pound rates back. Royce Gracie hadn't competed since his super fight draw against Ken Shamrock at UFC 5. We just had UFC 20 at this point, but he had still never lost in any promotion. Meanwhile, Pride had started to grow their own superstar, Sakuraba. Thousands of fans desperately watched the tournament unfold until Sakuraba and Royce met in the quarterfinals and had an incredibly epic fight with no time limit. Both men were pushed to their absolute limits. Sakuraba was using the gi against Royce, and it became way more of a battle of mental toughness. After 90 minutes and 6 15-minute rounds, Royce simply couldn't continue, and Sakuraba, by de facto, became the new greatest pound-for-pound fighter on the planet. He'd already beaten 2 Gracies, Vitor Belfort, and won a UFC tournament. This cemented him at the top. And then Saku was immediately challenged about 2 hours later by Igor Vovchanchyn. Now, Sakuraba was obviously completely fucking knackered and could have slept for 2 weeks. And it was on the same night, so they had to call the fight after the first round because, yeah, he still somehow made it 15 minutes. But considering Igor was up a weight class and what Saku had just done for an hour and a half, no one held the withdrawal against him. Now, that of course all happened in May, but Sakuraba was just getting started in the year 2000. In August, he did something incredible. Submitted another Gracie, Henzo, and by December, he'd beaten yet another one, High Gracie. An incredible year for Sakuraba, who ended 2000 as pretty much undisputedly pound-for-pound #1 guy in MMA. But, of course, immediately from the start of 2001, things did not go his way. Meanwhile, while Pride had been celebrating the achievements of a homegrown star in Sakuraba, they had been feeding a monster knockouts, Vanderlei Silva. By March of 2001, he was unbeaten in 6 Pride fights and just couldn't beat the night any longer. And so he squared off pound-for-pound king Sakuraba. Now, to be fair, I think Tito Ortiz actually cursed Sakuraba by giving him a kiss before this one started.
Don't worry, folks. He goes there. No problem there. It will be very scary. It will be.
But the guy nicknamed the Axe Murderer, yeah, he was not there to play around. Sakuraba was always full of surprises, and as Vanderlei came out trying to kill him, actually, Saku dropped him first. But that definitely pissed him off, because 30 seconds later, Vandy was blasting him with soccer kicks. And just like that, the pound-for-pound best was defeated by vicious TKO. Now, like I just said, if you beat the #1 guy, it doesn't automatically always make you pound-for-pound #1. You know, it's usually sustained success across a period of time. That night that Sakuraba was knocked out, he could no longer be called king, but Vanderlei had literally just lost the year before to Tito Ortiz in the UFC. No, it wasn't until the end of the year that Rodrigo Nogueira emerged as the new top guy. He had an amazing 2000 where he rang through the Rings King of Kings tournament, and throughout 2001 he'd beaten some of the biggest heavyweight names like Gary Goodridge and Mark Coleman, who just won that Pride 2000 Grand Prix. After Sakuraba had been beaten, Big Nog also then ended the year as the first ever Pride heavyweight champion. So, that's your new pound-for-pound best right there at the end of 2001. Just out of interest though, what was happening in the UFC in 2001? Well, not much really. It was kind of the dark ages. Tito was defending his light heavyweight belt after the loss to Frank Shamrock, and that was about it. Which brings us to 2002, where the pound-for-pound best is once again put through the ringer, but not against a top contender, but in a spectacle fight. Pride booked Bob Sapp, an ex-NFL player, to step in the ring against their heavyweight pound-for-pound champion. And at this stage, Bob was terrifying. He had done some scary things in his very short time in MMA. This was long before he started flopping fights, and Bob Sapp threw the champion Nogueira around the ring for the first half of the fight. Big Nog was in big trouble, and really only his toughness helped him survive long enough to pull off an incredible submission after a dramatic fight that no one thought would play out that way. Freaking unbelievable was right, mate. The amount of punishment he took in that fight, I mean, it only made Nogueira look even more unbeatable. But then we found out in 2003 that was not the case. Pride scheduled his first official heavyweight title defense against another new heavyweight contender, just this Sambo master called Fedor Emelianenko. Now this was the early days of the last emperor. He'd yet to establish himself as one of the best in the world. He'd only won 2 fights in Pride. But even so, his skill set was so undeniable, they gave him a shot at the pound-for-pound best. The BJJ champion was always comfortable on his back in his guard, and that's where Fedor ended up, and it seemed at first like a bad idea for the challenger.
You should have stand up. You should have never gone into the eye of Nogueira, because this is where Nogueira wants him.
Fedor started dropping incredible punishment with his ground and pound. It seemed like Nogueira just couldn't keep taking those shots, but he did for 25 minutes as the last emperor looked incredible.
There's no question Fedor has taken the title.
Fedor was the heavyweight champion, but probably not the new pound-for-pound best. Like I said, he was just getting started. You know, when Leon Edwards head-kicked Usman, he didn't immediately become the #1 pound-for-pound guy. I mean, we're going to get to that later. It means in 2003, we need to go back to the UFC, where a new man had risen, and with Big Nog defeated, he stood out as the most dominant champ in MMA at the time. UFC welterweight champion Matt Hughes. Going into the new year, Matt had already got 3 title defenses under his belt. The UFC brought in pretty much the toughest guy they could, Sean Sherman. The dude was 19-0, and he and Matt squared off in April. And we saw Hughes get taken down for the first time, and even get controlled for the majority of some of the rounds. It turned into a real war of attrition that Matt Hughes managed to freaking win. The defending his pound-for-pound spot, and if anything, proving he deserved it even more because Sean Shirk had been this undefeated force. Now, I do suppose if you wanted to make the argument that Tito was maybe the pound-for-pound best at the time, well, okay. But that year, Teets would finally fight Randy Couture in September, and he got spanked, definitively ending his title reign. But in November, something far too glorious happened, and it knocked Matt Hughes off the pound-for-pound spot. In one night, Wanderlei Silva collided with Hidehiko Yoshida in the fight of the year, and then knocked out Rampage Jackson to win the 2003 Pride Middleweight Grand Prix. It was seen as an incredible achievement on top of a win streak that began with him knocking out Sakuraba, winning the Pride Middleweight Championship, and then after he TKO'd Quinton Jackson, who himself had just taken out Chuck Liddell, it made it 18 fights unbeaten in Pride for Wanderlei. In that one night, Wanderlei Silva climbed to the top of most people's pound-for-pound list. Now, meanwhile, of course, Fedor's career in Pride is getting more impressive with every victory, and he racked up 4 of them by the end of the year after beating Nogueira. But again, they weren't against the best heavyweights in the world. Not yet, and then we did face some adversity that year as well, in his fight with Kazuyuki Fujita. In 2003, though, Fedor was just getting started, and so the next time the pound-for-pound best is tested is in 2004. At this point, I suppose the UFC have just run out of competition for Matt Hughes. He's wiped the welterweight division out, and it just so happens that a former lightweight contender was ready to come back to the UFC, and I'm talking about BJ Penn. The prodigy, as he had been called, he was incredibly hyped by the fans, but no one gave him a chance against Matt Hughes up a weight class. But from the opening bell, Hughes was attacked by BJ, who went out there and then submitted the champ in the first round in an incredible performance. And so Matt Hughes' argument to be at the top of the pound-for-pound list was officially over. On that New Year's Eve, Wanderlei Silva was supposed to once again fight Sakuraba, but he had pulled out at the last minute. And Vandy agreed to an open weight bout against the 70-pound heavier Super Samoan Mark Hunt. It was only his 3rd ever MMA fight, and he was going in there with the pound-for-pound best. Wanderlei, shit, even the UFC champ Randy Couture was there handing out the flowers.
What would be your strategy, Randy, in a situation like this?
The fastest third leg you ever saw.
Now, Vandy didn't want to stand with the kickboxing Grand Prix champion Hunt and managed to take him down, but Mark kept getting up, and then he was dropping Silva. At the start of the second, it looked like he was going to finish him. We survived the entire ordeal, and it went to a judge's decision, and after 18 fights unbeaten in Pride, he'd taken a gamble, and it didn't pay off. Mark Hunt was named the winner. Just 15 minutes later, the New Year's Eve main event walked out. A rematch again for the heavyweight title between Fedor and Nogueira. Big Nog had managed to recapture his status as one of the best when he submitted Krokop for the interim title earlier on in the year, and then climbed to the top of the 2004 heavyweight Grand Prix. Fedor and Nog had then clashed quite literally a few months earlier, and because of a cut, they rebooked it for New Year's Eve, and the hype was just insane. This time around, Fedor was just throwing Nogueira around the ring and tagging him with big shots. He beat him up pretty badly, but because, again, Nogueira has this insane chin, he kept swinging back until the very end, and it went into a decision. But again, Fedor was just undeniable and was officially crowned on New Year's Eve as the pound-for-pound #1 guy. But everybody already knew who his next challenge was going to be going into 2005. Along with MMA at the time, Japan also had a massive kickboxing scene. K1, it brought together fighters from Japan, Oceania, America, and European countries like Holland, France, and Croatia for some incredible tournaments. Winning one of these things meant you were literally one of the most badass men alive. And along with Mark Hunt, Mirko Krokop had been head-kicking people unconscious in kickboxing and started doing it in MMA. He lost a big Nog for the interim title, sure, but was already on another 7-fight win streak, and a date with Destiny and Fedor, the pound-for-pound best, waited in 2005. This turned out to be not just the fight of the year, but the actual fight of the decade. This was a dangerous matchup for Fedor. Make no mistake, both guys, if anyone make...
You're one of those people that saves money by watching the ads. You must be kind of like kayak. Kayak compares hundreds of travel sites to provide great deals on flights, cars, and hotels. Kayak, search one and done.
Lysol knows little hands deserve big protection. That's
made one error, it could be over. And both guys were just throwing missiles at each other. Krokop even then split Fedor open. Slowly but surely though, the last Emperor just kept wearing down Krokop until the last 30 seconds where in front of the world, both guys were exhausted, covered in blood, and still trying to take each other's heads off. When it was all over though, the baddest man on the planet was still on top. And for the next few years, the pound for pound champ isn't really tested. Fedor picked up 2 more wins in 2006, but over Mark Coleman and Mark Hunt, 2 guys who just weren't really able to challenge the champ. And then by the end of the year, Pride had closed down. Fedor was still looked at as the best in the world, but he just wasn't fighting the best heavyweights in the world anymore. And that kind of continued right up till 2010. Back in the UFC during this time, 2 more potential pound-for-pound rates had started to emerge from the pack. The legends Anderson Silva and George St. Pierre. Now, who you consider the pound-for-pound number 1 at this point is kind of up to you. George, going into 2010, had a pretty good case. Already at 3 title defenses, he'd beaten top contenders like Koscheck, John Fitch, and at UFC 100 defended his belt against Thiago Alves. St. Pierre was only looking more impressive, and he made it all look so easy. So if you did have him as pound-for-pound number 1, well, he'd not really been challenged while he held the title, not since Matt Serra, and he wasn't the pound-for-pound best back then. And regardless, by the end of 2009, I mean, a lot of people thought the new pound-for-pound king was Anderson Silva. In just 3 years, the Spider had taken over the UFC. 8 finishes in a row before Thales Leites finally took him to a decision, and that's only because Anderson kind of just played with it. After Pride had shut down, Silva fought the last middleweight champion Dan Henderson in the UFC, and he finished him in the 2nd round. Now that was enough right there for some people to put him at pound-for-pound number 1, but not just that. Because by the end of 2009, the Spider had also gone up to light heavyweight for a 2nd time and just completely dusted Forrest Griffin. Okay, as everybody said, it looked like something out of the Matrix. And all of that continued into 2010. Fedor's time at the top of the pound-for-pound list just comes crashing down. Without Pride, Emelianenko went to Affliction. After they folded, he went to Strikeforce, and although he had a bit of a struggle with Brett Rogers, he was still looking like the dominant version of himself. That was until Fedor was matched up with Fabricio Verdun, an ex-UFC fighter who was KO'd on his way out of the promotion. But he was a BJJ master who started a win streak in Strikeforce and was ready to shock the world.
It's a classic striker versus grappler matchup, and Fedor says he has the formula for beating Verdun quickly.
Now this one would be over quickly, but not in the way most people expected.
Here's a chance for Verdun to take a huge step forward and send shockwaves through the sport of MMA with a win.
In just 30 seconds, Fedor had thrown hands and dropped Fabricio, but it was exactly what the BJJ black belt wanted. Fabricio Verdun threw up his legs and locked in a triangle, and just like that, with a single dejected tap, the 31-fight unbeaten streak was over. So then, after July 2010, it was clear that Anderson Silva was now king of all men. But just 3 months after Fedor's loss, the Spider would face his own test, in the form of a brash, trash-talking American wrestler who was coming for everything he had.
You know, I've been calling this guy out for 4 years, and he still doesn't want to fight. I'm going to take his belt, and I'm going to hurt him real bad in 2 days.
Not just that, though. Chael Sonnen was calling his whole status as the pound-for-pound number 1 into question.
He fought a one-legged Canadian. He fought a math teacher from Ohio.
Is he beating the UFC that's even held their spot within the roster, 2 or 3 guys?
Now this fight is an absolute classic. In fact, it made it into the UFC Hall of Fame. Chael comes out with no fucks given, and in 30 seconds, boom, hits Anderson with the left hand and rocked him. What happened next was just pure wrestling domination, with the pound-for-pound great spending 16 out of the next 20 minutes of his fight on his back, eating punishment from Sonnen. The beating continued until there was just 2 minutes left on the clock. The Spider's legacy was about to come crashing down, but he threw up a Hail Mary submission and somehow got the tap. One of the most dramatic endings to a fight ever, and the pound-for-pound best was pushed perhaps more than any fight so far in this video, and was still able to win. And although these two did eventually run it back, it turned out to be far from the challenge of the first encounter. In fact, Anderson Silva is never really challenged again, or at least for a few more years. It's really between him and GSP at this point, but he also doesn't face any major tests until 2013. Before we talk about those two though, we have to mention that in those 3 years since the Son and Silva fight, a new elite UFC champion had also arisen. This was the time of Jon Jones. In 2011, he won the light heavyweight title and then defended it 4 times by the time 2013 rolls around, basically putting himself right up there as one of the best pound for pound. While GSP and Anderson were still around though, that was always going to be debated. Silva's title defense was up first in July, and basically with only one tough fight in his 7-year reign as champion, pound for pound best was about to fall at the hands of a relatively inexperienced fighter. Chris Weidman, the All-American grappling standout, had the most important thing needed to beat the Spider: confidence. He wasn't thrown off by Anderson's intimidating antics, and he brought the same energy to that fight. Everyone thought Chris needed to rely on the wrestling, but Silva was doing a lot of taunting and goaded him into a striking battle on the feet. All before a fatal blow was landed, and suddenly the unbeatable Anderson Silva was knocked out. What a way to start 2013, dethroning one of the longest reigning pound-for-pound best. It also ended one debate. GSP was now obviously #1. He'd been holding on to his UFC title for 6 years at this point. But of course, one way or another, no championship reign can last forever. And in November, GSP faced the toughest fight he'd ever go through when he went up against Johnny Hendricks. Everyone called this guy Big Rig, not just because he was fighting out of Texas, but because he had one-punch KO power as well as an incredibly credentialed collegiate wrestling background. Honestly, the perfect combination to take on GSP. The champ was still the favourite, but at just -220, it was the closest the odds had been in 4 years. The challenger matched the champion at every turn, and the more the fight wore on, the more he started to bust up the face of this unbeatable champion. When the final bell rang, Joe Rogan kind of said what everyone was thinking.
What a fight! I think we may have a new welterweight champion.
But the judges didn't see it that way. George's hand was raised, much to the disagreement of many people, including Dana White. Either way, GSP would walk away from the division and the UFC at this point, leaving his place as pound-for-pound #1 regardless. 2013, like I said though, was full of surprises. A month before GSP had fought Johnny Hendricks, Jon Jones had faced Alex Safson in his 5th title defense. And it was an incredibly tough fight, where for the first time, Jon was made to look human. He actually faced adversity in the extremely durable Swede and only turned the fight around in the championship rounds. He'd still won though, controversially. Jon Jones was now the pound-for-pound #1 fighter on the planet. But before we move on, we've now got to talk about the women. In 2013, Ronda Rousey officially arrived in the UFC and was immediately made the bantamweight champion. Now, of course, women's MMA was going on way before this. From 2004 to 2010, a Japanese fighter by the name of Megumi Fujii had won 22 fights in a row before finally losing in the finals of the Bellator strawweight tournament. She was looked at as the best pound-for-pound female fighter for a number of years. Of course, from round about the time she lost in Bellator, Cris Cyborg had also established herself as an absolute force to be reckoned with. By 2010, Cyborg could not have looked any scarier. She won 10 fights in a row, 8 of them by knockout, and was the Strikeforce Women's Featherweight Champion, having a massive fight with Gina Carano in the process. But shortly after, well, she tested positive for steroids, and we wouldn't see her fight again for another 2.5 years, removing herself from any pound-for-pound discussion. So, in her absence, the attention in women's MMA in Strikeforce went from bantamweight champion Marloes Coenen to the cupcake Miesha Tate, who dethroned her, which led right into a rivalry with the rising Ronda Rousey, who beat Miesha, took her belt, and in 2013 arrived in the UFC as the best pound-for-pound women's fighter. Of course, 2 months after Ronda's debut, Cris Cyborg came back to competition, and who was going to be pound-for-pound the best was debated between the two of them from there. So that's where we're going to start with our pound-for-pound women being tested as we go into 2014. So, like I said, Jon Jones is the only long-standing champ remaining with GSP and Silva gone. He wasn't really tested in 2014. I mean, he only had one fight against Glover Teixeira, who everyone thought would be his toughest challenge, but Bones didn't really have any problems in that one. At the same time, Rousey was just stacking up title defenses as the new UFC champion. Both times she defended the belt that year, she absolutely rolled her opponents, so not a test for the women's pound for pound, and Chris Cyborg didn't even fight that year. Which was good, probably, because 2015, this year started off in a big way. In January, one of the most anticipated bad blood hype rivalries of all time between John Jones and Daniel Cormier went down. Again, everyone thought that if anyone was going to beat John, it was going to be DC, who'd looked flawless in his MMA career up until that point. But actually, once again, John came in with a pretty much perfect game plan. John took a unanimous decision, and there wasn't that much close about it. No, the real battle for John actually came a few months later. April came round and John was booked to fight Rumble Johnson, big knockout artist, in a new challenge, but of course that fight, it never happened. News broke that John had been involved in a hit-and-run incident, not behaviour befitting of a UFC champion, and he was stripped of his belt and suspended indefinitely from fighting or defending his pound-for-pound #1 ranking, which meant there was a spot at the top for someone to slide up, and it went to Jose Aldo. At this point, the Brazilian champ hadn't lost in 9 years and had dominantly defended the UFC title 7 times. He was also the top choice because he just looked on another level compared to the rest of his division for such a long time. But also, at this point, you had Demetrius Johnson as well. Some people might have picked him as the new pound-for-pound best without Johnny Bones around, and it would have been warranted. The guy had 6 defenses as well, and in the same month Jones was rested, he picked up another submission win while defending his belt. Either way, it was only Jose Aldo who was tested that year. And to be honest, guys, I'm being pretty liberal with the word tested. I mean, his mental fortitude and confidence was tested all year long in the lead-up to the fight with Conor McGregor in December. And McGregor did everything he could to get in the champ's head. In 2015, it was, without a doubt, one of the most hyped fights of all time. But in the actual fight, well, Aldo was tested for the whole of 13 seconds. And sadly for him, he failed, leaping right at Conor, and he got knocked out cold. Once again, pound-for-pound best had fallen. So with John Jones still out, Jose Aldo now unconscious, I mean, Conor McGregor wanted to be pound-for-pound #1, at least in his eyes.
Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Harbor Freight.
More protein,
This is good.
more fun. Yogurt with 2 times the protein.
Saturday nights on Ion. It's our night. Let's go! Double headers every Saturday at 7 and 10 p.m. Eastern. The new Saturday Night Out is on Ion all season long.
Amazon, it was the easiest way for me to launch an online shop. They take care of all the logistical things, stuff that I don't really want to work on. Amazon has given me the way to have a business that's really conducive to a healthy life balance.
Eyes, I'm sure he was, but on the men's side of things, Demetrius Johnson was the most deserving, and he's now the new pound-for-pound #1. But what about the women? Well, if you had Chris Cyborg as best on the planet in 2015, she just ran through another 2 girls in 45 seconds. But for Ronda Rousey, it was the year her entire life came crashing down. One of the most notorious combat sports athletes of all time, Holly Holm, a champion boxer and kickboxer, had made it to the UFC. Although she was incredibly hyped on her arrival, she didn't exactly impress with her first 2 UFC opponents, and so the odds were massively in the favour of the women's pound-for-pound Ronda when they fought. Ronda ended up chasing Holly all around the ring. There was nothing she could do but basically run into punches until she was absolutely decapitated in the second round. The sky kind of fell down in 2015. No more John Jones, no more Jose Aldo, and no more Ronda Rousey. Whatever the heck was going to happen in 2016, it had a lot of holes to fill. Either way, at this point in time, it's Demetrius Johnson on the men's side of things, and for the women, well, you still had Cyborg, or the strawweight champion, Joanna Jędrzejczyk. She'd been killing it with 3 title defenses already under her belt. Either way, that brings us to 2016. For the women, all attention is drawn to Chris Cyborg as she finally makes her UFC debut in May. Of course, for some reason, there was still this belief she could make 135, so the first 2 fights are catchweight fights at 140, and Chris still absolutely killed the competition, even if she had to kill herself to make weight. She beat Leslie Smith and then Lena Landsberg, and again, it wasn't even close. Joanna, on the other hand, had another title defense, and had a great scrap with a fellow countrywoman, Karolina Kowalkiewicz. But aside from one round where she got tagged, you wouldn't really call that much of a test either. Now, John Jones does come back to the UFC this year as well. We've not seen him since the Cormier fight at the start of 2015. Daniel had been holding on to the title, so it only made sense to put them in a fight. But twice it fell apart, most famously at UFC 200 with a failed drug test, which meant the main event of UFC 200 turned out to be Amanda Nunes winning over Miesha Tate. What does that all mean? Demetrious Johnson is basically still at the top of most people's pound-for-pound lists, and guess what? For the first time in fucking ages, he was actually tested that year. By December, a season of The Ultimate Fighter had finished, one that threw all the flyweight champions from other organizations together to find one winner that DJ would fight. What do you know? That turned out to be Tim Elliott, the guy who'd already been in the UFC with less than stellar success, but somehow he put the champion in all kinds of trouble.
Boy, this is tight. Tim Elliott trying to shock the world here.
It was by far, in ages, the most difficulty we'd seen DJ in, but ultimately he won a pretty dominant decision. So December ended with DJ still the dominant champion he had been, now on an 11-fight win streak. Let's roll into 2017. And it's basically another flawless year for Demetrious Johnson. Between Wilson Hayes and Ray Borg, DJ basically flies through his contenders yet again, not tested, not even a pop quiz for that man. Now, John Jones does come back briefly in 2017, and after he beats Daniel Cormier in the rematch and reclaims his light heavyweight title, he had to go right back to the top of the pound-for-pound list. Except, oh wait, he tested positive for steroids, he again had his title stripped away from him, and we wouldn't see him back in the cage for a year and a half. The girls, though, well, there's a bit of a shake-up in the pound-for-pound spots as well, and it all starts with Joanna facing Rose Namajunas. Now, again, it's worth pointing out that Joanna champion is at this point 14-0. She's never struggled with any contender, not really. Her Muay Thai has been light years ahead of the rest of the girls, but that was all about some tested Bobby Young Thug Rose, who'd made herself a fan favourite with her ice-cold demeanour and submissions. Most fans thought the battle was kind of already won for Joanna. She'd done her best to intimidate Rose at the weigh-ins, but guys, the fucking atmosphere before this fight was absolutely insane. These two ladies went right at it, exchanging combos on the feet, which was kind of surprising for everyone watching.
Ken Rose Hang was one of the best kickboxers on the planet Earth.
And then out of nowhere, Rose dropped the champ. But under an assault of punishment, she was made to quit and tapped to strikes. Joanna had been undefeated, looked at as one of the most dominant champions still holding onto a belt, of course, but if you didn't realise at this point in the video, everyone loses eventually. Just 1 month before that had all gone down though, another high-profile women's fight had taken place. Remember I mentioned Amanda Nunes? Well, going into 2017, she battered 2 of the previous UFC champions, but her closest fight in the UFC so far had been against Valentina Shevchenko, and that had happened just a few months before Amanda won the belt at UFC 200. Now, in 2017, Shev was ready to go again, this time for the title. We're not going to get into too much of the struggle for this one, as most people saw Joanna as the pound-for-pound best until she'd lose just 1 month after this. But Nunes and Shevchenko had about as close of a fight as you can possibly get. Nunes got tested everywhere, on the feet, on the ground. It was a split decision, and watching it back, I still think Valentina won. But Nunes was given the official nod, and with Joanna being defeated just the month before, Amanda slid into 2018 as the new best women's pound-for-pound fighter on the planet. Of course, Chris Cyborg was still on a 20-fight unbeaten streak, so who was actually the best would be settled next year. Speaking of that, what happens in 2018? Well, like I said, DJ is still at the top of the men's pound-for-pound list going into the new year, but that was all going to change. Not because he'd lose, but because basically some other crazy shit happened. Still, with no sight of John Jones and with 2 title defences under his belt, Daniel Cormier does some pound-for-pound shit. He goes up to heavyweight to try and become the second champ in UFC history. It was a big ask for him to meet Stipe Miocic in his own weight class, a guy who in 2018 held the record for the most defenses ever of the heavyweight title, and he knocked out 5 heavyweight world champions in a row getting there. It's important to remember all of that because it's those achievements that actually pushed Daniel Cormier to the #1 pound-for-pound spot. In July of 2018, a super fight was booked between the 2 divisional champions. Everyone was ready for a war, but it ended in just 4.5 minutes. DC landed the perfect right hand, knocking out the longest reigning heavyweight champ. Holy fucking shit. 2 2 belts, and he did it putting away the greatest ever. Yeah, okay, Daniel Cormier gets catapulted to the top of the men's pound for pound after this. He'd cement his spot even further as well by defending his heavyweight title against Derek Lewis just a few months later. Habib's run at lightweight climaxes as the epic fight between him and Conor McGregor finally goes down. It's the biggest selling pay-per-view of all time, but even with a win, Habib doesn't pass DC in the pound for pound list. It was his first defense after all. Another man floating around the top though, Demetrius Johnson, faces his toughest test ever, where he has to rematch Henry Cejudo. At this point, Henry had reinvented his style, improved his game, and could match DJ for 25 minutes. They traded on the feet, exchanged in the grappling, and it's one of the highest paced fights of all time. DJ's unbeaten run though is finally ended after 6 years at the top. By the end of the year though, he'd be gone from the UFC entirely, heading to one championship, and he'd never appear on the pound for pound rankings again. And then right at the very end of the year, John Jones comes back in December after a year and a half off to fight Alexander Gustafsson for the vacant title that DC has now dropped. John wins in impressive fashion, and you might put him back at the top of the pound for pound list, but he wasn't really challenged by Alex in the rematch. John looks better though than he has done in the last 3 years, but according to the UFC rankings and the Wayback Machine, DC stayed at number 1. Of course, on the same night John fought Gus, we also had a female showdown like never before. Like I said, it was now between Nunes and Cyborg as to who was actually the best pound for pound and probably the greatest women's fighter of all time. If you were there to see it, you'll know it's a culmination of 10 years of domination from Cyborg, coming head to head with Nunes, who'd beaten every other champion there had ever been in that weight class. Both girls were also champions in the UFC. Nunes were going for champ, and both girls had the skill set to really test each other. They came in, no fucks given, and just started swinging to decide immediately who was the best in the chaos of fighting. That's when Amanda landed the perfect right hand and knocked out Cyborg. Hands down, she was the best women's fighter ever. And that takes us into 2019, where despite some incredible performances by the champs, DC is still number 1 pound for pound. John Jones comes back in 2019 though and fights 2 times, more than he has ever fought since 2013. The first against Anthony Smith, again, wasn't too much of a challenge for John, and then a few months later he defended against Thiago Santos. Now in that fight, John got chased all around the cage. He got blasted with power kicks and big punches and felt like he was just surviving at some points. John managed to get a very close decision, but it did nothing for him in the pound for pound rankings. Now a little later in the year, Habib had another title defense against the interim champ Dustin Poirier, but like a lot of Habib fights, it wasn't really that much of a test either. Not the kind of thing that would see him pass DC in the pound for pound rankings anyway. The only fight that made sense for Cormier was the rematch with Stipe. The first one had ended pretty quickly after all, and this time they really got into it. I mean, it was a back and forth war for 4 freaking rounds.
This is the cool fact. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination.
DC was getting tired, Miocic was beaten up, but that's when Stipe started slamming Cormier's body.
Oh, another hard left-hand body.
He kept ripping the left hook, and it opened up DC for a finishing blow. For the first time in a year, Cormier slipped from his position as the number 1 pound for pound and gave it up to once again his old rival, John Jones. Despite the performances, Bones still had an undeniable legacy and retook his seat on the pound for pound throne. And then of course, right at the end of the year, Amanda Nunes has another title defense at bantamweight, a rematch against Jermaine Durandamy, and it's actually a lot closer than people thought it was going to be. I mean, when it came to the stand-up, GDR actually won a lot of the exchanges and forced the champ to use her grappling. When she did, she picked up a unanimous decision in that one, also ending a 3-fight finishing streak. And so, 2020 begins. Johnny Jones back on top, and he jumps right into action in February, making another defense against Dominic Reyes. Now again, this was a challenger that everyone thought had been kind of rushed to a title shot, but he gave John all he could handle. The first 3 rounds, Reyes was all over the pound for pound best, landing big left hands, kicks, stalking the champ, and making him fight for every square meter in the octagon. By the time it came down to the judges, it honestly felt like Jones may have just lost for the first time. But the decision went his way. The fans were booing. Reyes couldn't believe it.
Lysol knows little hands deserve big protection. Kill 99.9% of germs. This is Buick. Now. Get the Buick Envista with an MSRP starting at just over $25,000. See your local Buick dealer.
Then, but John Jones was still the champion and still the number one pound for pound, even if he didn't really look like it. By August though, John and the UFC's back and forth negotiations ended with him vacating the light heavyweight title in a move up to heavyweight that would take a long time to get going. Someone we've not mentioned yet, Henry Cejudo, had won 2 belts in 2 different weight classes, and he was hovering around the number 3 pound for pound spot. He beat Dominic Cruz in May, meaning he legitimately could have been considered pound for pound number 1 by the time John disappeared on hiatus, but Henry also retired after that win and was no longer in the rankings by this point. And so the number 1 spot goes to a guy who's been at number 2 for almost 2 years at this point, Khabib Nurmagomedov. By 2020, Khabib was 28-0 and had already defended his UFC belt twice, basically running through all the competition he faced. In October, the Eagle puts on another spectacular performance against Justin Gaethje, and after he beats the highlight, guess what? Khabib retires from the sport on the spot, and that's the second guy to do that in a single year. So in 2020, 3 potential number 1 pound for pound guys all disappear from the rankings. Meanwhile, Amanda Nunes destroys another contender and doesn't really face any adversity this year either. And for the men, it left just 2 names who could hold the pound for pound number 1 spot, Israel Adesanya and Kamaru Usman. Both guys defended their belts pretty easily that year though, so that takes us into 2021 where both champs were tested. First up was Usman in February, who had his long-awaited match with his former teammate Gilbert Burns. Now this one got pretty emotional, but also pretty damn exciting quickly as Gil blasted Kamaru in the first round. Usman had to compose himself, for sure, but was able to drain the life out of Burns and with some beautiful jabs set up an awesome TKO. A little bit scary there for Kamaru in that one. His chin definitely got tested, but what about Israel Adesanya? Well, he was about to have an even rougher time. By 2021, you could look at the middleweight division and say that Izzy had pretty much cleaned it out. The opportunity was there without John Jones at 205 anymore to move up and go for a second belt, and the man he'd have to beat was the new champ, Jan Blachowicz. On paper, it seemed like they matched up pretty well. Izzy was certainly way higher than Jan on the pound-for-pound rankings, but the Polish champ, he gave Adesanya all he could handle. His striking defense was on point, and he just shut the middleweight champion down. And in his back pocket, he had the wrestling, and combined with his bigger size, he took a solid decision from Izzy. After that loss, well, it's pretty definitive that Kamaru Usman becomes the new pound-for-pound number 1. Right. Should probably mention, though, this year as well, Alexander Volkanovski is starting to stack up title defenses at featherweight. A lot of people look to what he's done so far at this point, the quality of his performances. He might be a pound-for-pound even now in 2021. And he did kind of get tested that year as well. He had a defense against the super dangerous Brian Ortega. He put the champ in some terrible submissions, even an iconic guillotine, and the escape from that almost defined Volk's career at that point. Also, something crazy happened with the women's pound-for-pound. Nunes has a title defense that we all think is going to be pretty easy against Juliana Pena. But somehow, for that girl, the stars aligned. She'd been waiting so long to get a shot, and she made the most of it. Early on in the fight, she rocked Amanda Nunes and caught her in chaotic exchanges that she was able to win. Then, when she sunk in the choke, everyone was losing their minds. Unbelievable win over the pound-for-pound best. Nunes is finally beaten, and it opens the way for Valentina Shevchenko to take over as the new best girl on the planet. Pretty hard to deny her at this point. She is on 6 defenses herself, heading into the next year, 2022. So it's still really between 2 guys, Kamaru Usman and Volkanovski. Alex manages to get 2 more defenses this year before Kamaru fights, and both of them are pretty dominant performances. Honestly, Volk has never looked better at this point, and he's just one of those fighters who can do everything, and it feels like the guy's got 0 weaknesses. Usman, on the other hand, is about to, unfortunately, lose everything. After cycling through some of the same contenders, Kamaru was up against another rematch and another fight everyone thought he was going to win. Kamaru had previously dominated Leon Edwards with his wrestling when they met very early on in their careers, and everyone pretty much thought that was going to happen when they fought for the title. First round, though, was actually pretty close, and it was Leon who took the champ down and started controlling it. But the next 3 rounds saw him getting bullied by Kamaru. It all came down to the final 90 seconds. Leon was completely out of the fight. Kamaru was about to cruise for a dominant decision when a head kick was fired, and it flatlined the pound-for-pound best on the planet. Another pound-for-pound legacy was over. Usman had been at the top for a while, but there was no coming back from that one, which pushed Volkanovski to the new #1 pound-for-pound best. And he'd have 2 more fights that year, but wasn't really tested. It was more dominance for Volk. He defended against the Korean Zombie in a bit of a slaughter, and then definitively put a stamp on the trilogy with Max Holloway 0-3ing him. But then, of course, for the very first time, Valentina Shevchenko is tested. That 6-title fight defense streak I was talking about got a new challenge in Talia Santos. Not many people thought too much of her as a challenge. They thought it was going to be another dominant performance. But the people in the know recognised that Santos was very well-rounded and could challenge the champ in all areas. And you know what? She bloody did. In the first round, she had Shev's back and was trying to squeeze the life out of her.
This is amazing.
The challenger got top position in round 2. She was able to hang on the feet and several times had her in positions where it looked like it might be over. Still, it wasn't enough on the judges' scorecards to beat the pound-for-pound #1, even though I and many other people thought it had been. But it did turn out to be enough to unseat her from the pound-for-pound spot, especially because by the end of the year, Nunez came back and ran through Pena. So she moved past Valentina right back to the #1 spot. At the end of 22, it's Volkanovski sitting at #1 and a new #2 has risen, Islam Makhachev. He spent the year fulfilling father's plan, beating Charles Oliveira and claiming the lightweight title. #1 and #2 going into 2023, and we were again about to have a historic matchup. Islam wanted the pound-for-pound #1 spot, and the only way to prove he deserved it, he thought, was to beat Alexander Volkanovski. It just felt like perfect timing for both guys. Sure, Islam hadn't defended the title, but who didn't want to see the #1 versus the #2 pound-for-pound go at it? And both guys were tested like never before. Alex connected in the first round. But Makhachev was able to slow it down, latch on, and control it. They went back and forth for 5 amazing rounds, and it was way closer than a lot of people thought it was going to be. And even with just 1 minute left, the pound-for-pound #1 dropped #2. I know most people watching this video will have an opinion on who actually won this fight. I mean, it was truly a test of both guys to see who was the #1 pound-for-pound. And the result was kind of strange. Makhachev officially won the fight, but didn't move past Alex to the #1 spot. The lighter champ had come up a weight class and given Islam a run for his money. He'd even won the moral victory by dropping him in the closing minutes of the fight. But now, Volkanovski was still #1. But that would not last long at all, because for the first time since 2020, John Jones comes back to the UFC. Not just that, the guy was finally going up to heavyweight to face a former interim champion, Cyril Gane. John looked a lot beefier at this weight class, but would he still fight the same? Turns out he looked even fucking better. Took him just 2 minutes to slice through Gane like a warm baguette, and he squeezed the life out of him. With that flawless performance, John Jones goes straight back to #1 on the pound-for-pound rankings, at least according to the UFC, because it's just 3 months after that Volkanovski comes back to defend his featherweight belt, beats the brakes off Yair Rodriguez, and has a pretty good argument to get his #1 spot back. What ends up happening instead, though, kind of just ruins all of that. Islam Makhachev's next title defense falls out on short notice, and Volk, being the guy that he is, agrees to a rematch, full of confidence that this time he'll get the win. But that's not what happens at all. Makhachev looks as flawless as John did. In just 3 minutes, he finds his kill shot and removes Volkanovski from his consciousness and from the pound-for-pound conversation. Islam Makhachev officially moves to #1 in most people's books. He's just looked too good as a competitor up to this point to be anything less. Of course, 2023 is the year that Amanda Nunes also retires, ending her historic career, and is no longer the pound-for-pound #1. Now, you'd think that would go to Shevchenko, but she just lost her belt to Alexa Grasso 2 months before. Some people might look at Wei Li Zhang at this point as the new women's pound-for-pound. She would defend her belt until August, but she quite handily took out Amanda Lemos. Officially, Alexa Grasso ends 2023 as the best pound-for-pound woman on the planet. And so that leaves us here in 2024, where the pound-for-pound debate is kind of up in the air. On the one hand, you've got Dana White telling anyone who will listen that John Jones is the #1 pound-for-pound. Based on legacy and overall career achievements, okay, but as you can tell from this list, that's never really what the pound-for-pound has been about. That's a GOAT conversation. Pound-for-pound is an active ranking. Kind of a hard argument to make for someone who's only fought once since 2020. So despite Dana's opinion, John is currently ranked #3 on UFC.com. Will the Stipe fight change that? Probably not. At #2, it's Alex Pereira, the light heavyweight champion. In 2023, his name didn't really come up on the pound-for-pound list. I mean, he beat Jan and then Yuri Prohaska to win the title, but he was still building into the star he's become. This year, of course, he headlined UFC 300, got a 3-minute knockout over the former champ, and if that wasn't impressive enough, he was able to knock out Yuri again. All those performances have made him look, well, like the deadliest striker on planet Earth. Of course, number one right now is Islam Makhachev, and to be honest, I thought Dustin Poirier in June gave him a pretty solid run for his money, but ultimately, the smash was still mostly dominant. Islam got another submission victory and just showed more of why he's so highly ranked. The question is, who can test him at this stage? Arman and Oliveira would both be rematches that would probably be a bet for his best test. Recently, we just saw Alexa Grasso lose her title in the rematch to Valentina, which once again puts her back at the top of the pound-for-pound list. What's next for her, though? Who knows? I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing Valentina fight Zhang, to be honest. That would be fucking great. And so, that's where we are, guys. After a 31-year-long journey, what was the craziest twist here in your mind? And which dethroning had your jaw hitting the floor more than any others? Alright, this was a serious undertaking, this video, or the entire history of MMA, basically, year by year, but we've done it for you. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you bloody learned something as well, otherwise I feel like a terrible teacher of history. I have to give a massive shout out to Luke, okay, the boy, the editor, cool2me_. Give him a special thank you as well, guys, because you cannot imagine how difficult it was to edit this video, to put it all together. Definitely a big task that he completed. So if you liked it, show him some love, guys, alright? All of you channel members out there and Hall of Famers, thank you guys. We appreciate that support you give us. It helps these kind of videos get made. So if you like these videos and you want to join them and keep supporting, you can check out the link down below in the description. There's tons of benefits as well to signing up to the members program, so check those out if you're interested. If you want to show some extra appreciation, of course, the thumbs up button is right there. So you can say, I like this video. And if you're new here, you can subscribe, get updated. Every time we drop a video, you'll never miss one. And another one. Thank you for watching, guys. Big video. Appreciate it. There's more coming. I'm going to make these even longer. They'll be 10 hours long.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When you think of some of the biggest stars in the UFC and MMA, you know, the likes of Chuck Liddell, Alex Pereira, Israel Adesanya, Mirko Krokop, what's one thing all those guys have in common? Kickboxing. But for one guy in particular, the power Alex Pereira possesses has become undeniable, and so has his domination of the sport.
Boleton, man. Alex Pereira. That fucking power's nuts.
He's headlined at some of the biggest shows in recent years, and he's transformed into an absolute superstar, which is even more surprising when you remember how kickboxing used to be viewed in the US.
You know, Dana White and I had a conversation about this. We was talking about how kickboxing has a negative stigma in America because of PKA karate, boring kickboxing we used to have on ESPN. They would wear those big stupid slippers on their feet. Yeah, they wouldn't really kick. It wasn't exciting.
Pereira wasn't the first kickboxing star to take over the MMA world. Before the UFC had even started, before anyone had been able to show high-level striking in MMA, one man brought the entire sport to a whole new level.
I saw you fight back before there was any real good striking in mixed martial arts. You gotta watch this motherfucker, Boss Ruben. This is finally a guy who's over there that knows how to strike.
The factory that cleans everything in your body is the liver, and if you give it a big bang, hell yeah.
First guys that you know, that hard Dutch style of kickboxing to enter into mixed martial arts.
But this was also the early 90s, and kickboxers should have been a fish out of water against the grappling juggernauts that were strangling everyone in sight. How did he overcome this, and more importantly, how did he become legitimately one of the greatest MMA fighters ever? Well, I'm Balian from MMA On Point. Shout out to all the Hall of Famers out there, guys. We really appreciate your support. And this is the story of Bas Rutten, MMA's first kickboxing superstar. Chapter 1, Humble Beginnings. Up until the 1970s, you wouldn't really have associated the country of Holland with kickboxing at all. But then a few of the full contact karate guys like Jan Plas travelled to Japan to learn about this new sport that combined boxing and karate, and they came back to Holland to start a kickboxing legacy that's still producing world champions. But for Bas Rutten, at first, any kind of athletics, let alone fighting, seemed just impossible.
So I was severe asthma patient. Every 5 weeks I had an attack, week in bed, not even able to eat. And I together with that with an angst in my life, which was horrible because I looked like a leper. It was really bad.
He got teased and relentlessly bullied about this, and his only respite was running to the woods behind his family home where he'd climb trees and swing about, pretending to be Spider-Man. He'd go out there, act out his comic book fantasies, hoping one day to transform himself. He was from a family of athletes though, and by 12 years old he was getting better and got involved in athletics, loving the high jump, the long jump, the javelin. Then he took a family trip to France in 1976 and had his martial arts revelation. After dreaming of comic book superheroes, he came face to face with a real life one, a man who blew the brains of generations of future martial artists, the legend Bruce Lee. Only problem was, Bas was too young to get in to see Enter the Dragon, so he snuck in and had his little martial arts mind exposed to the violence and technique of Bruce. The young Rutten realised, if I could be like Bruce, I wouldn't have to worry about bullies anymore. Apparently the first thing he did when he got home was make nunchucks out of 2 pieces of wood and begged his parents to let him start Taekwondo. But after about 4 weeks of training, Bas stood up to one of his bullies and punched him square in the face. And the kid went to hospital, and his parents were like, no more of that, not while you're under our roof. Now Bas found ways to keep his training going at school with his friends, but it all probably started after he left home. He was able to take up and start studying karate, continue training in Taekwondo, but eventually joined a Dutch Thai boxing gym, where his eyes were immediately open to the realities of a truly effective martial art.
I went to karate, full contact karate, I went to Thai boxing. And the first Thai boxing class, my hands are here. This guy hits my face, I bring my hands up. Well, he saw that right away, and he didn't lose people to deliver stuff, and I'm down.
Bas went home and practiced that same technique for hours in front of the mirror.
And my wife at the time, my girlfriend at the time, said, "You're completely crazy." I said, "No, that will never happen again." And the next day I went back and I cleaned 85% of the gym.
After joining the gym, things started to move pretty quickly for Bas, and he started to take over the Dutch kickboxing scene.
I was fighting Thai boxing in Holland. I won a lot of fights by knockout. Like my first 14 fights, I won by knockout. My very first 6 fights, it's chaos. Dude, I was just strong and powerful, but I was just smashing people.
The sport was big in Holland at the time, and Bas got to share the card with some other legends like Ramon Dekkers, an absolute Muay Thai monster, who turned out to be a big influence on Bas's striking style.
I mean, I fought on the same card as he fought for a time, all the way in the beginning. I mean, he was so skinny, the amount of tone that he had on his kicks, and I started analyzing everything. And I saw Mike Tyson. I go, wait a minute, what are these two have in common? And he and Mike Tyson, what they do is they use their upper body rotation. So I started changing my whole style and getting very open.
Bas was turning into a fan favorite knockout artist, but he was still working as a bouncer and getting drunk every night. He was working as a model. He was even working in a kitchen.
I was a chef. I went 4 years to culinary school. Are you serious? Yeah, and then I became a fighter.
He had a fantastic start to his kickboxing career, 14 knockouts, but he didn't leave the sport on the best of terms. While out and particularly drunk on New Year's, Bas unknowingly accepted a fight with one of the scariest men in Holland.
I fought this guy, Frank Lotman. Apparently on New Year's Day when I was bouncing, I was also drunk. Well, they asked me where to send the posters to. And I said, what posters? From the fights. He said, who's going to fight? You against Lotman. And I go, who said that? He said, you. I was so out of shape, it was not even funny.
Lotman was just a few days out of prison and was literally looking for a fight. But even worse, just a few days out, Bas completely shredded his shin bone.
He jumped this high, like my chest here. I would stand in front of it and jump on the wall. But it had been raining, and I jumped on it, my toes slid up, and it landed on my shin on it. So I ripped my shin open. We'll numb up the whole leg. Don't worry about it, he says. And he said he put it in my butt.
I'm not a doctor, but numbing your entire left leg before a kickboxing fight does not seem like a good idea.
I'm shaking my leg and I can't feel my leg. It's like the weirdest thing, you know? I'm landing on my butt and I want to get up and I can't get up. My leg doesn't work. Then all the people start saying, see, I always said that he cannot fight. I said, okay, I'll fight another fight. And I shouldn't have taken that fight.
For Bas, he's admitted that was a bit of a wake-up call about getting blackout drunk and accepting fights, and also fighting while injured, something he didn't do in his next kickboxing fight against another Dutch guy, Rene Roos. Now, at the time, there were a lot of Dutch fighters who had, let's say, bad reputations as dirty fighters. I mean, you can just watch this one fight, Rene versus Heath Herring, and see what I mean. Was Bas's next fight, and yeah, it didn't go well. Unfortunately, this fight doesn't appear to exist online anywhere, but the long and the short of it is, Rene apparently tried to bite Bas, and he returned the favour by kneeing him in the groin as hard as he could. The fight was called off. It didn't make fans feel any better about Bas's last performance, and apparently the entire arena broke out into a massive brawl. If anyone knows what this fight is, please let me know. I'd love to see it.
Please, Bill, I don't know what's going on, mate. I swear to you, please, Bill. Please, Bill, my life.
Ruben would only have one more kickboxing fight in Holland before he completely disassociated himself from the sport. It also didn't go well. In the lead-up, Ruben got an ear infection, then got into a street fight after arriving in Paris and was put into a jail cell up to 2 days out from the fight, and then the outcome of the fight itself was just a disaster.
He's standing in front of me and I'm so tired, you know, my body is so tired, and I go, boom, give him a back fist in his neck, and he goes down. Like a month before there was a rule that if you did a back fist, you only could do it with the turns. I couldn't come out for the second round because I was too tired, and they said, okay. Now it really started home. You see, I always said he was not so good, and blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, I never fight for Holland. If these fans are like this, I don't want to fight in front of people like this.
So kickboxing is now off the table for Bas Rutten. It is also worth saying at this point, something else fans love about Bas is his fun personality. He's great at comedy, and even at this point in his life, he kind of knew that he wanted to do something with that. So he started a martial arts live show with a twist.
So a buddy of mine, both together we made this show. It's like a martial arts show on music, and we started doing this in like nightclubs. I would kick him in the belly like Bruce Lee, and then to drag him right, he would grab my foot, throw me back, and I would make a flying kick in his face and land. And we had bows, and we did nunchucks, and we did like break tests and crazy stuff, and we started putting comedy in there also. And that caught on real fast. People really started to seem to like that. First in nightclubs, then we started doing it on shows like events, big events. And then we were on Dutch TV, and then Eurosport saw it, and they had an event yearly in France.
But just when it seemed like Bas might actually not have to fight people to make a living anymore, he got an invitation that would reel him back into the combat sports scene.
Chris Dolman was sitting there, tough guy, you know. He called me to him. He says, "Man, you got some really good abilities, man. Did you ever think about free fighting? You know what it is?" He says, "No." He said, "Well, we do that in Japan."
Now, free fighting, no holds barred, whatever it was being called, mixed martial arts, none of those names really even existed at this point. Remember, this was before the UFC had even started. Pro wrestling had developed to a point in Japan that the wrestlers were kind of obsessed with pushing the realism and would just lay into each other. It's a very strange time in combat sports history, and also very confusing. Some things are real and some things just aren't, but they mostly are. Chris Dolman was in Rings, a promotion that had these kind of matches. In 1992 and 1993, it was deep into this culture of sort of having real fights, but also being completely predetermined. Even still, there were legitimate techniques that Bas could learn from. So Chris invites Bas to come to his gym and join a free fighting session.
So I walk in there, and at that moment I was, European champion Thai boxing. I walk in, and they killed me.
Did you know that they were going to grapple when you went there?
No, nothing. I literally, when I drove back, I had to stop my car next to the road, and I called my wife. I said, "Listen, my car next to the road here, I'm going to sleep." I said, "I can drive." It broke me. I had to drink liquid food for like 3 days because my whole throat was messed up, because I thought I could hold that. I'm going to go back 3-6 months. I'm going to tap everybody.
Unfortunately for Bas, that's not really what what happened. And I get it, Bas was still working as a bouncer, doing all these other side hustles. It was hard to find time to train, and the idea just kind of faded away. But out of the blue, we got another phone call from Chris a few months later that would change his life.
I pick up the phone for some reason, and it's Chris Norman. He says, "Boss, you gotta come tonight. You gotta come to Amsterdam. There's a tryout to start a new organization, Bankers." I started sparring with this guy. This guy was a rings champion. He tried to hurt me because they were filming. The result was me knocking him out with a high kick, boom, and his whole eyebrow was open. He had to go to the hospital for stitches.
It turns out the two guys who were coming to watch were Funaki and Suzuki, both legends of Japanese pro wrestling and co-founders of Pancrase.
Suzuki and Funaki, I saw them pointing at me, so they won.
Chapter 2, The King of Pancrase. The world of combat sports in Japan worked very differently from what was going on in Holland. Like I said, it had come from the pro wrestling days, where everything is as much a spectacle as possible, so simple concepts like weight classes were just not even part of the thought process for something like Pancrase.
So this tall guy walks in. "How are you doing?" I said, "No, so you're the promoter." He goes, "No, I'm fighting you." I go, "Fighting me?" I said, "Which weight?" He was like 33 pounds heavier, right? Promoter walked in. "You're the promoter?" "Yeah." I go, is he not too heavy?" He goes, No. Everybody fights everybody. There's no weight class." I go, "Okay, great. So I'm acting, right?"
Remember, Bas was used to the world of Thai boxing, where 6 pounds was a different weight class.
I thought it was weird there was no weigh-ins. Wait a minute, did we talk about it?
But the surprises kept on coming.
"How many rounds were we fighting?" He goes, "One." "Yeah." "How many minutes?" He goes, 30. 30 freaking minutes. These rules were tailor-made for the Japanese guys because they were really the submission guys. You know, that's why I put those R's on my hands. I had to stay relaxed because I'm such a hothead.
To make things worse, Bas was also going up against the number 4 ranked guy in Japan. Despite all of that though, Bas Rutten's first MMA fight was an absolutely flawless performance.
Right high kick, and that's the palm strike. That's gotta hurt. He goes down. I was so excited, I jumped up to all 4 corners. I was kind of concerned here. He didn't move at all. It took a long time. He will stand up, and then he will fall down again, and then he stood up again. Yeah, it was scary. I didn't want to leave Japan until I knew that he was okay.
It was an execution of devastating striking, the like of which nobody had seen before in Japan, and he was actually worried he might have seriously hurt the guy.
Because he spent 2 days in the hospital. He was gone for 2 days. Literally 3-4 minutes on the ground, like completely no movement. He's on the ground with the eyes open, there's no movement. And I'm freaking out now, you know. I don't want that. This guy was really nice to me.
I bet the Japanese audience probably didn't know what to expect when the untrained Dutchman joined their hybrid wrestling promotion, but the Bas had arrived.
So what Bas figured out how to do was pull his hand way back, so he was punching with his palm.
A lot of people slap him like this. Oh, let's get it. You want to hit him KO. You do that with this ball. Hit somebody like this. Hit somebody like that. Don't do this.
Apparently though, on the day of his second Pancrase fight, they woke him up super early, made him travel all day, arriving at the venue 5 hours before the fight. I mean, honestly, not the first time we've heard of foreign fighters getting this treatment abroad. Rampage talks about this when he went over to Japan to fight Sakuraba. Apparently though, because of the time difference and the flight, Bas had only slept 1 hour, and so fight time came and he was feeling pretty sick as well.
And here I went for a guillotine, but I really didn't know anything on the ground here. I was sick.
Bas was able to survive some of his early submission attempts because in Pancrase you were allowed to use the ropes to escape the submission. Because, let's face it, the guy had 0 training at this point. And with Bas being so sick and tired, he wasted no time going straight for the finish. Was one of the best fighters in Japan and couldn't believe they lost to Bas, especially from a body shot.
And here you will see Yusuke Fuke asking for a rematch.
Rutten had already destroyed 2 of the top guys in just 2 fights using his devastating striking, which was honestly like nothing the sport had ever seen. Something that had been happening a lot in Japan at that time though was fight fixing, making matchups with predetermined outcomes.
Did you ever see Bart Vale versus Ken Shamrock? It looks so fake. It's one of the early ones that looks really like a work.
Bas had heard about this and expected, he might be asked to do the same.
Before I went, I got that speech from Chris Norman. He said, "They're probably going to ask you, to lose or to win a fight." I said, "Chris, I don't want to do that."
After his second Pancrase fight, Bas was taken out to dinner by the promoters.
Right away, we had dinner with Funaki and Suzuki and I thought, Gaga, here we go. They gave me a book from Fujiwara, a really good wrestler. I thought you guys were going to ask me, so you said, what do you mean? He says, well, Chris Doman told me that you're probably going to ask to throw the fight. And Suzuki told me straight in my face, I will never ask you such a thing.
So apparently he never did, but what he did get next was the #1 guy in the whole of Japan, Masakatsu Funaki.
1-2 fights, the first 2 fights in Vegas, and one guy in Holland says, he said, boss, everybody was saying, oh, he's gonna lose, he's gonna lose, he's gonna lose. And one guy says, boss, whatever happens, they never take this away from you anymore.
Boss was still not getting any proper training in for these fights, mind you.
The first 9 months, I did 2 times a day, 12 rounds on the back, you know, and then I would spar with my kickboxing students.
And during this time in Japan, he bumped into Ken Shamrock, who told him about this tournament in America with no rules called the UFC. Rutan said it sounded like a 70s post-apocalyptic movie, a dangerous and stupid idea. He was ready to have a great career and a great time in Japan, so he didn't even think about joining the UFC. He was far too focused on fighting the #1 guy, Funaki.
Now, by now, everybody knew that I was a striker. Oh, to the head. That's the perfect example of me showing that I didn't know anything.
Just 2 minutes in though, and Bass lands a punch, not a palm strike from the bottom, and he apologised, and Funaki took advantage.
I hit him with a closed fist, which was not allowed in Pancras, and he went right away into the toe hold. That was a very painful experience.
Even though he'd managed to beat some of the best guys in Japan, clearly Bass had a lot of things to work on. And in fact, he'd end up winning his next 2 fights by submission. Vernon Tiger White tried to take him down and ran into a guillotine, but against Takahashi after that, Bass basically snapped the guy's leg in half. They again match up Bass with the #1 guy in Japan, Minoru Suzuki, who'd never lost in Pancrase, and had also managed to submit Ken Shamrock, and he'd only ever lost to Hoist Gracie at this point.
I'm walking on the street, right? And we suddenly we hear with all the fights we hear, Hybrid Wrestling, Pancras. And we look and there's this giant screen. And the first thing we see is me, giving a palm strike, and the guy goes down. We go, yay! You know, and it's the promo for the next day.
Again, Bass is about to fight the best in Japan, and he still really hasn't had any formal training at this point.
This is at the time I had nobody to roll with, right? I trained on a bag. If there was somebody who knew judo, he would come. I mean, I'm talking about once every 3 weeks.
But Japan had started to change its approach to fighting.
I was a super aggressive fighter in Thai boxing, and in Japan, it completely changed. I was thinking during the fight, and I've never been like that. And I thought, wow, I just became a complete different fighter, way more calculated than I was in Thai boxing.
But could that fighter beat the undefeated Suzuki? Well, Suzuki came out and he looks like an absolute killer. But despite all the bravado, Bass scored first.
And this was the moment that my wife left. Beautiful double leg takedown from Suzuki.
I love the moment in this fight. You can hear his coach asking him to follow the R's on his hands. And then in one athletic flash, it was all over with another sickening liver shot.
Look at the people in the audience, they can't believe it. It's over. I beat the unbeatable Minoru Suzuki.
To the fans watching, it was an incredible performance. Suzuki was considered basically invincible and an amazing catch wrestler, but despite his striking background, Bass had shot him down. Rutan, though, was about to find out in his next fight that unless he stepped up his training, he was never going to get past the world's most dangerous man, the guy called Ken Shamrock. Both Bass and Ken were masters in completely different disciplines.
Nice right palm twist from Bass. Oh, and a nice exchange again. Oh, a little bit aggressive. Oh, hey!
Striker versus grappler, especially in the 90s, we knew how that one often played out, and the odds were about to catch up with Bass.
And I didn't know anything. He's got a heel hook, and there's a escape. And then, ooh, that was a good heel hook, and 2 lost points. This is not good.
Ken still, though, had to work seriously hard to get Bass out of there, as he kept finding his ways to the rope to escape.
Escaping again. Ken thought he won the fight, and I tapped.
Well, for Rutan at the time, he was just years behind Ken on the ground.
This is so painful to watch, ladies and gentlemen, if you could only believe what I feel right now. And now I make a stupid mistake, and now he's got a clean choke on me, and that's over.
Now, it was clear even to Bass at this point, he needed to start learning submissions, and for his next fight against Jason Lucia, he again got another guillotine choke. Pancrase then announced the start of the first King of Pancrase tournament, and in the opening round, Rutan had drew Frank Shamrock. Ken Shamrock's brother, and he had a second chance to test his new ground game.
Beautiful takedown there. They go for a choke. I roll him over.
This was Frank's Pancras debut, and the fight turned into an absolute classic. It was so close with both guys constantly reversing each other and landing shots.
More now. Oh, he rolls out. Come on, kick to the head. Oh, that was a beautiful kick.
But neither guy could finish the other, and it went to the judges.
Judges went for Frank Shamrock. I thought they should have gone for me.
It was another setback for Bus, and he was out of the running for the King of Pancras tournament before it even started. And it was actually Ken who picked up 3 submissions on the way to the final, where he fought Ronaldo Yamada for 30 minutes and was crowned the first King of Pancras. The promoters still believed that Bus was one of the best, and so they gave him the guy who fought Ken in the championship fight, Yamada. And Ruin put on an incredible performance.
This man stood 30 minutes against Ken Shamrock and couldn't submit him.
Ken had gone 30 minutes, and in just under one, Bas had it.
I gave it everything I had. I kept squeezing. This was kind of scary because I really thought I killed him there.
You can only imagine the impression that this gave the fans. There was only one fight to make, the rematch between Ken and Bus, and all Rutan did was train specifically not to get knee barred.
I was training 3 weeks with a person, and I said, listen, I want you to tell me how to stop me from getting into a knee bar.
Well, of course, it was going to happen, right? This guy had told Bus that there was only one thing he needed to worry about, the left leg. But that wasn't true, and Ken completely surprised him. The loss in this rematch to Ken changed Bus forever. He never wanted to let that happen again. His kickboxing had always been his best weapon, but now he was going to have to get real elbows deep and dirty in the sweaty world of grappling.
Ken's fight against me made me who I am. After my 3rd loss, that's when I got really mad at myself because it was a loss by submission. I said, I need to find one guy. I found one guy, Leon Van Dyke. He was 19 years old at the time.
But instead of seeking out a high-level grappling coach, Bas just grabbed one of his buddies and they would roll and then literally write down on paper how they escaped.
Both we didn't know anything, and we would watch tapes. I would see a heel hook, for instance. I would write down how it works. Now let's break this down. Let's see how we can make it better. So, okay, how can you escape? Well, if I push this way, okay, so how can I stop you from doing this?
I mean, that's just crazy. Even at this point in his career, Bas found the best way to train was with his buddy.
But, you know, every day I was looking forward to train, especially when I added the ground game, and I would say, see the submission balls, you know, and I would shoot my wife in the middle of the night. We'll wake her up.
So you basically did it by yourself from scratch.
Everything.
No high-level instruction at all.
Nothing.
Absolutely insane idea, but one that would actually work extremely well. Bas started to arrive early in Japan for his fights. He even started training at the Pancras dojo, where he kept his eyes open and wrote down everything he saw to practice at home with Leon. And it immediately began to pay off.
Now I'm getting good on the ground. Now I'm training 2 times a day, ground fighting. Liver kick, hook, and now heel hook on his right leg. And that's it.
In his next 2 fights, Bas tapped Maurice Smith and then Jason Ducia again, both with leg attacks, and both in just about 2 minutes. And then Rutan would have the chance to really test his newfound skills in a rematch against Frank Shamrock.
I got the knee bar, the referee breaks it up. Fights like this made me into the fighter that I'm now. And here I got a stretched knee bar. I got knee bar. You see, this is the 2nd time I have a full knee bar on him, and the referee breaks us up.
Once again, neither guy could finish each other, but this time Bas got the decision. That was 4 wins in a row, and he was once again going to get a shot at the Pancras Openweight Championship. It meant another rematch, this time against Minoru Suzuki, the guy who'd been undefeated when Bas beat him the first time. But Suzuki had just beaten Ken Shamrock and claimed the title. Despite all the training though, Bas was still taken down by Suzuki multiple times. But Jules started dropping cage side as Bas started to get the better of the grappling.
Roll into a knee bar there. Hey!
Suzuki threw up a knee bar, which is the last submission Bas Rutan ever gets caught in. Minoru couldn't believe it, and then Rutan saw his chance and took it. 3 fights, getting ragdolled and submitted by grappling masters, Bas Rutten was finally a world champion, and he was not going to let go of that belt easily. He settled into his role at the top of the promotion, and over the next 7 months, beat another 4 fighters.
At the time of good contact, I asked for $40,000 a fight. You have to understand, at the time, $60,000 was 3 fights in the UFC. I wanted $10,000 a month. If I in January get an injury and I can't fight the whole year, you're going to have to pay me $10,000 a month for the rest of the year.
Bas had broken his hand though, and so he'd have to wait to defend his belt. Frank Shamrock, since losing to Rutten, had won 6 fights in a row, including the interim Pancrase Openweight Championship, where he managed to knee Bas Suzuki after 22 minutes. Once Bas had recovered, the unification title fight was made, and both Frank and Bas had 1 win over each other. This fight was fucking awesome, and is in hindsight 2 of the greatest in their era going at each other. He was again super even, but Bas still had his power. He's one equalizer. This thing was just getting fun. They were putting each other in submissions, and Bas was just smacking Frank in the face. It was incredible. Those smacks opened up a cut on Frank that just seemed to drain the fight out of him. After he fell down, he could barely get up. He was clearly concerned about the cut, and so were the Japanese officials, and just like that, they called the fight, and Bas was still the champ. But now he was going to have to face the only Japanese legend he had yet to beat. The man he first lost to, one of the founders of the promotion who'd flown to Amsterdam and hired him in the first place, Masakatsu Funaki. This guy was on a 6-fight submission streak, and just a year before, in 1 minute, he submitted Bas's training partner, Leon. Immediately, Rutten's sub-defense was being tested by the Japanese catch wrestling legend.
He's going to reverse my foot upside down once. It's turned 180 degrees. He's going for a knee bar. Okay, but I saw that coming.
It was a classical technical Pancrase fight, but the king would not be denied.
With this one, I broke his nose.
And then this fight turned into a massacre.
He said, okay, now I gotta finish it.
It was a beautiful performance from Bas Rutten. The only loss Bas hadn't avenged at this point was those 2 to Ken Shamrock, and he'd long left Japan and was now fighting for super championship fights in the UFC. But it is easy to forget that this Dutch kickboxer, who not even the founders of Pancrase, Funaki and Suzuki, could submit, was a guy who learned grappling basically by himself watching videos. Unfortunately for Bas, at this point his pregnant wife became ill. There was a chance of losing a baby, so he didn't go and defend his Pancrase title. And that's when Pancrase asked him to resign, and he did. After giving up his title, Bas continued to fight in Pancrase, extending his winning streak to 18 fights, undefeated. All the promises he'd ever made about never being submitted again, and after losing to Ken the second time, they'd all come true. His time with Pancrase was about to come to an end, but all the time he'd spent in Japan was just the beginning. He'd become an international sensation that people in America were starting to take notice of. There was only one place left for Bas to conquer, and he moved his family to the US, ready to join the UFC. Chapter 3, the greatest mixed martial artist of all time.
I wanted to go to the UFC for the entrance song. I kid you not. I thought that was the coolest thing.
The old original.
And that really, they came ask me, I said, but that was the deciding factor that I said, okay, I would have done it.
Bus's UFC start didn't exactly go smoothly. The anticipation from the fan base was massive. Ruben's win streak was legendary, and there was only one person everyone wanted to see him fight: Randy Couture, UFC heavyweight champion. At UFC Brazil in October 1998, Bus and Randy were supposed to fight, but unfortunately, it fell apart.
Randy Couture has elected not to defend his heavyweight title.
Randy was having his own problems with the UFC, and he ended up vacating the title and switching places with Bus. He went to Japan to compete in Ballet Tudo Japan, and imagine the frustration for the fans, and Ruben had just arrived in the US. Instead, Bus was there cage side doing commentary that night in UFC Brazil.
What is it about the Ultimate Fighting Championship which makes a fighter of your caliber want to own that heavyweight belt?
The biggest tournament in the world, the most known tournament in the world. This belt is the most important belt.
UFC put together a heavyweight tournament to see who would get to fight for the title. It meant that if Bas wanted to become champion, he'd first have to get past Tsuyoshi Kosaka at UFC 18. The hype for Ruben was insane.
How much hype can be behind for the first ever time for Boston?
And everybody's putting a hype in me.
They promoted the shit out of you when you first came.
Oh, I remember that.
I gave you one of the posters. Yeah. Brian sold it on eBay. I used to have the old posters. The world's best martial artist.
Greatest martial artist.
We host the greatest mixed martial artists in the world. The anticipation and the hype has been so utterly outstanding.
Goldberg said he had photographic reflexes and called it perfectly though. More anticipation than any fighter in Ultimate Fighter history. In the cage though, in a new environment, things didn't go perfect for Bus. He got taken down quickly by Kosaka, something that happened a lot in Pancrase, but he couldn't really get anything going and ate way more ground and pound now he was in the UFC. And actually, quite controversially, John McCarthy stood them up twice, even with Kosaka in mount. The fight went into overtime, but Bus had another weapon he'd started to master before a lot of other heavyweights: conditioning. He waited until there was 1 minute on the clock left before he absolutely attacked Kosaka. It hadn't been a great start, but the finish was brutal and the crowd went insane. Bas revealed though in the post-fight interview that his career had nearly been over before he even got to the UFC.
They fixed me up because I couldn't fight anymore. I went to therapy with them and they fixed me up total free.
On the other end of the bracket, Pedro Hizzo had beaten Mark Coleman, but he and Bas were very good friends and they didn't want to fight.
Pedro Hizzo next for the heavyweight championship of the world.
He's my brother, but I'm going to be the champion. I'm going to do everything in my power.
So instead, Bas would face Kevin Randleman for the UFC Heavyweight Championship 3 months later. Now, Randleman was a monster wrestler from Mark Coleman's team, Hammerhouse, who won in Ballet Tudo Brazil by just slamming guys around the ring.
This 28-year-old was a 3-time Big Ten champion and 2-time U.S. national champion.
And after he beat the former champion and another kickboxer, Maurice Smith, at UFC 19, UFC 20 was going to be Randleman versus Ruben. Maurice Smith was the first kickboxer to find success in the UFC. He became the heavyweight champion, but he was never the kind of superstar that Bas was, even on arrival. And this fight with Kevin was possibly the worst stylistic matchup for Bas Ruben at this point. But he had 14 submissions on his record, and he was still miles ahead of guys like Kevin with his kickboxing. But I just want you to put this into perspective right now. What does everyone think of Alex Pereira as this video is going out? That he is the best on the feet, that he's unbeatable, incredible. Well, this is exactly what people thought of Bas as well, that he was the best.
For the UFC Heavyweight Championship of the world, to tell you who the greatest mixed martial artist in the heavyweight division is in our universe.
And you know what the funny thing about all this is that Bas wasn't even really a heavyweight. He had to drink water on the day of the weigh-ins to get himself above 200 pounds so he could fight for the title.
He's not Maurice Smith. Maurice Smith was 220. I don't know if some Bas was kicked because he split at the same time. If I get knocked out, so what?
Kevin was so nervous that apparently he said to Bas before the night of the fight, "If you don't kick me, I won't take you down." Well, I can tell you that it's exactly not what happened.
It is the most prestigious belt in the world of mixed martial arts.
About 10 seconds in, Bas threw a kick, and about 20 seconds later, he was on his back. With the former champ Mark Coleman calling him on, Randleman split open Bas with an elbow. The ref stood them up to check on Bas's cut, and his nose was smashed. The fight continued, and Bas cranked Kevin with one hard body hit. He was taken down, but this is where the fight gets controversial, because from this point, Kevin is completely gassed, but he stays on top and does, well, nothing. Whenever they got stood up, Bas would get taken down again, and the crowd started to just go silent. The fight went into overtime round 1, where again, Ruben was on his back, throwing strikes and diving after submissions, and Kevin was unable to muster the energy to do anything. Then it went to overtime round 2, Ruben landed another kick, but the same thing happened. All Bas could do was attack off his back, but he landed 41 strikes in the final 3 minutes. Randleman only had like 13. The final horn blew, and the greatest mixed martial artist in the world just spent the entire fight on his back. The judges were split, but they declared Bas Ruben the new UFC heavyweight champion.
It is my great pleasure to declare you the new UFC heavyweight champion of the world.
They broke my nose and I was considering quitting. Then I think, fuck it, man, I'm going to. His last 2 rounds going to be my rounds. Even when he takes me down, I'm going to fight him. They're not even. I try to just all own it.
Among the fans and media, though, this was a controversial decision, and still is to this day. But here's the thing, guys, okay, and we were talking about this in the office. We don't really think it is that controversial. There was a point in UFC history where you could win a fight just by laying on top and doing nothing, or a takedown at the end of the round and win it. Thankfully, that's not the case anymore. The rules these days mean you have to do damage. You can't just control or backpack a gun. If Bas vs Kevin had been scored today, I think they would have given it to Ruben. If you look at the numbers, Bas landed almost 4 times the amount of strikes that Kevin did.
And guys, this is UFC 20, okay? This is before MMA had adopted boxing's rule system. The scoring criteria is kind of what it's like today, based entirely on damage. Bas ended up going to the hospital, but that was only really from, what, the first 6 minutes of the fight? After that, Kevin didn't really do anything.
I honestly think he deserved to win that fight. The plan for Ruben after that was to stop fighting at heavyweight finally and try and become the first fighter to win 2 belts in 2 weight classes going down to middleweight. But after a long career and a 21 fight win streak, all the fights had finally caught up with him.
What made you stop?
Pain. And that neck injury, I brought it all the way to the Randleman fight. I was hurting. I couldn't sleep. I wasn't sleeping pills for such a long time because of pain. There was always pain in my neck. Tore biceps, like throwing the left hook in the air. Back. I go, oh my God, what's going on now? You know, I start breaking down.
At this point, the legacy of Bas Ruben was already set in stone, and he started to transition into TV show work, commentating back over in Japan and Pride, and although he kept trying to fight Randy Couture for a while, ultimately it never came together. While in Pride, Bas tried to make a comeback, almost taking a short notice fight against Vanderlei Silva, and when Ken Shamrock came over to Pride as well, Bas wanted to avenge the only loss he had, but Ken just didn't want to fight him after already beating him twice. Ruben, though, would make a return to the sport for a one-off fight in the WFA 7 years after he won his UFC title.
They offered me a lot of money. He says, who do you want to fight? Hickson. No, that's the first I said Hickson. Right. They said, we don't have the money for that. It's never going to happen. When they said, Kimberly Paul, I said, are you sure? I said, man, I just hang out with him in Japan. When he fought in Japan, it's kind of weird. They're like, no, he actually wants to fight you. I said, oh, cool. And then, he got that positive. So that was
Ruben had to take his place.
Ultimately, he fought Ruben Villarreal, and both guys were past their prime. But Bas still conquered with his leg kicks, though, and he extended the win streak to 22. His work as a commentator in Pride will forever resonate with fans as one of the best to ever do it, and he got to train and influence the careers of other great fighters like Mark Kerr, and we'll probably see that soon in the Smashing Machine movie, where Bas is apparently playing himself. What's more important, though, I think, is all the kickboxers who followed in Bas Ruben's footsteps. Mark Hunt, Mirko Krokop, Alistair Overeem all came from the kickboxing world of K1 and fought MMA in Japan, just like Bas had done, before eventually transitioning to the UFC. Each of them became international superstars. None of those guys could win a UFC title, though. Really, it was the arrival of Israel Adesanya that restarted this kickboxing boom. Izzy's entire career had been all kickboxing, overseas in China, before he switched to MMA and became the dominant champion. And of course, he was dethroned by another kickboxer, Alex Pereira, a guy who's now ascended the MMA ladder and pretty much sits at the top. And how did he get there? Using his incredible kickboxing skills and experience. And he's probably the biggest new star in the promotion at the moment. More than anything, though, I think it was the passion for martial arts that helped inspire so many future fighters. Bas really cares, really cares about the art of fighting. How about his call during Hello Japan? He just let that guy have it.
Love you, man.
Oh my God, that was so good.
Bas Ruben will go down in history as one of the greatest mixed martial artists in the sport. If you want to write up a list of pioneers, well, here's one guy who brought the dangerous striking of kickboxing into the world of MMA and was able to adapt and learn the ground game to the level that he was beating complete experts. A guy like Bas Ruben is really a once-in-a-lifetime individual. Not only a guy with the skill and ability to become a world champion, but the passion for the sport, the personality of a TV show comedian, and at one point, he really was the UFC's biggest superstar and the greatest mixed martial artist in the world. Alright everybody, well I hope you enjoyed that trip down memory lane. For me, you know, Basrud was one of the guys, his highlight reel I saw on YouTube way back in the day. It got me literally into mixed martial arts. So to be able to revisit his career and kind of pull it apart and shine some light on it for you guys, you know, it means a lot to me as well. So thank you for watching this one. Big shout out to Luke Taylor for this one, guys, okay? Cool to me. He edited this video for you, brought it all together, brought the pancrase montages into one realm. I want to give a big shout out as well to all of the Hall of Famers who are already members here on the channel. Thank you guys for supporting us and the content and making longer videos like this possible as well. We do have a membership program here at MMA On Point. If you want to join and support the channel a bit more, you can sign up to be a member. You get access to the unedited versions of the podcast we do, as well as the writers' meetings. Go ahead and check them out. If you really like this one, guys, don't forget to give us a like or a thumbs up. Same thing. It means a lot, especially for the videos like this. And of course, if you do want to see more from us, you can hit subscribe. We do lots of videos every single week. But thank you very much, everybody. I've been Bailey. Hope you enjoyed this one, and I hope Basrud enjoyed this video as well. There you go.
As far as bedtime, our opening offer is 10 p.m.
8
Double it. Deal.
Now, with no synthetic dyes and real-free puree, Funables are a win-win deal.
You're one of those people that saves money by watching the ads. You must be kind of like kayak. Kayak compares hundreds of travel sites to find great deals on flights, cars, and hotels. Kayak, there's one and done.
The primal act of fighting is one that since the dawn of time remains embedded in the very soul of humanity. Blood spilled on the sands of ancient arenas, the back alley boxing rings of eras gone by, and now to those cold AK walls in which today's warriors do battle. Another year of veterans, prospects, showmen and true champions, the UFC remains undisputed as the premier promotion of combat sports. If you'll allow me, I'll be your guide through every significant moment. And if, like me, you are a practitioner of the sport we love, check out the sponsor of today's video, White in Black. For high quality and aesthetic fightwear, click the link in the description and use code LEO30, 30% off of your order. Changes of the guard, shock upsets, dominant beatdowns, no stone will be left unturned. Without further ado, this is in history the Ultimate Fighting Championship. 1993 would be the flashpoint year that would birth the modern sports precursor. The Ultimate Fighting Championship would be conceived, a one-off tournament to decide which martial art was truly the best. Spearheaded by businessman Art Davies and Orion of the infamous Gracie BJJ clan, it was equally an opportunity for advertisement to put the sport of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu on the local map.
So, we start talking about how to make this thing a large scale. So, what you got to do large scale again? We'll tell them.
Then I came back to his office and I sat down and I wrote and said, now let me show you what we're going to do. So it's pay-per-view. It's a tournament. It's an 8-man single elimination tournament.
Start selecting the toughest, meanest, ugliest, edges, most qualified people to do it.
I said, you're going to have one guy from Jiu-Jitsu. I said, we want a game.
There was 8 men, 8 walls, 1 winner. His no rules tagline was cemented reputation as a sport that reflected the barbaric side of humanity, one that would not be shaken for years to come.
If you watch what I said, there's the tape.
He's sharpshooter, he's mean, but he's still a stand-up fighter. He was on grappling.
It's the major part of fighting. We still not actually it's over. There is no wrong.
Gracie family representative had won, even with the monstrous weight differences between him and his opponents. Royce had used the art of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to slay the mightiest of foes. Sporadic renditions of the tournament would then follow. Our hallmark names such as Ken Shamrock, Bob Fry, and Tank Abbott all competing. The UFC 12 would mark another twist of the tale, an outside force to destroy everything that had been built.
John McCain had come out with this whole thing.
McCain came out and said, you can't put on these unregulated fights.
There was no referee, there was nothing. It was terrible. But it wasn't the beginning. It was. It was cockfighting. It was.
Everybody goes, what, are you crazy? Now what is that? It's human cockfighting, but it's not.
Like once you get that stigma, once you get that name associated with you, it's all anybody associated with the brand and with the business.
Senator John McCain viewed the UFC not as an emerging sport with growing potential, rather a pessimistic outlook through an archaic lens. The term cockfighting would be one parroted for years to come.
Thanks to John McCain, he wrote letters to all 50 governors, and it became banned in virtually every single state.
It crushed blows to the company's prospects overnight.
The marketing for this thing was, you know, 2 men out of the cage, 1 man leaves, and he was telling the old owner, you can't do this.
Referee John McCarthy would be one of the pioneers in turning a barbaric rule into a dignified and professional sport, adding mandatory gloves as well as rule limitations, most of which we know today. High pokes, lack of head strikes, and of course the weird 12-6 elbow rule that still makes no sense whatsoever. Such a long-standing battle to claim legitimacy in the face of John McCain's actions, the owners on the brink of bankruptcy, allowing 3 now familiar faces to swoop in and bring one of the most influential sporting deals in history.
I found out that the UFC was in trouble. They were going bankrupt. So when I saw this opportunity, and I thought that this thing might be for sale, so I called the brothers there in Miami, and I said, I think this thing's in trouble. I think we can buy the UFC. Nobody believed me, except for 2 guys, Triangle Erection.
And he called back and just said, look, we'd be interested in doing a deal, but we want to buy the whole thing. And all of a sudden we own the business that we knew nothing about.
You know what we bought? All we bought in those 3 letters, Old Octagon, and 10 or 12 contracts. We bought a company that wasn't allowed on pay-per-view. It's on pay-per-view.
With the Fertitas eventually securing sanctioning in Nevada, the UFC would return to cable pay-per-view, watch for Lie and new ownership, UFC 33. With now household names Tito Ortiz and the Iceman Chuck Liddell competing. Event by event, round by round, punch by punch, the UFC was shedding its old skin, garnering the reputation of long desired. UFC 40 was a hallmark event that showcased the sport's true potential, perhaps not to the everyday American, but to the founders and owners themselves. Selling out the arena with over 150,000 pay-per-view sales, at the time it was an astronomical success. Throughout the years, things were happening, and everything always looked bleak. When I was standing in the octagon at UFC 14, I remember standing there before the Ortiz/Shamrock fight, looking around. The energy of that fight, it was phenomenal. For the first time, I honestly said, it's going to make it. Despite growing success in the face of adversity from almost every possible front, the bottom line of the financial story was a bleak tale. 34 million in losses by late 2004, the UFC was on the brink of collapse once more, for the first time under its new ownership.
We were burning cash. We ended up getting to the point where we were $44 million in the hole. And my partner Lorenzo calls me.
I called David and I said, look, we're going to have to take a loss on this thing. And I don't know why, but I got up the next morning and I just said to myself, I'm not ready to tap out. I'm not ready to get out.
Showing the dark have one last attempt to save the rise of reality television in the early 2000s. Key up-and-coming MMA fighters living together before duking it out in the tournament for a 6-figure contract. Born from the minds of these brothers, the Ultimate Fighter was born.
Yeah, hand grips. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah, he's like an orange cock kid. You look like a 50-year-old retired skateboarder.
The show was lost entertaining in its first season, needed a blockbuster finish in order to secure another season on Spike TV, and 2 men, not from the high-up offices behind desks, were the ones to secure it. It was fighters who would save the UFC for the first time ever on live cable television.
Stephen Bonner scored
And these 2 crazy fucks are beating the shit out of each other. People calling their friends
Sometimes I think you gotta watch this shit. This is nuts.
We ended up giving both guys a UFC contract that night, which made the place even go crazier. And we're gonna offer Stephen Bonner a 6-figure contract with the UFC.
Finale's success remains, at least as Dana White claims, the reason for the UFC's existence. The second season, The Ultimate Fighter, greenlit at the back of the arena on the end of the match. Rapid growth began throughout the 2000s. For the first time, the UFC truly looked to be going forwards rather than backwards. Stars such as the aforementioned Tito Ortiz and Chuck Liddell helped further crack wider demographics from their infamous rivalry. Their two legendary UFC bouts became the first early instances of both characters in the UFC. Whilst the UFC's acquisition of regional promotions, the WEC, eventually Japanese promotion Pride, all reflect its growing success. With those acquisitions came a plethora of future stars: Dominic Cruz, Ryan Faber, King of Rio, and Jose Aldo, to name just a few. And on the UFC front, legends were being birthed. Spider Anderson Silva reinvented mixed martial artist with his own two fists. Matt Serra did the better half of the greatest upset in UFC history by dethroning Georges St. Pierre. And the prodigy BJ Penn would live up to his name by becoming a two-weight world champion. The sport was garnered legitimacy, though even in the late 2000s it was still to have its detractors in the mainstream media, still branded with scolding remarks once said by McCain.
I didn't buy it.
It's sort of like human cockfighting, in my view, or pitbull fighting. Guys would elbow each other to the head, guys would beat each other. They get into leg locks and start rolling around on the ground.
Well, how is that human cockfighting? You know what that is? That's actual fighting. You boxing guys, oh, it's human cockfighting. What you don't understand is your sport is getting swallowed.
Even with its critics, it was clear now that with careful hands on all Peters, Dana White, and everyone in between, the UFC was not slowing down. With the 100th event on the horizon, the blockbuster card was needed. And one man could be the centerpiece of it all, divided by trade, WWE wrestling.
Brock Lesnar. Can you see me now?
Alongside Georges St. Pierre, putting on a clinic in the co-main, Dan Henderson lighting up the arena with his patented H-bomb, Lesnar would spearhead the main event by dispatching heavyweight champ Frank Mir and using his WWE panache to cultivate an iconic media moment.
Right here in the horseshoe over there. I pulled that son of a bitch out, and I beat him up with it. I'm gonna sit out my friends and family. And hell, I'm ready to get on top of my wife tonight. See you all later.
To this day, the event remains the 8th highest selling pay-per-view in the company's history, creating yet another fracture in the mainstream media. Lesnar's polarizing influence had rubbed off on the sport massively. JLP Sonnen, of course, being one of many opportunities to was on the mic.
I don't promote fights, I pick fights. I'm better than John Jones. I'm better than John Combs. I am even better than John Holmes.
John Holmes is a dead junkie, and Sean Combs is like a rapper. Is that the other guy?
Don't bring up old business.
Alongside his theatrics, which included an iconic rivalry with Anderson Silva, UFC was expanding further than ever before into 2010. The previously mentioned lightweight divisional stars were all to be absorbed, now fighting under one premier banner. The bantamweight, featherweight, and lightweight divisions were now open for business under those three letters. The following year, regionally promotional Strikeforce was purchased before being fully merged with the UFC by 2013. Its talent pool, including that of future champion Rockhold and future Hall of Famer Daniel B.C. Cormier. 2011 also marked the end of the UFC's broadcast rules by TV, the beginning of something far, far greater.
We just couldn't be more tickled that they would announce this long-term relationship with the UFC. There's been a lot of big milestones that we've had over the last 10 years in building this company and growing the sport. But I have to be totally honest when I say that this was it for me. This is what I always wanted.
With the Fox deal came a new level of prestige inside and out of the cage. Now legendary fighters were making a name for themselves. John Jones is ascended to gold, just 23. Jose Aldo was a tenure as the featherweight king.
Oh yeah, it was a hype.
Yeah, they saw him just to go. Did you look at the videos? Where inaugural champion of future GOAT, Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson will remain for years to come. New horizons will be reached. Global expansion with a events held across almost every continent and country within them. Even with that, and its new home on the course, UFC had bigger expectations. Its perception as an arcade form of all entertainment was not yet shed, and changes were still to be made.
When are we going to see women in the UFC? Never?
Ronda Rousey is really one to break that mold.
Greatest in the world, and we haven't found a close second yet.
It's not her ability just to go in and beat great fighters. She actually goes in and destroys them.
I really knew that I was like seeing history.
Not only was she the new breed as part of the first wave of women's fighters in the company, she represented what modern mixed martial artists was at the time. Movie cameos, brand deals, and talk show appearances had Rousey breaking the boundaries of not just a women's sport, but MMA entirely. Leading into the heel role was one thing. Doing so with such a level of confidence matched only in the cage was integral to her success. The package deal of fighting ability and media savviness combined. The combination of her efforts was a record-breaking event in UFC 100, with an attendance of over 56,000 tuning in to see her headline a pay-per-view. And although her downfall will come as it does for every fighter, perhaps sooner than most.
She's going to try and like keep distance and keep far away from people who just frustrated. So when I'll make mistakes, she can try to make it in the head or something like that.
Six times defenses ensured her legacy was set in stone for years to come.
Oh, I think this is the one that
At the same time, Rousey was garnering huge success and making waves. Another man would not only usher in a new age of the sport, but forever cemented his name with it, and turned the face of the fight game, notorious Conor McGregor. The rise of the Notorious was a perfect storm. For a company still stuck with its Just Bleed roots, McGregor was the man who turned the whole game on his head, for better or worse, to the money business we know today.
The others are back. I'm not new UFC. I'm fucking him. Fucking guilty, man. And without me, there's no fucking shit.
Before he'd even stepped foot in that octagon, Dana White had seen the dollar signs. The assistants of the Fertitas helped cultivate the potential of the Irishman fighting God. Whilst Conor made his rise to fighting immortality, another god's blood was spilled on the octagon canvas. For the first time, 2,457 days since he first went the belt, legend Anderson Silva would be defeated, finally the victim of his own flair and showmanship. For McGregor, explosive wins against Marcus Brimage and Max Holloway would culminate in a headlining bout against Diego Brandao. Its significance marked further by a company return to Ireland for the first time in 5 years.
The McGregor name is played on the battlefield in the war-torn Scottish Highlands in the 17th century when we were fighting off the British. Now, I believe my ancestors were doing that in them days. I'm here doing that in the modern day, fighting on the modern gladiator stage in the UFC.
I said I was going to put him away in the first round. I put him away in the first round.
People like him.
His influence was undeniable, and even before his rise to featherweight throne, many were already following in his footsteps. He took over skirmishing had truly begun.
People are always saying about the talk, and I talk, and I talk, and I talk, but guess fucking what? I back it up. I back it up.
2014 marked another historic moment in the UFC's growing history, the first of which was the long overdue decision to ban testosterone replacement therapy. Somewhat of an open secret of the UFC for years, was a method used by many to gain physical advantages far, far beyond the norm.
Hendricks was on something?
Well, let's TRT Belfort. TRT Vito Belfort.
Yeah, absolutely. Look like fucking the Incredible Hulk.
I've been killing them my entire life. I'm a right boy, and I'm jacked. Still with it.
Because your license under your license together. So yeah. Yeah.